ganho metalúrgico, na geração de riqueza em cada movimento que a gente trabalhou. Porque ligar é unir cada vez mais gente com uma vida e um futuro cada vez melhor. É para isso que a Embasa está a serviço da Bahia e dos baianos.
E, e
Além disso, promove o contínuo aperfeiçoamento técnico mediante o intercâmbio de ideias e experiências, elaboração e divulgação de estudos e trabalhos diversos, e manutenção de relações e parcerias com associações congêneres nacionais e internacionais. A Aesbe é protagonista no setor de saneamento, atuando junto aos três poderes para proporcionar melhorias às suas associadas e, com isso, colaborando com a universalização dos serviços. A Aesbe lançou em maio de 2023 a série Universalizar, que reúne publicações feitas pela Aesbe de forma segmentadas. São estudos, artigos, documentos, notas técnicas, relatórios, pareceres, entre outros. As publicações fornecem conhecimento especializado e direcionamentos práticos que podem ser utilizados pelos gestores, técnicos, consultores, pesquisadores e colaboradores
já está colocando. Ah, mas não está online, né? Tem que botar no Google. E trustship a gente traduz como? Trustship. Esse aqui, você traduziu como? Ótimo. Cadê uma... Chegou para você? Foi, tá rodando.
As tecnologias não destrutivas de construção vieram para revolucionar a indústria da infraestrutura subterrânea. São soluções de menor impacto à sociedade e ao meio ambiente. Geram ganho de tempo, maior segurança e menor custo social. A Abrat chega aos 25 anos com mais de 100 associados e consolidada como a quarta maior associação do setor em todo o mundo. A Abrat segue firme no seu compromisso de ampliar e consolidar a indústria de métodos não destrutivos no Brasil, promovendo cursos e estudos que reforçam as suas vantagens operacionais e
Ele
econômicas.
vai falar sobre isso.
Podem contar com a Abrat para fortalecer o MND, fortalecendo o MND, todos ganham, podem contar com a Abrat, que nós estamos, evidentemente, trabalhando a favor de vocês.
A Abrat, 25 anos, construindo o Brasil do futuro.
A AGSAN-RS é a Agência Reguladora Intermunicipal de Saneamento do Rio Grande do Sul e, através de sua atividade regulatória, tem se aprimorado na busca pela eficiência dos prestadores de serviço, por ela regulados, regulando abastecimento de água, esgotamento sanitário, manejo de resíduos sólidos e drenagem urbana. A AGSAN-RS implantou em seus regulados o Programa de Redução de Perdas de Água, consolidando assim o Programa Pioneiro Nacional para minimização.
Exato. Eu queria que você estivesse. Você disse que a Suzana, eu te disse, ia ficar fora do... E aí fica desconfortável. Não, mas eu sabia que ia ficar parecendo desorganização. Eu ri, eu queria te poupar disso. Porque você é o organizador. É. Mas assim, é bom que eu tenha noção. Eu fiz que você é meu cliente. Fiz questão que você tomasse conhecimento de todo o tumulto que ia ser. E aí você passasse essa satisfação, entendeu? Tudo, tudo certinho. Vai começar. Obrigada, viu? Esse... Eu disse a ele. Vai ficar ficando assim. Ocupado, né? Já tô botando em tudo. Foi um susto porque atrasa tudo. Já podia ter passado se não tivesse sido. Entendeu? Se não tivesse sido. O pessoal tava lá fora fazendo. E a gente já tinha começado agora aqui. Vai que conversa. Tô botando já a tradução. Ele me falou de Russell. É o quê? Bruxelas, é? Ah, é burr. Não, é outra coisa mesmo. Tinha entendido Brussels. Pareceu. Faz barulho. Cuidado, porque na hora o pessoal ficou. O computador é um pouquinho barulhento. É feito Bruxelas. Mas ele entendeu também como Brussels. A impressão que ele escreveu errado. Tá parecendo um R. E quando ele falou comigo, ele falou Brussels. Mas eu acho que isso aqui é um R. Você achou isso? O Bruxelas é feito. Bruxelas. Pronto. Fechou. Bruxelas, né? Brucelose. Bruceloses. Mas a gente vai traduzir para bruceloses, né? Bruceloses com S no final. Brucelose. Vê se você entende a letra. Bárbaro. Estou deixando bem claro, porque essas palavras podem aparecer. Morna. Feiras de calor. Feiras de calor. Redundância, resiliência, gratidão. 20 não fica bem, tá? 20 é uma regulação que não fica bem. Qual é a primeira palestra? A palestra mágica magna é qual? A gente tem? Porque a gente tem 4. Eu mandei as traduções também. Queria salvar-te. Júlio, sim, já está aqui. Está tudo na mão. Eu mandei a tradução também, que ajuda a gente, se você quiser. Eu te mandei também. Coisa mais linda. Então, eu já consegui traduzir o roteiro, aliei com o GPT para ele me refinar a tradução, já mandei para você. Já chequei com você. E eu não sou das mais... É porque eu uso estratégia de golfinho. E com... Agora eu vou te dizer. Su. A inteligência artificial vai... Se a gente não trouxer o senso crítico, as pessoas vão ficar completamente reféns disso. Não vai saber mais raciocinar. Adoro. Sensacional. Fantástico. Fantástico. Não, a Harry é contra. Minha filha, leia sobre... Ele tem uma posição muito crítica da inteligência artificial. Tem tudo no YouTube, palestras com ele. Não, mas ele é sensacional, o Harari. Aito Krenak também. Sim, eles são super conectados. Senso crítico foi embora. Concordo. E é isso que é a educação transformadora. Na pandemia, então eu começo. Great pleasure. Start the second. É. Ele é maravilhoso. Eu sei. Eu conheço ele. Agora, ele é mais do que isso. Assim, ele não se declara judeu simplesmente. Ele é um universalista, né? Ele é um judeu secular. Agora, ele é judeu. Assim como eu, mas não é religioso. Claro. Não, claro. Existem brasileiros extremistas. Não, e esse governo de Lula tem dado muito insumos, combustível para o antissemitismo. A gente tem neonazismo no Brasil e antissemitismo. Está ficando perigoso morar no Brasil. Só que, menina, depois a gente tem que conversar. Eu estou evitando falar sobre isso. Não. Sionismo é um movimento que foi criado depois que houve várias perseguições aos judeus na Europa, principalmente na França, caso Dreyfus, um cara de Dreyfus. Tem várias pronúncias que ele foi injustamente condenado à prisão perpétua por antissemitismo, só porque ele era judeu. E aí, Theodor Herzl falou que já estava na hora de criar um próprio Estado, onde o povo judeu pudesse ter. E chamou essa autodeclaração do povo de sionismo. Volta ao Sion, é o Zion, né? Mas não precisava ser em Israel, podia ser em qualquer lugar do mundo, desde que houvesse um Estado judeu. Então, o sionismo é isso. Agora ficou com um símbolo de racista, neonazista. O sionismo virou palavrão. Menina, e pior que tem judeu que faz livro contra o sionismo, dizendo que tem que acabar. E Israel tem que acabar. E é o mais... Agora vai começar. Eu vou estar aqui com você. Marquinho? Marquinho, tá na escuta? Obrigada. Pode ficar.
Bom dia a todas e a todos estão aqui presentes.
Good morning, everyone.
Vamos dar início ao nosso evento.
We will start our
Tomem os seus lugares.
event. Please take a seat.
Mais uma vez, bom dia a todos e a
Good
todas.
morning, everyone who are present in the auditorium of Wish Hotel of Bahia and those who is following us online via Aesbe YouTube. With a great pleasure, you commence the second edition of Universalizar International Forum, themed 100 years of 10 investment strategies of the universalization of sanitation. This event is organized by the Brazilian Association of State Sanitation Companies, Aesbe, and the Foundation School of Sociology of São Paulo, Aesbe. We extend our gratitude to our master sponsors, the Bahia Water and Sanitation Company Embasa, and the bronze sponsors, the Brazilian Association of Non-Destructible Technologies, ABRAT, and the Intermunicipal Sanitation Regulatory Agency of Rio Grande do Sul,
Na presença do
AGESAN.
presidente da
In
Aesbe,
the presence
senhor
of Aesbe
Freitas,
President
do
Neuri
vice-presidente
Freitas,
da
Vice
Aesbe,
President
senhor
Ricardo
Suavinski,
Suavinski,
do presidente da Embasa,
the
senhor
President of
Leonardo
Embasa,
Góes,
Leonardo
dos
Góes, the
vice-presidentes
Vice
regionais da
Presidents in the
Aesbe,
region,
senhor
Roberto
Ribeiro
Sérgio
Linhares,
Ribeiro Linhares,
senhor Luciano
and
Góes,
Mr.
senhor
Luciano
Edson
Gás,
Morites,
Edson
senhor
Morites,
Munir Abud e dos
Mr.
integrantes do
Munir
Conselho Fiscal da
Abrudes,
Aesbe,
and
senhor
the
Marcos
Board of
Aurélio Freitas
Administration
e do senhor
AESBA,
Cleberson Brancalhão.
Mr. Freitas,
Damos as
and
boas-vindas
Edson
a
Brancalhão.
todas e todos
We
que
welcome
participam deste
everyone
evento.
who is present here.
Este é um evento neutro.
This is a neutral
A
event.
Aesbe e a
Aesbe and the
FESP-SP se
FESP-SP are
comprometeram a
committed to
reduzir,
reducing,
quantificar
quantifying,
e
and
neutralizar
neutralizing carbon
gerada
emissions
durante
generated
toda a
throughout
duração
the
do seminário,
seminar,
contando
including
com a montagem
assembling
e
and
desmontagem.
disassembly.
O que não
We
puderam ser
implement
evitadas são
the ones
devidamente
that we
quantificadas
cannot
e uma ação de
avoid, you're
compensação
going to
ambiental é realizada
quantify
na
and
mesma
you're going
proporção.
to do a
Também somos um evento
compensation in the
resíduo
same
zero. Executamos a
procession.
gestão inteligente dos
We
resíduos
implement
gerados
an
neste
intelligent
evento,
waste
com ações de
management
triagem e
system,
separação dos
sorting and
resíduos
recycling
para
waste
reciclagem e reuso.
for
Ao final, divulgaremos a
recycling and
porcentagem de resíduos
reuse.
que serão salvos do
We are
aterro,
going, at the end of the day,
que serão
minimize
salvos do aterro
our
sanitário.
environmental
Desejamos as boas-vindas
footprint.
e agradecemos a todas as
You
autoridades que nos
welcome you
prestigiam
all
nesta manhã.
that are
E
present
saudamos a
here,
todas
and
e
you
todos aqui
salute
presentes.
you present,
Ao final da
you all
programação do
present.
dia, às
At the
18
end
horas, convidamos vocês a
of
permanecerem
our
neste local, pois
presentation,
haverá o
you
coquetel de
join
abertura
you
no hall
for
de
the
entrada
opening cocktail at 6
deste
p.m.
auditório,
in
com
the
a
entrance
apresentação
hall
da
of
banda
these
Faustão e
auditoriums,
Mongas. E durante o
featuring
coquetel,
a
será
performance
feito
of
o anúncio do local
Faustão
para o
and
terceiro Fórum
Mongas,
Internacional
our
Universalizar em
performance.
2025.
So
Convidamos aos
we
presentes para, em
invite
posição de
all
respeito,
present
acompanharmos a
to
execução
have
do hino nacional brasileiro.
our Brazilian anthem.
Convidamos aos presentes para agora acompanharem os vídeos institucional da Aesbe.
A Associação Brasileira das Empresas Estaduais de Saneamento, a Aesbe, A Aesbe é a entidade representativa da maior parte dos prestadores de serviços de saneamento no país. Estamos em 23 estados e em todas as regiões do Brasil. Nossas 24 associadas atuam em mais de 2.000 municípios brasileiros. Desde 1984, a Aesbe atua em prol dos interesses das suas associadas e, em conjunto com elas, busca pela universalização do acesso ao saneamento básico. Além disso, promove o contínuo aperfeiçoamento técnico mediante o intercâmbio de ideias e experiências, elaboração e divulgação de estudos e trabalhos diversos, e manutenção de relações e parcerias com associações congêneres nacionais e internacionais. A Aesbe é protagonista no setor de saneamento, atuando junto aos três poderes para proporcionar melhorias às suas associadas e, com isso, colaborando com a universalização dos serviços.
Aesbe has some articulations and have some partnerships with foundations.
A Aesbe lançou em maio de 2023 a série Universalizar, que reúne publicações feitas pela Aesbe de forma segmentada. São estudos, artigos, documentos, notas técnicas, relatórios, pareceres, entre outros. As publicações fornecem conhecimento especializado e direcionamentos práticos que podem ser utilizados pelos gestores, técnicos, consultores, pesquisadores e colaboradores do setor. Com o lançamento da série Universalizar, a Aesbe reafirma seu compromisso com a promoção de avanços significativos no setor de saneamento básico.
This is the QR code to have the library access. And you have the channels of communications in the social media of Aesbe. Universalize is our mission.
Assistiremos agora o vídeo institucional da
video of Aesbe. Knowledge is our major resource to face challenges. We transform the sector of sanitation in Brazil. MBA is environmental sanitation. We prepare better professionals to innovate and to transform. To lead. We have distance courses, remote courses. And you have an international model with the University College London. A comprehensive course, updated according to the changes of the sector, to expand our networking.
Assistiremos agora o vídeo institucional da Embasa, patrocinadora master deste evento.
Our master sponsor.
Minha vida começa com ela, a água. E com ela, eu segui por essa baía, ligando a cidade ao campo, o homem à sua raiz, o nativo ao visitante.
We don't have the feedback of the video
Os
in the
pés,
booth of
as
the
mãos,
simultaneous
a
translation.
vocação, a oportunidade, o ir ao vir, terra, ar e mar. Subindo montanhas, descendo ladeiras, seguindo em frente, eu chego lá e aqui.
And
No
now,
café no frio, no banho
even
no
if
calor,
it is
na
cold,
geração de riqueza,
we
em cada
generate
momento que a
wealth
gente
and
dá
in
valor.
every
Porque
moment.
ligar é unir.
Because
Cada vez
water
mais gente
is
com
everything,
uma vida
and
e
you
um
have
futuro
more
cada
people
vez melhor. É para
connected
isso que a Embasa
to
está a serviço da
these
Bahia e
assets.
dos baianos.
Embasa is at service of Bahia and the Bahaians.
Assistiremos
So
agora
now
o vídeo
we'll
institucional da
have the
Abrate,
institutional
patrocinadora bronze deste evento.
video of our bronze
As tecnologias não destrutivas de construção vieram para revolucionar a indústria da infraestrutura subterrânea. São soluções de menor impacto à sociedade e ao meio ambiente. Geram ganho de tempo, maior segurança e menor custo social. A Abrate chega aos 25 anos com mais de 100 associados e consolidada como a quarta maior associação do setor em todo o mundo. A Abrate segue firme no seu compromisso de ampliar e consolidar a indústria de métodos não destrutivos no Brasil, promovendo cursos e estudos que reforçam as suas vantagens operacionais e econômicas.
Podem contar com a Abrate para fortalecer o MD, fortalecer o MD, todos ganham. Podem contar com a Abrate, nós estamos, evidentemente, trabalhando a favor de vocês.
A Abrate, 25 anos, construindo o Brasil do futuro.
Agora assistiremos o vídeo
Now,
institucional da Aesbe, patrocinadora bronze deste evento.
that is our bronze sponsor
A
of
Aesbe
this
RS
event.
é a Agência Reguladora Intermunicipal de Saneamento do Rio Grande do Sul e, através de sua atividade regulatória, tem se aprimorado na busca pela eficiência dos prestadores de serviço, por ela regulados, regulando abastecimento de água, esgotamento sanitário, manejo de resíduos sólidos e drenagem urbana. A Aesbe RS implantou em seus regulados o Programa de Redução de Perdas de Água, consolidando assim um programa pioneiro nacional para a minimização das perdas de água, em prol da eficiência dos prestadores de serviço. O Programa de Redução de Perdas da Aesbe RS já está implantado na concessionária estadual e em prestadores municipais, com reduções de mais de 50% em diversos municípios, aplicando regras claras e buscando a questão eficiente na prestação do serviço. Isso é comprometimento com a população. Isso é a Aesbe.
Informamos que este evento
We
possui
say
participantes de
that
outros
you
países.
have
Por
participants
isso, oferecemos
over
equipamento de som para que quem desejar
countries.
acompanhar a
So if
tradução
you want,
simultânea
you
do
have
inglês para o
simultaneous
português.
interpretation
Os aparelhos
available.
estão disponíveis no hall
The
de entrada deste auditório. E posteriormente,
Receivers
as
are
apresentações
available
de
in the
slides
entrance
serão
hall of
disponibilizadas
these
traduzidas para o
auditoriums. In
português.
addition, the entire event has
Além disso,
translation
todo o
into
evento
Libras,
conta com a tradução em Libras,
strengthening
reforçando a
the social
responsabilidade
responsibility
social
of
de inclusão
inclusion
das entidades
of the
realizadoras
entities
e
producing
patrocinadoras do
and the
segundo Fórum
sponsors of
Internacional
the second
Universalizar.
Universalizer
Convido
International
agora as
Forum.
seguintes autoridades para compor
Now
a
I
mesa de
invite
abertura
the
deste
following
evento.
authorities to
O senhor
join
Neuri
the
Freitas,
opening
presidente da Aesbe.
table for this event. Neuri Freitas, President of Aesbe.
Leonardo Góes, presidente
Leonardo
da
Góes,
Embasa.
President of Embasa.
Eucíris Pimenta,
Eucíris
coordenador
Pimenta,
técnico
Technical
do
Coordinator of
MBA
MBA
Saneamento Ambiental da
Environmental
FESP-SP.
Sanitation of FESP-SP.
Michael Walls,
Michael Walls,
professor da
Professor at
University College
University
London,
College
UCL.
UCL.
Passo a palavra agora para o
Now,
senhor Leonardo Góes,
the floor
presidente
is
da Embasa, o
Mr.
anfitrião
Leonardo
deste evento,
Góes,
para
President
fazer
of
a abertura
Embasa, the
oficial
host
do
of these
segundo
events,
Fórum
to make the
Internacional
official
Universalizar.
opening of the second Universalizing International. Vai ter você pegar. Não, assim, vai ter que falar.
Bom dia a todos. Para não esquecer, eu trouxe uma cópia aqui. Feliz aqui, já soube a notícia Leuri, é o maior público dos eventos da Aesbe, aí parece que dos últimos anos. Então, já de início, agradecer a todos os participantes por prestigiar esse espaço e iniciar aqui em nome do governador do estado, Jerônimo Rodrigues, agradecer inicialmente ao nosso patrono e presidente.
Leuri, thank you very much.
Parabéns aí a todos os
Congratulations, Leuri, and everybody that is present here from the State Conference for Sanitation. On behalf of Ricardo, I greet all of you colleagues.
Os colegas da mesa,
Those from the panel,
bem-vindo.
welcome, Dr. Michael, Dr. Pimenta,
Esse que é uma grande autoridade.
a big authority for the sector. All of those here from Embasa that are present today. I want to thank all of you, all the authorities that are here present. On behalf of our Professor Vladimir Ribeiro, I want to greet all of you from the academy and from the sector. All those that are participating once again. In fact, I want to thank all of you for your presence and your interest in this event. I need to congratulate the organizing committee for the event on behalf of Luna Nunes and Hayana from Aesbe. Congratulations for the good organization. Very briefly, I want to greet you all, welcome all of you to Bahia, those who are not from Bahia. I want to tell you a bit briefly about our state. Bahia is one state that is continental, so big as France, 470 municipalities. Embasa is present in 368 of those, and from those, 11 million inhabitants, the users of the system. It is a state that has several biomas, but is considered 2/3 of the territory as semi-arid. So it is a rich state in terms of potentiality and population that is hardworking. It's a state in which we have the beginning of the program that later was nationalized, the Water for Everybody, and in the last 14 years, 18 years in fact, more than 10 million people have been benefited by this Water for All program. Then it was nationalized in the government, Lula, President, and Professor Jacques Wagner was the governor then. This person was the father of the child and also mirroring the act of the Light for All program. Those who go to the rural areas, you know how it was the program. Our challenge is to be universal. This dialogue with that before, of course, in sanitation, there's other difficulties we face, but I want to greet you all and congratulate also Leuri for the choice of the name Years 10. We know how urgent it is to be expanding and to be taking sanitation to everybody, all the citizens in the country. Still, we know that it's a big challenge, that it is to be acting to guarantee that it is possible in a short time. We say 10 years, in fact, talking about sanitation and sanitation works, especially sewage in some regions of the country. This is really more complex. It is a mission that is a very big and difficult one, but at the same time, maybe the best one, while we are talking about the state and also we as agents for the politics, that it is such an important role, taking citizenship and right to life. That is what we intend to have, quality of life, health, respect to the environment. So it is in this moment to greet this initiative from the Aesbe. This is the second forum. Universalizar Aesbe has been transformed in a big center for discussions and debates in issues that are very essential. It has become a reference for these meetings with Aesbe. Neuri, congratulations to you for the articles that are produced, the discussions, the authorities that are present about the sector, discussion about the goals and the challenges. And in the second edition, it is what we intend to do, to share experiences. We have here the presence of doctors, colleagues, with an international vision about the topic and with broad experience as well for partnerships. Aesbe itself has been contributing in a very important manner in this sector. It is commanding practically a network of capacity building and the MBAs in the sanitation departments and PPPs for concessions, with a critical base in this country, preparing us for this moment for the future, in which the adoption of partnerships, private, public, or other type of partnerships, and have these several different options, preparing this critical mass, this group of people that are qualified and are ready to work with sanitation, public sanitation in the companies. And this is what we bet on. Just to complement Dr. Pimenta, and I invite all of you later, if possible, for our inaugural class, briefly. MBA in company, in PPP, in associations for engineering and sanitation. It's going to be done by Embasa, and we are going to be qualifying 60 employees from the company in these topics. And this is a very important objective and very clear. We need to discuss ways of getting to come to the rates of universalization with several different models, purposes. We intend, Pimenta, to have the qualification in our company, and that is our objective, 10, 15 people. As the president himself is a former student from the MBA, where we were able to get to know from the theory point of view as practical experiences of partnerships with PPP, and we have this critical mass of 30, 40, 50 professionals with post-graduation in the company, and we're going to bring this debate at the right moment with this critical mass that was formed with people that know about the topic. And we do know that we do that or not, but we do it more from a technical aspect, and certainly in some situations it is feasible. It is going to be done the best way possible. So I think this brings the company this culture and this critical mass to be able to do what best is. So I think it is an important legacy. Another way, Carlos, not just company, to train 60 employees knowing about the dynamics of the service, to travel to London for 2 years for a course that will be taking a long time before, as we talk about this. Well, 2 years, in 2 years' time, we're going to have this culture that is implemented, mirroring what we see in our university colleagues, that we intend also to be going with the sanitation school model that is being proposed. So I think that our presentation are going to be able to tell you a bit more about our strategies, but I just want to mention you now that this moment we are dealing with the discussion about topics from this main strategy. That is our human material. This year we had rates that were historical ones in the company. We were discussing yesterday with some colleagues, it was difficult. The last 2 years have been difficult, really. 2019, I was in the infrastructure and I was following the situation of Embasa in a different position for almost 4 years. And together with the former president, we had mechanisms for survival that we had to create. But that taught us a lot. This has turned a key that was an important one, that is making us go forward to come to modernization for the company. And I think that nothing better than we know that we see that problems and challenges are faced in the country. We face them based on education. In this sense, that we have this EMBA that is inserted in this sense of really qualifying. In this way, we can be able to develop the projects with another level of technique and personnel and critical aspects. Once again, I thank you. I hope we can enjoy Bahia, and everything is going to be all right here. It was thought about it with very much affection. It is an honor here to be able to be hosting this event from Aesbe, and Embasa was really very much involved, and there is the affection from the team from Aesbe that decided to bring it here. We feel it is an honor to be able to welcome you all here. Thank you all very much. Have a good day and a good event. Thank you, Mr. Leonardo Góes. Now, Mr. Michael Walsh, you have the floor. Good morning. I'm very happy to be able to be here with you in Salvador. Thank you very much, Embasa, for the invitation, and congratulations for organizing this very important forum. I'm sorry, but my Portuguese is not so good, so I need to speak to you in English. I'm sorry, he says. Eu estou aqui representando
the UCL, University College London, and the department of which I'm director, the Development Planning Unit. At DPU, we have the good fortune this year in 2024 of celebrating 70 years since we began operation in 1954. In those 70 years, we have worked across the world on all continents with a special focus on urban development, including in the areas of sanitation and the provision of basic services in Asia, Africa, and in Latin America. Brazil's much-needed, ambitious, and impressive commitment in the National Basic Sanitation Plan to provide universal access to drinking water already and sanitation for all in urban areas by 2033, less than, as the President just said, 10 years from now, is therefore very close to our hearts. This is an area we've been working in for many years, and I'm delighted to have this opportunity to build closer relationships with many of you in Brazil. I'm also delighted to say, and I'm sorry, I'm going to boast a little bit for a second, so please bear with me. I'm delighted to say that just 2 days ago, we learned that my faculty of the built environment has once again been named as the top such faculty in any university in the world. I tell you that, okay, because I'm boasting, yes, I admit, but also not because league tables tell us so much about reality, but because it is important that the work we are all doing in these vital areas is recognized and supported, not just in academia, not just amongst policymakers, but across a much wider sphere of public and political interest. For that reason, I am more than happy to have the honor each year of hosting the international program at DPU of the Aesbe MBAs in PPPs and in environmental sanitation. We're looking forward to expanding that role with our partners at Aesbe as we work with ESG in the future. That, of course, is a very exciting development, and it's a subject on which I will be speaking later today. So I wish you all the best of luck in your work in this area, and I look forward in the coming months and years to working with many of you in one capacity or another. Mais uma vez, agradeço a oportunidade de estar com vocês agora e desejo.
And I wish you all the best for the rest of the conference and the event. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Michael. Now we give the floor to Mr. Euclides Pimenta. Good morning, everybody. It is with a big satisfaction that on behalf of the foundation of the Sociology School from São Paulo, in the first place, I want to thank you, Aesbe, for this partnership, for this important event, to give us the opportunity to be partners in this project. That it is not one event, but it is a second project, a second international congress that we accomplish at a moment it is extremely important in our sanitation. So I think that it is a project that we have already opened here in a way that is a very victorious with the President Nudi, with the public that is present, for what we have promised here at the level of topics and debates that we have. I want to thank you enormously in the presence of the President Leonardo Góes and Baza, that has, with open arms, hosted us for this event, for this project, in a very brilliant manner, that we can do that in Salvador, this kind of event. It is a big satisfaction, it is an honor for all of us. Baza, for what Baza represents with sanitation in Brazil, when we have the open arms for us for this event that is so important, and for these projects that we want to thank you, Professor Dr. Góes, for the partnership with Aesbe in the first MBA that we're going to have, that I'm sure it's going to be a success. It shows that sanitation that we want to visualize for Brazil. I want to thank here enormously for Michael's presence and Julius also. This international partnership, one of the international partnerships that is very important for us, for Aesbe. We have several partnerships, but this has been fundamental for us in this project. It is not just the MBA, but the construction of a new sanitation model in Brazil, that we are going to be respecting the history of our institution that was 90 years last year, for support for the very important public policies in this country, always in a partnership and always having the goal of the issue of our development, especially the development of the social aspects. I want to thank all of those who have accepted this proposal, who are here present today, to discuss these topics that have been mentioned. It is not a small challenge, it is a very big challenge. Well, just a small approach about our topic, universalizing, and 100 years in 10, it makes it possible that all of us with this challenge, they become bigger, gigantic. So what was a big challenge for our sanitation, now it is really enormous. And to approach topics such as what we are going to see here today about financing in this Congress, about financing for vulnerable areas, and to do that with this special public, that is the people that not only are doing the sanitation, but they know sanitation in Brazil, and that here present, represented here, it is something very special, allows for us to launch, to bring light to topics that are extremely important for this big challenge, that not only in the sector of sanitation, it is for the society of Brazil as a whole. The commitment with universalization, the construction, that is a very fashion of sanitation that can provide civility and life conditions for the Brazilian society. It is not anymore just one commitment of the sector, but it is a commitment of the society. But to do that with the society involved, it is up to the leaders of the process, and I believe it is the sanitation sector. So our mission is enormous, and I'm certain that with this Congress we are going to be contributing to have light and bring knowledge and discussions to topics that are very important and that are gigantic in this moment that we are going through in Brazil. Thank you all very much. I'm going to be brief here so that we can proceed exactly with the topics that are so important that we have in the Congress. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Pimenta. Now we invite Mr. Neri Freitas. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure once more to be talking a bit to you and to begin this event that is so important and so gigantic as this one. Before I say something about this moment, I would like to greet those that are here in the panel, Leonardo, and to thank him for allowing us to be having this event that is hosted here in Salvador as a master sponsor from Embasa. This certainly makes a big difference. Thank you very much for your partnership. I want also to greet and to thank Dr. Pimenta, with whom we have always had very good relationships, partnership, Aesbe São Paulo, and obviously we have said very much about education and what we need to have knowledge to face the challenges. And I heard the word challenge here in the initial speeches, and it is really a truth to greet Dr. Michael, who also has been participating together with Aesbe in this work for the MBA for sanitation, and certainly he's going to bring very many interesting things for all of us here. I want to greet all those who are in the organization, all the team from Aesbe, from Embasa. I want to greet all of you collaborators from all the different companies for sanitation, especially from Embasa, to be the host, and the friends from Cagesp, from Ceará, that are also here present. They came here as a group. And I'd like to greet also all those presidents, and I want to do that on behalf of Ricardo Sovinski, that is the Vice President of Aesbe and President of Saneagua, and has been doing a formidable work in teaching us also about the reduction of losses and the environment, Ricardo? I'd like also to greet and to thank the other sponsors that we have. Abrate, that has always been following Aesbe as a sponsor. Now we have the agency, that is the Intermunicipal Agency of Rio Grande do Sul. A general gratefulness to all of you for your presence, for your participation in this event, for your support, for your sponsorship, so that this event can be exceptional. And I see here with this public that is present, certainly it's going to be exceptional. Well, we have today the beginning of this second forum, and this is international, that is Universalizar. It is obvious that when we began in the past, Aesbe and Aesbe, we just imagine a forum, and that took place last year. Then we had a bit more of knowledge about several different situations of the sector, especially a topic that was a very important one. Then it was the PPPs, the public-private participations, and with the MBA that was with Aesbe. And I think that that partnership is bringing lots of fruit, lots of good things. And these seminars, they are a very starting point for the development and the initiating many things that are very positive in the sanitation companies, especially in this area for communication, for education. And we are here with the second forum, and certainly we are going to have several other ones. We are already thinking about the third forum that at the end of the day, beginning of the evening, at the cocktail moment, we are going to announce it. But it's a forum that is bringing about many results for Aesbe, and I think also results for all the associate companies, and also bringing up good results for FESP, for all those who are sponsors. And I think that this is something that we have to think and to stimulate more and more. We are already in a moment that it is more pacified in terms of rules of the sector for sanitation. We had to be struggling and discussing a lot in debates. We had really very heated debates about public and private and the new sanitation law, the laws, decrees. But I think that now we have to begin focusing on how to do it. And we have to be doing it now, because we have only 10 years. And this idea of 110, it is a challenge. It is like a gigantic challenge. And what I have seen in many companies, obviously, I see that in Ceará, my own state, we are not able to do that alone. So we need to be working with partners. We need help. We need to have more knowledge. We need really to begin to get to know a bit more about what was done out of the country, what was working out well, to identify some situations that were not good, so that we are not going to be implementing here what does not work, so we should not have the same mistake. Now it is exchange information, get to know a bit more about the sector in all the world, and obviously to get to work, because we have lots of work to do. So to come to the universalization in 10 years, knowing that we have always the issue of the costs. It is common for all the sanitation companies, really a war every year. The question of the costs, it is fair cost, it is a tariff that is going to be generated, the result that is necessary. Of course, we have this war that is constant to search for efficiency in the company, also to improve results. So I think it is now the time to go for it, to search to do it, how to do it, exchange ideas, and to go fast. I say, well, it is not 10 years anymore, because we are in April, so it is 9 years and 8 months. So I'm counting this way. So each minute that goes, each month that we lose, it's going to be more difficult. Of course, we have topics to be discussed that are fundamental. For me, tariff is fundamental as a topic, but financing, obviously, reduction of the bureaucracy today, and also in the terms of financing, it is super necessary. The sector, the financial sector, needs to understand that. The banks, the official banks, need to understand it. We cannot do a financing in less than 1 year with discussion, and I don't know why it should be discussed so much to be able to finance something. My God, it is all. Everything is so clear, so easy, but it takes 1 year. I don't know. It is a lot of bureaucracy, lots of paperwork, and that are justifying that. Well, we need to evolve a lot. So this forum is a moment for that, for this discussion, for the ideas, so that each one can also do the best in terms of information, that we can go home and take this message to be able to help in our daily work. So this forum, it is very well consolidated, it is international, with the help of professors from other countries, which is very important. I hope that you all can enjoy this time here, that we can enjoy these 2 days with good debates, a lot of joy also, and to wait to the end of the day that we can announce where it's going to be the 3rd forum. Well, thank you all very much for your presence.
Thank you, Mr. Neuri Freitas. Thank you for the authorities of this opening session, and go back to your seats, please. You can go back to your seats, please. At this moment, we will begin the event's major lecture, which will be lectured by Júlio Sins, Associate Professor at the London School of Economic and Political Science, LSE, and University College London, UCL. The lecture will be presented in English, and please take your receiver of simultaneous translation interpretations that you have available in this room. Now, let's have Mr. Júlio Sins for his presentation.
Good morning, and many, many thanks to all the organizers for inviting me to share some of my thoughts about this very, very important topic. I just need to make sure that you can hear clearly the translation, and if anyone is having difficulty, please raise your hands. I would also request the translating team to let me know if I'm not clear so that I can communicate properly. What I'd like to do is, where do I aim? Sorry. Okay, thanks. Just a second. Apologies. What I'd like to do is introduce some perspectives which I hope we can discuss during this session and during the panel sessions about Brazil. Now, I'd start with some international perspectives. And the reason I'm doing this is because, from an international point of view, Brazil is not like any other country. Brazil, in fact, does not just belong to the Brazilians. It belongs to the global system. So the way the rest of the world looks at Brazil may be different from the way you look at it from the inside. Okay? Now, when we put this in the context specifically of the ESG or the sustainability agenda, Brazil's success in achieving ESG and sustainability goals will support and deliver global objectives. So Brazil is much more important in the global context than perhaps most people realize. When you look at the resources of Brazil, whether it's fresh water or forest cover or biodiversity, and also coastal water, Brazil is a major and in fact decisively important holder of these resources. So how you manage your resources matters to us in the rest of the world, but you may not be aware of it. And this puts additional pressure on your policymakers, on your companies, on your agencies to deliver. Now, this issue of pressure can become important if Brazil does not deliver. And I'll talk about that in a few minutes. I'll introduce also a concept I'm sure many of you are familiar with, of the common heritage of humankind. This is something which appears in agreements relating to the law of the sea, the air, space, belong to all of us in common. It is the common heritage of mankind. Salvador, the city, under UNESCO's classification, is also considered part of the common heritage of mankind. So it can be cultural, it can be environmental, it can be scientific. Some things belong to the whole of humanity. Because you have this extraordinarily rich resource base, Brazil is part of the common heritage of mankind. And this is not an empty slogan. This can be operationalized. So while Brazil obviously is sovereign, but its sovereignty is limited by these international perspectives and obligations. Now, the ESG agenda, fortunately, can deliver multiple benefits. Brazil is probably the second most unequal society in the world. I'm from India. India is the most unequal society in the world. If you add up all the poor people in India, it is greater than the rest of the world put together. So India's ESG challenge is far more dramatic than Brazil's. But Brazil's ESG challenge is also vital. Now, what I wanted to put in context is that a point which has been mentioned by the panelists is this ambitious water and sanitation plan is transformational. It's socially transformational, economically transformational, and it will address simultaneously the ESG and sustainability obligations that Brazil has assumed. So it's massive. If we look specifically at Brazil, we talk about the gaps. How many more people have to be given drinking water or sanitation? This gap is bigger than most countries. 30 million people on the water supply side and 90 million people on the sewage side. Now, these figures are statistics. In reality, the quality of those supplies, water supply or sewage services, may be poor, in which case the challenge is even greater. Now, just to compare Brazil and India for a moment, India says statistically that there are about 35 million people need assured water supply. But I'm from India and I know very well this is a vast understatement. It's probably more like 200 million people. And on the sewage side, the official figure is 198 million people need sewage facilities. But the reality, if any of you have been to India, is probably more like 500 million people. Now, when you look at it as an objective, it looks frightening. But if you look at it as an opportunity, it is transformational. If India can meet its water and sanitation obligations, then its ESG targets will automatically be achieved. But it requires a huge amount of money and a huge amount of political commitment. Now, Brazil, of course, has its own extreme vulnerabilities. We've been watching from the outside in horror as Brazil has been through the worst drought in a century. This is a country, Brazil, which has the highest per capita and absolute figures of fresh water in the world. It has more fresh water than any other country in the world. Its per capita fresh water is 39,000 square meters per capita. In India, it's 1,500 square meters. So India is in permanent crisis from that point of view, and Brazil should be in permanent surplus. But we have watched in the last year and a half an extreme crisis hitting the Brazilian water system. For the world as a whole, this is a huge shock. This is an indication of how climate change is actually going to compromise every plan, every program, every society, every economy in the world. This issue of drought, it looks like a little bit unexpected, but is actually the product of a failure to plan ahead, a failure to invest, a failure to consider the complexities of the climate change agenda and its impact on societies. Now we read lots of reports that one reason why Brazil is going through this extreme crisis is because 80% of the population live in coastal urban areas. So too much concentration and insufficient resources. But why do 80% of the people live in coastal urban areas? Is because this is where the jobs are. This is where you find work. The equity issue should be able to deliver jobs and facilities and infrastructure and supporting arrangements in every part of the country, so that we don't have massive ongoing migration into coastal cities. Now, it is much worse in India. You may have been following these reports, but of the 15 or 20 biggest cities in the world, 10 of them are uninhabitable and in India. Pollution, water shortages, all the other urban problems. Again, a reflection of policy failures to think ahead, to think about infrastructure, and to think about the consequences of not having infrastructure on migration. Now, Brazil's vulnerability in this area dramatized for the rest of the world the climate change problem. Then we have some realities. Agribusiness, according to the rest of the world, consumes too much water, but it is, of course, the engine of Brazil's export model. On the other hand, of course, the power sector in Brazil depends very heavily on hydropower, which is far ahead of the rest of the world, which depends very heavily on coal-fired or carbon-based energy resources. Finding the right balance is part of the challenge. But what will this balance be? It's not for the rest of the world to tell or advise what that is. That's an internal decision that Brazil has to take. But the rest of the world is watching, because the solutions that Brazil finds can be exported to other countries. If the solution is delivered, then you have the simultaneous solution to the equity issue, so Brazil's inequality could be addressed, sustainability issue, which of course we've just talked about, and of course you have to have a functioning and productive economy. There is no point shutting down whole economic sectors and leaving millions of people unemployed. There has to be a balance. So how much, if we become practical, how much money do we need to help Brazil transform from where it is to where ideally it could be? Estimates. No one knows for sure, but only in the water and sanitation sector, which is only one part of the infrastructure requirements of a state, are about 10 billion US dollars a year for 10 years, probably 20 years or more. This is double the internal estimates which we sometimes read that are generated by the Brazilian government. Now, this 10 billion a year is nothing compared to the scale of the global economy. The global economy has global GDP, that means the total value of goods and services produced in a year across the world, is about 110 trillion US dollars. So finding 10 billion a year for 10 or 15 or 20 years is not a big issue. There is plenty of money in the global economy. Why is it not coming into projects in Brazil? But the scale is significant, and for an emerging economy, this is a big challenge. This is not a small amount. Now, what we've seen in development economics is that when a huge amount of money is pumped into a system, the problem is that the system itself lacks the capacity, the skills, the organizational arrangements to make use of the money. Now, if we put this in terms of water and sanitation, and if we pump $10 billion a year into this sector, how many of the 27 Brazilian states, or the hundreds of operating companies, will be able to make proper and full use of this money? We probably find some, yes, but many would struggle. They need more capacity. They need more engineers. They need more organization. They need more presence on the ground. There are a lot of other issues involved. Scaling up from a relatively modest base to a massive base is itself huge and requires long-term political commitment. Now, this is the governance part of ESG. Countries that change policies from time to time but do not remain consistent struggle. This is true in India. I'm sure it's true all over the world. Investors do not like a lack of continuity. They want continuity. They don't care which government's in power. They want the essence of policy to remain consistent. So if we consider China, for example, as an example of how this is done, China was, until quite recently, an export-driven growth model. All their energy resources were put into producing goods and services for export. But with the financial crisis and with the US turning against China, the Chinese rethought their model and turned their growth model from an export-driven model into a domestic demand-driven model. So they moved, in a way, their focus from exports into the domestic market. But the domestic market has to generate demand. So they also moved a huge amount of finance through loans and other methods, grants, into the domestic market. They also simultaneously built 30,000 kilometers of high-speed railway networks from coastal China into the interior. Now, of course, there are a lot of issues about sustainability and environmental compatibility, but it transformed the Chinese model from being one type into being a completely different type. Possible only because the Chinese government maintained policy consistency over a long period of time. Now, we may not be happy with the Chinese model, it may not be our choice, but you can't say that it's not effective. And that was the key to investor interest, because the Chinese, like anyone, have the same challenge. How do you keep investors interested. Now, Chinese investors are both international and domestic, so you can see there's a double requirement. For China, what did this mean? Coastal areas used to grow, that means along the Pacific coast, at 15 to 20% a year. Yeah? All the major cities on China's coast grew at 15 to 20% a year, and internal China, interior China, minus 10%. What was happening? Migration to the cities on the coast, use of the coastal facilities to export. China becomes rich, but China becomes deeply unequal. Internal China, interior China, minus 10% growth, loss of population, as against plus 10%, 15%, and massive urbanization. Now, when we think of Brazil, water and sanitation challenge is about remote, poor, marginal, and inaccessible regions. This is expensive. To reach villages, towns, hamlets, communities across this vast geography we call Brazil will cost a huge amount of money. And that amount of money works if you continue with the investment strategy. Because what it'll do, hopefully, is improve the quality of life. As the quality of life improves, the tendency to migrate will diminish, but it is not enough just to have water and sanitation. People in rural areas, in marginal areas, in remote places, in inaccessible areas need jobs. So along with water and sanitation, other strategies are needed to promote employment in those areas. And that is another 10, 20, 50 billion a year. So when we talk about water and sanitation, it is a lead indicator, but it is not sufficient when you look at the way economies should work. So in effect, we're talking probably about 20, 30, 40 billion a year for a good 10 years to provide that dynamic within the geography of Brazil to stop this constant migration to the cities, improve quality of life, etc. Now, linked to that, of course, is that remote, inaccessible, poor, and marginal areas will not attract private investment. This is not a Brazilian problem, this is a global problem. Private investors will not take that risk. So it means only one agency can do that, and that is the government, whether state, municipal, or federal. Which means governments have to identify massive new resources, either through tax, which is not that practical, but more likely through borrowing, to address these requirements. Now, international investors, when they look at opportunities, will look at the fact that the state is putting in this amount of money. That reduces investment risk, so they're more inclined to put in private money to provide the services needed. So this blend of private and public could be very powerful. But it is not the same everywhere, because the whole of Brazil is not equally disadvantaged or equally advantaged. So some sort of calculation has to be made as to which states, which regions, which areas need more money, state money, and which need less money because there's more private sector interest. No outsider can do this. This is something that the internal system within Brazil has to define. And it's political because it's linked to taxation and borrowing. And I can, standing in London, have lots of advice, but it means nothing if the country itself does not find the solutions to this issue. So I had mentioned water and sanitation is not enough. More infrastructure generally. Now, I talked about China. So I'll rush through this slide because the next one is probably more important. How do we actually do it? Now, this is not to say there's a formula. It's every country has to figure out its own way, and it has to be comfortable with that way. But broadly speaking, what I'm highlighting in this slide is that you need a lot of money. And it feels like a lot from within Brazil, but in international terms, this is nothing. Okay. Now, if you have to borrow money, whether you're a private investor mobilizing resources or governments borrowing money, there is a harsh reality in the world that everything we borrow is referenced or is based on the value of the dollar. You can access funds from China, but they will reference the US dollar. And the US dollar, of course, is managed by the US Federal Reserve with reference to their own internal requirements. Now, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this figure, but two-thirds of all dollars in circulation in the world are outside the United States. So in effect, the Federal Reserve is providing the resources through the instrument of the dollar to global investors. And even those global investors who do not use the dollar, they reference the dollar value. Now this means in calculating the requirements of a government or private investors, that issue has to be taken into account. Now, I don't know what the recent trends are, but generally the value of the dollar goes up and every other currency goes down. So the gap between your debts and your ability to pay keeps becoming more difficult. This is true almost everywhere in the world. It's not always true everywhere, but it is generally true. There are some countries like Singapore, the UAE, Hong Kong, they manage their currency with reference to parity with the dollar. But that's a complicated and expensive option. So put it in the context of Brazil's requirements. Supposing it is 10 billion needed every year through government borrowing and 10 billion needed every year through private investment. Both sources will access dollars or dollar-denominated resources, and both will have the same repayment problem. And that means the economy itself has to be transformed to deliver the repayments due. And that's why I was highlighting in the beginning the water and sanitation agenda plus the infrastructure agenda for ESG is transformational. It can create the conditions where Brazil can repay all its obligations, provided it goes for scale. Interventions here and there will not change this pattern. It has to be massive. Now, massive means massive risks, but it's political. Now, what we often forget is how international investors feel. They have a lot of money. I was talking about the scale of the global economy. They want to invest in long-term projects. They don't like speculative markets like property markets, etc. Of course, some do, but most don't. So who are these institutional investors? Pension funds, insurance companies, sovereign wealth funds. They have trillions and trillions and trillions they want to invest in long-term projects. But they're not given, or they're not necessarily aware of all the possibilities. Now, a pension fund, or an insurance company, or a sovereign wealth fund does not need their money back tomorrow. They will not recall the debt. They are happy that if you pay in 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, whatever is the agreed schedule, it's sufficient. They've calculated all this. What they want is a reasonable return on their investment, so the risk is diminished. That's it. Now, these companies, these institutional investors, as I say, have huge surpluses, and they are looking for opportunities. What interests them is continuity, scale, and commitment. If it's big, if it's massive, they'll be in. If not, not. So hesitation is bad. Tentative policies won't work. It has to be scale. Brazil is in a unique position to be able to deliver scale, continuity, and potential. If the Brazilian economy is transformed from what it is now into what it could be in a period of 10 or 15 years, investors will be singing. That's one type of calculation to take into account. The second is, under the Paris COP21, the sustainability agenda, all the carbon reduction strategies, Brazil meets, if it goes through the transition, all the requirements. ESG investing will automatically flow into Brazil simply because Brazil's starting point is so within its potential, and that makes a huge difference. So it's about creating the right atmosphere. This is government policy, state policy, municipal policy. And it's also about connecting with international investor interests. What we forget sometimes is the potential. A country like Brazil, if it can provide comprehensive water and sanitation services, in other words, low cost, high impact infrastructure, there are a lot of countries in the world who'd be interested in drawing on the experience of Brazilian companies. I've mentioned here, generally, countries don't like dealing with the United States, China, or the EU. There's too much politics. They're looking for professional and technical solutions which do not carry that political complexity. And if Brazil has the capacity to deliver in remote, inaccessible, marginal areas, this is exactly what countries in Asia, Africa, and across the world want. They don't want high cost, high tech, expensive, hard to maintain systems. They want low cost, effective, comprehensive coverage. In the first generation, in the second generation of water and sanitation, yes, they'll go up and look for more sophistication, more complexity. There's a huge market. Now, accessing that market is not easy. Now, recently, Brazil, to 2023, withdrew from the discussions about accessing the World Trade Organization's government procurement agreement. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but essentially what it means is all the countries that sign up to this agreement can access each other's markets for government services, for project services. So sanitation and water companies in Brazil, if they see that there's a project in South Africa, if South Africa is a member, they're not, so forget South Africa, say Turkey, they can bid for it. And that bid has to be treated equally. Now, Brazil withdrew from that process. That doesn't mean they cannot access other markets. It just means diplomacy is needed, politics is needed. The relationship between Brazil's government and other governments will depend on those political diplomatic strategies. So India is a perfect example. India has a vast requirement, but there's no communications. I don't hear of, I was in India last week, Indian companies looking for Brazilian expertise in dealing with these issues. India has the most severe water crisis for 50 years. Cities have no water. The groundwater has dropped and is dry. So agriculture has no water. The billionaires living in Mumbai and Bangalore have swimming pools. Sounds familiar. Inequality reflects itself in different ways. India is a huge potential market. India is not a signatory to the GPA for the same reasons Brazil is not, but that doesn't mean contact and communication is not possible. That takes time. At the heart of that is an interesting idea which I think we all understand: reputation. Reputation matters. A company that is successful and is felt to be successful enjoys a huge advantage in the market. I don't mean commercially successful. This is not like Ryanair or EasyJet. This is realistically successful. They can deliver high quality water and sanitation services at low cost. This is reputation. I don't need a bid if I'm sitting in India to say I want a Brazilian company to handle water supply problems in rural areas. Reputation is your market. But reputation is hard to win and easy to lose, as we know. So it's so important for the Brazilian experience to generate reputation for the companies that are active in this sector. Bad reputation, as we know, is catastrophic. So it's an interesting potential. Now, how big is the Indian market? Well, I showed you the gap. Well, I talked about the gap in India between the requirements and reality. It's huge. But there's a bigger gap. Service quality is very poor. So it's not just a question of filling the gap, it's a question also of improving the service quality. Pipe leakages in India are probably about 40%, whether it's in water supply or sanitation and sewage. That's unacceptable. Why? Because the pipes were poorly made 20 or 30 years ago, and are not maintained. This is a vast potential market. So we often forget that potential when we look at this. Okay, I'm jumping around a bit, but I'll just come to some conclusions. But before I mention these, I want to mention something else, which I alluded to earlier. What happens if other countries are not happy with your ESG strategies? If they are not happy with your water and sanitation strategies? If they're not happy with your sustainability agenda? Under WTO rules, they can impose restrictions on your exports. Okay, think about that. So, agribusiness uses a huge amount of water and exports to global markets, principally to China, but also to many other countries in the world. If China decides, and this is political, that you are misusing your water supplies, they can immediately impose restrictions. In other words, their priorities become your problem. The EU has a current policy called CBAM. Are you familiar with this? Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. In English, we'd write it as CBAM, CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. And what they say is, if you're producing engineering products or anything, and you're using too much carbon, we will impose a tax to force you to shift from carbon-based energy resource production to non-carbon-based production. Now, luckily, Brazil is hydroelectric surplus, so this is not an immediate problem. But in the manufacturing techniques, they can impose the same restrictions. Now, Brazil has complained to the WTO that this is not fair. Fair or not, this is how the world works. The Europeans could and will, if they feel that businesses are moving from Europe to Brazil and then exporting back into Europe without complying with sustainability or ESG requirements, they will impose a tax. And that tax will be equivalent to the difference between producing it in Europe and producing it in Brazil. So they will kill your investment model. So as Brazil says to car manufacturers, come here, produce cars, export to Europe, the Europeans will impose a tax to neutralize that benefit. This is CBAM. So their policy becomes your reality. And that's what can happen if Brazil is felt to be non-compliant with its international obligations. So it brings us back to the point I mentioned before. Why would the Europeans pay attention to Brazil? Is because Brazil is critical to the survival of the global economy in environmental and sustainability terms. So the Europeans will look around and say, India, Brazil, China have to transform. And they will use their regulations to drive this. They should do this against the United States, but politics won't allow it. That's another reality. So they could use it. Within that context, policy challenge is to make sure that investments continue to flow, to deal with all these things. And within that context, I return to the point I'd highlighted earlier, massive government subsidies will be necessary, in my understanding of the nature of the problem, and will be necessary for quite some time. And this should not become a dispute between different forms of different economic models. It's simply the reality of Brazil as an unequal society has to be addressed, and the markets will not solve that problem. So we have to find another solution. Okay, I don't know whether I was optimistic or pessimistic. I'd be happy to respond to any questions, but I think that will come in the panel, perhaps. So many, many thanks to all of you for listening patiently. I hope I've made you think. I don't think we have solutions, but at least we need to think about things. Thank you very much. Should I sit here? Yeah.
We want to thank you, Mr. Julius, for the participation. We want also to thank all of you that have followed this lecture with YouTube from Aesbe. I want to remind all of you that still today we're going to have the information about the place of the third forum that is going to be next year. At this moment, we are going to begin the panel 2 from our seminar. It is international experiences to trigger investments for the sanitation. At this moment, we're going to be beginning the panel 2, as I have just said, and to mediate the panel, we are going to be inviting the president of Aesbe and CAGES, thank you, Neuri Freitas. I invite also Mr. Daniel Keller, the partner for UNA Partners, that is going to be integrating the panel as to be discussing. And to present the lecture, we announce Marqueires, co-CEO and co-founder of the Agile Infrastructure Partners, that will be participating online. His lecture from the Marqueires will be for 45 minutes. After the explanation, the debater will have 15 minutes to make comments about the lecture. And finally, the moderator has also 15 minutes for the explanation. At the end of all the presentation, have 30 minutes for questions and answers from the audience. Now I give the floor to Neuri Freitas to begin the panel. Good morning once more. Well, we now have the panel that is going to be discussing a bit about the international experiences. For us, it is very, very good and very important. We have here the speaker Amar and also Daniel Keller to be discussing, and I think that without saying much about the discussion of the topic, we could just go direct because we should have more space for questions and answers. Then we just go to the presentation from Amar. I think it is going to be in a virtual manner. If you can begin, it would be interesting.
Industry, our experience of private finance more generally within the UK through the use of the PPP model, and then a case study. You may have already heard about this project called the Thames Tidal Tunnel, which is an extension of London's historic sewer system, where construction has just been completed. And so we'll go into a little bit of details about that case study, and hopefully enjoy a video containing that too, and also some final reflections so really to think about. So, and first of all, very briefly, moving on to Agilia, is the company which
Nós temos aqui a nossa empresa Agilia, que eu faço parte, e nós começamos essa empresa em 1970, foi quando nós tivemos o túnel Tideway em Thames. Vocês podem ver.
Also in the northeast part of the country here in the UK, Teesside, whereas small medium enterprise, and also importantly, I think you'll see that this is relevant in the case of many infrastructure projects. We're an employee-owned trust, which means that the employees of the company effectively benefit from the economic value in the business. And the important thing about that is that in all infrastructure projects, in terms of the projects which we've experienced and done, this core thing about alignment of organizations, alignment of teams, that's the thing which actually makes these big projects successful at the end of the day. The other thing we hope to do is that a lot of the team within Agilia, you can see some young faces there and perhaps some less young faces. But the important thing of that is that actually what we want to position us as an organization, and again, it's really important in the whole sphere of infrastructure, is that actually we learn from each other. And so what we do in the organization is aggregate many senior professionals who have been in the infrastructure world for 20, 30 years plus, with team members who are beginning their careers, so that actually what we form is a positive learning environment. Of course, the water industry in the UK has been developing for a number of years, but as we were pulling this presentation together, we did ask ourselves a simple question: what can Brazil learn from the UK? And if you see,
Podemos ter o Brasil aprendendo com o Reino Unido.
You see those images.
Minha voz está voltando. Minha voz está voltando. O que é que você fez aí? Está voltando.
If you see those images, you see that actually there's perhaps not a huge amount which can be learned from the UK by our Brazilian friends and colleagues.
Alô, alô?
But if you hold that in mind, then we will answer some of this question later on at the end of the presentation. In terms of the UK and the water industry, we are, I think, fairly unique globally in the sense that both our water industry as well as our energy industry is privatized. That essentially means that we have a number of private companies which have been included.
Amar, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Yeah, it's Carlos here. Just give us a second because we have a problem here with the translation equipment. Just bear us for a minute. I will get back to you very soon so we can continue the presentation. Is that okay?
Okay, so I'll pause my presentation.
Yeah, please, just a second. Better, a minute or two, maybe 3.
Of course.
Pedimos a todos somente um momento.
Alô, alô, testando.
Great. So is that any clearer? It's not too loud. Thank you. How about that? Is that any clearer? Is that any clearer for you? How about this?
Não. Ouçam a própria voz.
How about this? There's a big noise behind her. I mean, I don't know where that noise is coming from. Let me see. I mean, I might be able to move to another area there, I think. Sure. I don't have another microphone. I can try dialing in on my iPad. I don't know what. Okay. Okay, all right. Okay, thanks, bye.
Our lecture again. Technical problem. Thank you.
I think I'm going to start again from the introduction to the water industry. Hopefully, the technology bugs have been a little bit sort of solved. Apologies for that. So, as I was mentioning, the UK water industry, here with both the water industry and the energy sector, we have a fully privatized utility sector, which essentially this was introduced back in 1989 within the UK, and in particular that's the water industry itself, which means that actually we have 11 or so companies, private companies, who are responsible both for water resources and the treatment of wastewater. We have a diverse set of owners. There's a mixture of private equity, sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, and on one level you'll see that actually the UK water industry is a success story as far as the level of investment which has been put into the industry since it was privatised. So £150 billion worth of investment into water infrastructure. And as you can imagine, a lot of this infrastructure is old and does require a lot of time and attention. At the same time, and this is probably one of the crux of the issues in the water sector within the UK, the average water bill is £1 a day, so we would hope relatively affordable. But there is a great pressure now within the water sector to increase our service standards, and particularly, as I'll come on to the next slide, reduce the overall environmental impact. As I said, on one hand, there's a positive story about the level of investment within the water industry. However, if we look a little bit forward to current circumstances, and you may have seen in the papers around issues about water discharges in our water courses, there are significant challenges. But before we go on to that, broadly speaking, the structure of the industry, given that actually it's a monopoly, as I said, it's privatized, each of the water companies have full responsibility for their geographical areas, and they have no competition as such. And if you have no competition, and if you're a monopoly, therefore you need another organization and other instruments to ensure that effectively customers are appropriately protected. That role is undertaken by our water regulator, Ofwat. It's an economic regulator which sets effectively cost allowances and also, importantly, the cost of capital, the WACC, the financing costs, which water companies are essentially allowed to pass on to customers. Ofwat aren't the only regulator in relation to ensuring that we meet our environmental standards. More broadly, it's the Environment Agency within the UK, and we have a particular agency who's looking at water quality, the Drinking Water Inspectorate. And so that's broadly the sort of structure which we have within the UK relating to the water sector. I mentioned some of the challenges which we're having, and these are very recent snippets from newspapers. Our famous Oxford-Cambridge University boat race, the tradition of throwing in the cocks into the water at the end of the race. They were told not to do that because of dangerous levels of E. coli within the River Thames. And you see these other pictures calling effectively for action. Action because at the moment the levels of untreated discharges into our water courses is simply unacceptable. What this means is that within the UK itself, just as required in Brazil, there's significant amounts of private investment, further investment is required in order to actually meet the challenges which now we have to do in order to ensure that we're appropriate environmental custodians of this beautiful planet which we inhabit. So £56 billion worth of investment is required at one end of the pipe, i.e. the wastewater, the end of the pipe which results in effectively us treating sewage and then ensuring that actually the effluent is discharged and it's essentially minimal harm, if any harm, to the environment. But we've also got big challenges in relation to the other end of the pipe when it comes to actual water. What we have here within the UK, contrary to the picture which you saw earlier on in this presentation, is that actually we need water. We've got a growing population, we've got environmental factors which mean that actually our traditional sources of water which we will use for drinking are actually need to be protected further, and therefore we are now embarking within the UK of a building program for major new reservoirs. The first of those is actually a relatively small reservoir. It's in Havant, and the sponsor is Portsmouth Water, but that heralds actually an investment in much bigger reservoirs. You see a picture there, that's a proposed reservoir, what we call Cesro. It's proposed to be in Oxfordshire, and the value there is around £2 billion worth of capex. That's capital expenditure. And there are further reservoirs required. Overall, we're looking at 18 major infrastructure projects with an investment required of 14 billion. So we have many challenges which we're facing ourselves, just as other jurisdictions and just as you are doing in Brazil. The story of private finance in the UK. We've adopted private finance very earnestly, and we've grabbed the opportunity to involve private finance investment within actually our social infrastructure with both hands. Around the late 1990s, we had, which I think many of you will have read about, the Private Finance Initiative, and that was a program which culminated in more than 700 PFI, private finance projects, or public-private partnerships, as they're known more globally. And there we got a capital value private investment of 57 billion. We use PFI across a number of sectors, including health, education, transport, defence, waste management, government buildings. If we could see it, we would PFI it. And within that, though, was part of the challenge and the issue, is that even though we used this model, we used it to effectively rejuvenate our social infrastructure within the UK, it remained very, very challenging from a public perspective. Because from a public perspective, PFI was actually seen more closely with privatization. It was more closely seen with the private sector actually getting essentially involved in what were core social functions around health, around education. And what that created was actually a big public position which wasn't favorable to PFI. It was a key lesson which we learned within the PFI program, that if you're going to like embark on a program of significant capital investment, which actually is infrastructure, which touches people's lives, you need to make sure that actually that investment program speaks to people. And if you don't do that, then you're going to be in a huge amount of difficulties. And that's why we've got the thumbs down and the sad emoji. Because PFI, given the politics around PFI, was abandoned within by the UK government in 2018. Having said that, public-private partnerships as a model have been particularly embraced across the world, and they can absolutely, and we can see, from our colleagues in Brazil who I met just a few months ago when they were in the UK, you can see that actually you can use private investment, you can use PPP type models, and you can deal with issues, particularly how they can reach out and be essentially welcomed by users and the people who we serve. Any investment program, again, requires us to be looking at effectively where the money is coming from. We have a huge amount of investment required within the UK, but you see from that headline, actually our destination, our sort of attractiveness from a private capital perspective is at an all-time low. And as I heard the comment from the previous speaker around effectively the global race for capital, so the race for global capital is precisely that, in the sense that what is required is ensuring that if any jurisdiction is going to effectively have the benefit of capital, private capital, it needs to be an attractive investment proposition. And what's not on this slide, but one of the key lessons as far as private investment is concerned, is both political stability and regulatory stability, i.e. what capital needs to know is actually where it's investing, it will be able to make a return, and it needs to understand the risks which it's being asked to take, and it needs to be in a position where it can actually manage those risks. And certain risks, as we all know, for example, around the political risks, around certain regulatory risks, if they're not managed, make a private investment proposition quite a difficult one. This re-emphasizes the point, this slide, in terms of actually when you're looking at private investment and the race for capital globally, you need to make sure that your returns are actually commensurate and comparable to the returns which that capital will be getting in other jurisdictions. So you see that graph on the left, you see actually in certain cases, where the UK is, actually the returns are lower. In some cases, they are better. But the key thing is that we are in a comparative analysis as far as actually the attractiveness of our jurisdictions when it comes to the deployment of private capital. The other point is that is really important, is that actually what we have within the UK is a supply chain, a UK supply chain, which actually has a great deal of difficulty actually in managing big contracts. That's because actually the margins, the returns which suppliers make in the UK market aren't particularly strong. If returns aren't particularly strong, the capability of actually investing in your company to grow the company becomes actually that much more limited, and therefore you're in a situation where actually you cannot build effectively and strongly your supply chain. And so investment, as well as attracting private investment, the importance of ensuring that actually we have a supply chain which is strong and capable to construct what needs to be constructed is also there. Otherwise, a really important piece of the overall jigsaw, which sponsors require in order to get projects effectively done, will be missing. So moving on to the case study of the Thames Tideway Tunnel, this is a particular project which we worked for a number of years on in terms of actually getting it off the ground, i.e. attracting the money for it and essentially ensuring that this project could get built out. The gentleman you see on the left, Sir Joseph Bazalgette, he was the Victorian architect of London's sewer system. London's sewer system was designed in 1860. Population of London at that time was around 2 million. It was designed for a capacity, and again this is an important point for infrastructure developers, it was designed at that time for a capacity of 4 million. So it was designed oversized in anticipation of further population growth. However, sometimes you cannot predict, well, most times perhaps you can't predict the future. And what we had was we surpassed 4 million in terms of the population of London in 1910, and you can see the population at the moment is closer to 9 million people. Why does this present a challenge for us? The way our sewer system was designed was a combined sewer outflow system, which basically you can see from this diagram, it captures both rainwater and wastewater from households. And therefore, the dual use of that capacity within the sewer system means that actually it gets filled up as the population grows, but also as the climate changes. The system was designed that actually in cases where the sewer system was indeed full, i.e. we could not take out the water, the wastewater to the sewage treatment facility, what ends up effectively happening is us discharging that wastewater directly into our watercourses. Just to give you some metrics, which actually whenever we shared these while we were developing this project, so back in 2012 and in those years, is actually quite astounding. 39 million tons of, cubic meters of sewage was discharged into the River Thames. 39 million tons per year. And so significant issue, and following our project completion, even though there will be some discharge, you can see that actually these will be radically reduced. One of the key things for any project developer, and as you embark on your infrastructure, your further infrastructure renewal and build process, is that the point which I was making before around the private finance initiative, our projects, our big projects, they need to speak to people. They need to speak to people in a way which actually matters to them. And what matters to people is actually the environment, to ensure that we're trying our best to keep this environment or remedy some of the issues which we have within our environment. What matters to people is jobs and also actually lifestyle as well. And so we positioned this project, and we were very keen right from the start to ensure that actually some of these key metrics, these key issues which matter to people were actually addressed. And I think, hopefully, I will be able to share this video, or maybe not. Okay.
Take a break to but everything needs to go somewhere. Yeah, I'm sure about it. What? Like 365 times a year? That adds up to around 140 kilos of food? which is more than double what I weigh, and that's just one person. Food system has to deal with 1.25 billion kilos of food. Most of the food gets treated at places like this. But there's a problem. The sewer system beneath our feet was designed when our city had a population of 2 billion people. I mean, that's still quite a lot, but nothing compared to now. So when it rains, the system overflows, which is not good. If you imagine 8 billion toilet splashing straight into the Thames, that's how much it's up the river every day. It's disgusting. Like here, the Blackfriars Bridge, where sewage deploys the river at a rate of 50,000 kilos a second. It's just plain wrong. In cities of the world, do you think someone was doing something about this? And someone is. The Thames Tideway tunnel is going to be 16 miles long and take 7 years to build. It's massive. But when it's done, it'll take your poo directly to the sewage works and keep it out of the river for the next 100 years or so. It means a cleaner environment for all of us, including the fish. Trying to keep air bigger will be protected, which is good. If it's red, why do you have to live it?
I hope you enjoyed that short video that was produced in 2013, and it was produced precisely for the reasons which I was setting out. In that actually what we needed to do is ensure that actually the public, the people who are essentially going to be paying for the project, were behind the ambitions of the project. And that was one of the tools which we used, and it's certainly something across infrastructure projects within the UK now is very much at the sort of front and centre of the minds of the project sponsors, the people who are responsible for developing big projects, that they get this fact that actually they need, as well as financial, they need the money, but they need what we call the social license in order to actually build the project. And so just to give you a little bit more detail about some of the sort of technical characteristics of the project, of the Thames Tideway Tunnel, you see that there's a London sewer system. These circles were effectively the discharge points. The purple circles are the discharge points for when the actual sewer network got filled up. And what the Thames Tideway Tunnel does is intercept these discharge points. So rather than them being effectively flowed out into the river, they get captured within tunnels themselves, and the tunnel then actually then takes these discharges to, you'll see the Abbey Mills, about 2/3 across the slide. That's a pumping station in East London, and then the yellow line is an already constructed Lee Tunnel, which has been operational now for a number of years, and it will go to Beckton, which is in East London, and it also has the status of being Europe's largest wastewater treatment facility. So if you do ever visit London, maybe Beckton is probably not the first on your list of places to travel to. Some other sort of metrics: 25 kilometers long in terms of the actual tunnel. The depth starts at 31 meters and it goes down to 68 meters. It uses that tried and trusted technology, if that's the right way to call it, of gravity, to ensure that actually the tunnel itself is self-cleansing. So as water goes in or wastewater goes in, that actually it flows downwards. But what goes down must come back up again in the case of wastewater, and so we have a number of pumps and upgrades to the pumping system to ensure that actually we can get the wastewater back out again. In terms of its diameter, just to give you some configuration, it's probably about the length of about 2.5 London double-decker buses. The project itself, in terms of its expanse, is 24 construction sites, some very much in the heart of London, so you can imagine some of the challenges and issues there. And as I mentioned earlier on in the presentation, the construction elements of the project have just been recently completed. So there's been a great job by the team responsible for actually delivering the tunnel itself. These are just a few more graphics in terms of the technical solution. I mentioned the interception of the CSOs, and this is a diagram of one of those. And as you can see, some of these are very, very close to tube lines and other utilities, and that was one of the main things which we needed to be very, very careful and cognizant of as we designed the tunnel. And here again, another picture which shows essentially some of the work which is required in terms of digging out these shafts, and those shafts were dug out, and the tunnel boring machines themselves, which were put in place to essentially build the tunnels, were winched down those shafts, and they were sent on their way. I mean, that's some of the physical dimensions of the project, but where we think, from a UK perspective, a UK experience, one of the things which actually we did to get this project to the point where it could be built was raise a lot of money. But when you're raising a lot of money, a lot of parties are indeed involved, and so this is a flavour of some of the parties involved. The government was involved as part of the overall structure. I'll come on to the nature of their involvement a little bit later on. As I mentioned, Thames Water was the main water company responsible for developing the project but not delivering it. The entity which was responsible for delivering the project was the entity which we ended up creating at the end of the development process. It was Tideway. It's called Tideway. It is a licensed company, and the significance of the license within the UK means that actually it's regulated by the water regulator Ofwat, and importantly, it has the ability to essentially charge for its services. And of course, the Environment Agency was a key driver, given the it's fundamentally environmental nature of the scheme. The overall timetable, you can see, we started, all these projects take a long time, they take a very long time, and in the development stage, even though it began way beyond this actually, the early design of the tunnel began in 2004, but sort of the development stage in earnest began around 2013, when the planning permission was submitted, the development consent order, and we began the procurement for the contractors, the people who were going to actually build the project. The IP procurement, that's culminated in the creation of Tideway. We call it IP because that is the term is short for infrastructure provider, That was the term which was given to the nature of the entity which we were creating in legislation. We needed legislation to be able to adopt this delivery model. As you can see, we started construction on site in 2016, and we're given all the challenges of building within London, as well as dealing with the pandemic. The project actually sort of remains on schedule. So construction has been completed. There was the delays because of the pandemic, but they've been managed as well as they can be. And then the commissioning period of the project will begin soon. So what sits underneath all of this technical sort of ambition and endeavours is actually a unique delivery model. We call it the RAB-based, the regulated asset-based model. And I think some of the slides in the appendix will show the difference between that sort of model and the private public partnership model. But one of the key things which we understood right at the outset of this project was that if we wanted to keep the customer bills low, we needed to keep the cost of financing low. And the relationship between the cost of financing and customer bills, because of the multiplying effect, is really, really significant. So if you have even a 1% difference is a significant, in the financing costs, has a significant impact on the customer bills itself. So what we did, actually, within the context of this project, is that, as you may be familiar, is that lots of projects actually go to market in the context of PPPs. Will say, you know, can you bring me your financing capability, bring me your management capability, bring me your construction capability, and then build this project for us. And that is a model which works in certain contexts. But we understood that actually if we presented that model to the market, you will only attract a certain type of investor. And we needed to ensure that we attracted the broadest range of investors possible. We also needed to attract investors who are like pension funds, who are looking for a stable, long-term return on their investment. And as a consequence, what we designed was essentially a proposition to the people who are putting money into the project, a proposition which was much more akin, much more similar to actually an investment in a company, and not just a normal company or an infrastructure company, an investment in a water utility company. So we essentially dressed up a big infrastructure project as an investment in a usual water company. And the significance there is that the actual the financing costs for infrastructure are traditionally high, and the financing costs for investment in a normal water company within the UK are much lower. And so what we did was package up effectively this project, as I mentioned, as a business as usual water company investment. And what we did was put to the market the construction contractors who we procured, the planning consent, the overall contractual framework, the regulatory framework, which I mentioned was effectively what is the main governing item within the UK water sector. And this is where the government got involved, a mechanism to cover high impact, low probability risks. The important thing about that is that in any investment proposition where you are asking a private party to take what are these high impact, low probability risks, for example, a massive collapse of the works, or actually an insurance event which actually you don't have enough commercial insurance cover for it, the private sector either won't take that risk, or if they are willing to take it, they will price it at a very, very high level. And so what we did was structure this government support package, which will actually essentially respond to those types of risks, because it was better value for the government to act as the party who will take those risks then compared to the private sector. We also put in place a board and a management team to essentially be responsible and be the client. And that's again a critical feature of infrastructure projects, to have the right client capability within them. And we put a board and management team which provided that client capability to the investors themselves. The outcome of this process, our anticipated bill impact was £80 when we started the project. It went down to £25 because the financing costs, which the investors were willing to put in the money for, was at 2.49%. 2.49% was actually much lower than anyone had anticipated, and you can see the impact of that low rate of finance, that impact on customer bills. I'll give you a quick sense, and conscious of time as well, a quick sense of actually some of the underlying drivers of why we could secure this outcome. And there's many factors, but the things which I think could translate and perhaps be thought about a little bit by way of comparison is this fundamental shift, this shift in what we call in PPP models between allocating risks and then allocating risks to the private sector to say, for example, if you can't build this project on time, and therefore if you can't build this project on time, you won't start getting money for it, and if you still can't build this project on time, ultimately we will terminate that contract. And there will be some mechanism which will figure out the compensation, but that is a form of risk allocation, and it's a hard form of risk allocation which has its place in certain contexts. Fundamentally, what this RAB model does is actually, rather than give you hard edges to your risk allocation, i.e. like this car falling off the cliff, it gives you actually administered incentivization where some risks materialize. So what you do know when you're an investor in a RAB-based model is that if you cannot manage the costs, or you don't manage the costs as optimally as you could, you will get a reduction in your return, but you will still get a return. So your range of effectively return is reduced, but it is visible. And again, going back to one of the very first points around what the private sector will be looking for in any investment is some certainty around what the outcomes are likely to be should they be investing in the project. I won't dwell on this slide too much, but actually underlying this is really the heartbeat of this new model which was developed within the UK and which is now being looked at in other jurisdictions. I'll come on to that, but this is the heartbeat of it. And to explain it very briefly, what this envelope means, if you put aside the red dots of the envelope, the yellow dots of the envelope basically mean that what we end up doing in these RAB-based models is we estimate what a project should cost under various scenarios, whether it's P50, P99, and we give that whole, say that amounts to a number, in this case 4.2 billion, we give the entire cost allowances for the company to manage. And they have the responsibility to manage, and they know that actually if they are manage the actual costs of the project so that they're at the same level as a P50 estimate, then they're neutral. If they come in under the P50 estimate, they get a bonus essentially, but if they go in over the P50 estimate, they suffer some pain. So they are incentivized continually to manage the costs of the project. As I mentioned, it's the construction is fully built now, so a big success story around the RAB model itself. You can see within the UK and beyond is being used and looked at as an important instrument to develop new infrastructure. So we're using it for our new nuclear project, Sizewell C. We're using it in the context of carbon capture and storage. And we're also, our Canadian colleagues are using elements of this model which we just described for their new high-frequency rail project between Toronto and Montreal. To end with some reflections, forums such as this, leaving aside our site technology issues, they are so essential. They are so essential because they absolutely allow us to learn and reflect, which is just vital if we are going to get these projects completed. The other thing I think is that throughout every project which I've been involved in, and no doubt which colleagues in Brazil have been involved in, and any member of the infrastructure community, I think we appreciate that actually having good infrastructure, functional infrastructure, really is the foundation stone for the hopes and dreams of people. Without it, we simply won't be able to function in the way which we want society to function. So it forms a critical part to the life story of society and for people. But to deliver infrastructure, we need to be absolutely, as an infrastructure community, totally immersed in the project, because you can't get big things done without that immersion. But at the same time, and it's almost a philosophical point, at the same time as being immersed in the project, you need some distance as well. You can't be consumed by a project, because what projects need are actually active minds who are still always looking and reflecting around the world around them. And the final point to reflect upon is that actually we have to come together as an infrastructure community if we're going to meet the challenges in front of us. And part of that is actually a big mindset shift. We need to actually look away from some of the small things which will distract us, keep very much focused on the key long-term objectives of delivering this essential infrastructure, but that will require a mindset shift. And the question I think we all ask ourselves is actually, can we make that mindset shift in order to do what we need to do? That's the end of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Pessoal, bom dia. Essa fala aqui não estava programada, tá? Já era para o Neuri e para o Daniel Keller virem. É só porque, como a gente teve esses problemas da tradução, eu coloquei o fone e vi que realmente teve uma dificuldade, inclusive, de apresentação de alguns...
For the presentation of some consensus. So, to facilitate the moderation for Daniel, it is good for us to be in the same page, because those who have gone to London to the MBA have had access to some people for these contents. So I think it's important for us to see. Just some concepts. First, PFI, what does it mean? You have heard that? PFI, Private Finance Initiative, that in practice it is the model that we developed here for the PPP, that is administrative and that is sponsored. Our law, it is one specific one. It is very much inspired on the PFI that is from British model. It was customized. On the other hand, our law, I-8197 from 95, which is the common concessions, it is not that model that he used there. So what Amar brought is, we were participating, those who were responsible for the PPPs. So PPP is a very broad concept from several places in the world. So we have the PPPs that are different ways with PPP concept, but the model in Brazil, it is the British PFI, is equivalent to our PPPs. that is administrative and sponsored the concession. So what he showed was a historic. There are more contracts that are more recent, as we have seen, with billions invested for several different sectors in the part of sanitation. What was done, the PFI model, that is our PPP, was the residue. Just one first topic. And he says that this program was stopped with the PPP model there in 2018 with a debate that we have in our course, but it is much of the technology that was used at the top of the PPP's time. It came there to 15% of infrastructure with the capital. So it was more public investment for the infrastructure, which is very relevant for our discussions with the companies. The public capital was very important in the process, and with good part of technology that was in the contract for the PPP PFI. Now it is being applied in the public traditional works in a different dimension model that some of you have knowledge about. That is one explanation of this concept. Talking about sanitation, there is a moment when he was explaining how the structures of the modes that are developed in the project, the super tunnel. Basically, you have the government and the department that is responsible for that public policy and other figures. In the United Kingdom, the water is considered privatized. So the Thames Water is a water responsible for the water in the Big London. You have other companies that are private ones that are responsible, that detain the water. It is different from here, that we continue the same. So the water was privatized here. Then have the water that is responsible, the company, for the supply of water for people. So have Tideway, that it is IP. IP is the transition for infrastructure provider. In this case, it is a call that it's Tideway that is responsible for the construction, maintenance, operation, all the management of the tunnel. That is the tunnel, the Thames Tideway tunnel, that is going to be along the Thames, just to make clear. And you also have the regulation agencies. There are two. Of what? It was one that is regulating the part of the sanitation, that is responsible, for example, for evaluating the costs, the tariff. And then you have the other agency, that is the environmental one, responsible for the quality of the water. Just to simplify, there are other functions. Just to see, one is for the regulation and the other for the water regulation itself. This is the model. There are some distinctions between those and ours. And one final point is the explanation of the models. That it was comparing the risk distribution, how it was done with the traditional PPP, in this other model that they use, the regulatory one, RAB. Those who know about sanitation know that we have an agency that is regulating, that is going to be defining, and they're used with the active and a regulatory base. But the RAB model is one that we have for the regulation that is differentiated with some changes, with more flexibility, where you can have, for example, part of remuneration is variable. And normally in our model for regulation have the base of the assets that's going to be provided the base for the tariff change. So you're able to have some mechanisms for performance in that sense for the impact on the final value of the tariff. And some may be surprised, that's the final point, with the WACC, that is the cost of capital, that is the weighted one, that is a capital of self-capital and the third parties. Then you have the margin, 2.49 in Brazil. It is something that it is not feasible for any infrastructure, any investment, because it is for us that interest is more than 10%. So the challenges that we have for the capital, private capital, is exactly for you to adjust this risk. But why? Because there have the risk matrix that has to do with the risks that are difficult in the private sector because it will be increasing the cost very much. We have this government package to be responsible for the risks, because that one is not a PFI, it is another type of a public-private partnership but you also have the support from the public capital. We can see PPP that is sponsored, no, because it is a low model, but have the logic of the support from the government to reduce the risk. And then the private sector accepts a very low rate, because then you can capture also at a very low rate. It is a panorama of the models that makes sense. It is part of our idea of forum, of really to disseminate knowledge. So we had tested before for the translation. We don't know exactly what happened. So we apologize for this situation that was not very comfortable. But we're going to be testing again because at 2 o'clock we have another type of model that is remote. Just to clarify, I'm sorry because just to try to have this utility for this situation of the problems, technical problems. We want to thank you for your speech, and I'd like to invite once again the mediator, Mr. Neuri Freitas, the president of Aesbe and CAGESB. And we invite also Daniel Keller, the partner of Una Partners, is going to be also in the panel discussing. Remember that each one will have 15 minutes.
Daniel, só um minuto, eu acho que
Daniel, because of the intervention of Carlos, I think it would be important for us to have also his participation here at this moment can help us to clarify some doubts that may exist, if it's possible, of course. Now you have the floor, Daniel. Good morning, everything okay? I want to thank you for the possibility to participate here. Aesbe and FESP, thank you very much. It was fundamental and very interesting also to be participating. I was here last year. I hope that we should have that every year to continue in this debate. It is very interesting to see the presentation. Carlos has summarized what I was going to say, but I don't need to do that anymore. I agree that we should call him because he knows everything. So anything we can ask him and he can answer. But it is interesting and focusing a bit about what has been said for us to try to see the international experience. First of all, it is a country that is developed more than Brazil, with big challenges also that are associated to the basic sanitation. We should be not surprised with that. In that case, it is very much because of time. It is a very old network of the technology, of the dimension of the population, and now we are updating that. There is something. There is something which is very interesting also about the United Kingdom because they were pioneers. Because they were pioneers in the development of PPPs and concessions, and then later on they were going back in this development process in 2018. So it is very interesting in this case because when you read papers, then we are based on those. Then 2018 they stopped and they thought, well, and now? How is it going to be? What kind of reference do I have? And also the laws that we have, as Carlos has mentioned quite well, it was very much based on what was developed there. And I think it is curious because much of what was said here, we have been discussing in our daily life, the components in a state level. It is very interesting to see this kind of models of the CASESH. It is a PPP that is strict to census, but on the other hand, have other models that we can verify in Casal. For example, Rio de Janeiro, that it is not a PPP, it is a concession contract, but the state company remains with a participation that is fundamental for the services that are basic ones for sanitation. Many of the discussions we have had, yes, but what I think is the point for my intervention in this debate. It is exactly to try to look outside. It is international experience, and what can we then take as a lesson learned in the Brazilian context, which is very challenging. I don't know to say why, because everybody knows it, but the big motive in my opinion is exactly the size of the concentration of investments that we have to have for the universalization in 2033. Not that this goal is not interesting, because we need to have that universal for a series of reasons, but it's something that concentrates very much the investment. So we really have to not only talk very much about financing, but this is not the topic now for the intervention, for my speech in this panel, but also in arrangements to feasibility for the investment. So what calls our attention, and it is important to see, has to do with the issue of the matrix and the cost of capital. Of course, when we look at 2% of WACC, the real one, probably without inflation, that would be equivalent to the studies of feasibility that we have in sanitation. Maybe the lowest is about 7.5%, the highest about 9%. There is a variation. So it would be comparing this 258. We have aspects that are for the structure of our economy. The cost of capital in Brazil is higher. It was much higher in the 90s. This rate between 7 and 9% was different. If we think about the reference for the concession, not for sanitation because it was not much, but the road sector at the time, we had 20% rate. So it has changed a lot. It has improved a lot. The tendency, I would say, for short and medium term is that we should be working with new reductions, because the tendency of the road taxes, of the interest, and then we have very high taxes, and that is a repercussion on the tariff. So if you think about the revision of the tariff for the state companies, then you have the WACC as a basis of the investment, of the operational cost that we see as well. But it means that we're going to be working with higher tariffs. And the other aspect that is calling our attention has to do with risk, is exactly this alternative that was quite successful in the situation of the channel of reducing the cost capital because of a distribution of risks, allocation of risks that was efficient. So I think this is very important. It is not only for sanitation. Just some examples out of Brazil. The highways, for example, they work with mitigation of risk for demand for capex. It is public. We see the contracts that are most recent ones for the federal highways. Then you have the mitigation for the two means. The demand for sanitation, I would say it is a smaller risk. We have verified that. I don't know if you disagree, but we have verified, and I was working with the CAGES to see the situation in the pandemic. The variation of the demand was relatively low in relation to other sectors. Had problems because lack of payment, problems of cutting or not, but it was a sector that was very resilient comparing, for example, to the sector of airports and highways. So the demand for sanitation, Carlos, I don't think it is such a big, important problem. It seems relevant in the case of Thames River. But in the case of the investment, then it is something that is very important, and we have verified, not only because of the pandemics, but the Ukraine war, several other complicated events in the world, the cost of petroleum, but we have seen the very significant increases in all the companies, in the state companies. They have experienced that in the values that have to do with capex, with investment, and we would have to look at that as well. If we think about the formulas of the revisions for the tariff for the companies from the state, we have a mitigation in general, a mitigation of the formula. If you look at the contracts for the PPP and concession, then it is another aspect. We should not see only the arrangements that the company is going to do with the investment, but also those that are going to be counting on the private partnership for the investment, whether it is a concession, whether it is PPP, as it was in the CASEG, and it is the same thing. And this formula that in the case of the state companies is mitigating the risk of the capex, in the case of the concessionaire, the PPPs, can be more difficult if you're not with the correct contract situation. The same thing is for the demand side. There may be a risk that is allocated which is a bit higher. So it seems very interesting that we could think about this experience and also learn. Another point which is important to emphasize, and it was mentioned, is regulation. It is very different. This regulatory system is very different from Brazil. It is here very specific, it is natural, but it's also emphasized because it is a regulatory system which is very important, especially in this kind of sector. Everybody knows the pulverized regulation and a very important national agency, but then you have the special norms of reference, and we just have always a problem for the standardization and how the different multiple agents for regulation agencies are going to regulate a topic. So this is a very interesting topic as well. These are the topics just to mention in relation to what was said in relation to the presentation. Later on, maybe you can talk a bit more about trying to look at the case of Brazil and suggesting some arrangements here for triggering the investments.
Ok, Daniel, obrigado.
Thank you, Daniel.
Bom, obviamente que a gente
Obviously,
já tá com o tempo
our
bem
time is a bit scarce. We have gone beyond our time. And I think that it would be important to have the floor open for the audience, because maybe they would like to have some questions to ask, they will have some doubts, and we can enjoy the opportunity that Carlos can help us here a lot. Anyway, I think that in relation to the presentation and to this model of the United Kingdom that was begun quite long before 89, but in 89 there was that consolidation. It was a very strong one for the division of the country, and this sector of sanitation and water was for the private initiative. It was a government option, but there are some points that are very important and that they are very relevant, in my opinion, for our learning process in Brazil. First, I notice clearly the government is always present. There, nothing is done if the government is not present. Nothing is done if there is no subsidy, some resource from the government. And I think this is what we need to have as more understanding here in the country, because large infrastructure, generally, it is going to bring about more pressure and impact on the tariffs. So we have the government financing, of course, with the private partnership, because you cannot do everything, but then this reduces the pressure. And even having a government with this kind of model that is a privatization and delivering everything to private, still the government is always very present, very close. I think that this is maybe one fundamental point here in our country, in which we come from this discussion, in which the government says private can solve it, and then they leave the scene. And this is not really possible to happen. Another point that is a main one that I saw from the presentation is that he spoke very much about the political stability and regulatory stability. If we want to work with the private initiative, with partnership, we need to have this stability of the regulation. But we have to think about the political stability. It is also for the state companies. We cannot work. We are not able to work without this stability of the regulation and the political stability. This is a big challenge today. Even the same size as the challenge for the universalization, it is to have this stability in the state companies from the point of view of politics and regulation to do what is needed. And there it is more consolidated. Of course, they have more time of execution of the model and a learning curve, but we still are here crawling. And for us here, still with the aspect that is a very important one, that is to get to the universalization in 10 years' time. Because there, when they began in 89, they had not 10 years to do that. They had a time, a longer time. And I thought it was interesting also about the values that were applied from 89. All the investment that was accomplished, which is billions of pounds. It is a lot of money for a country that we compare to Brazil. It's a small one for a population that if we compare to Brazil, it is what 5% from the country. And here we still do not have, I would say, this reality in all the governments, all this vision, this knowledge to be able to do that, make happen the sanitation in Brazil. I think that this model, it is important, it's interesting for us to learn. And I'd like to also to ask a question. I don't know if Aman is listening to us, but last year there was a document in the about the model of London, this sanitation model in London, and that document was about some things about the Thames Water Company, in which the concession model came to a stage that they could not invest anymore. Things that we are experiencing here in Brazil as well, especially in this electricity sector. We come to the end of the concession, the companies don't invest anymore, and then you have a collapse. And then in this publication, they said that the private sector, in that model of the United Kingdom, that was concentrating very much the idea of dividends, of a remuneration of the dividends, also paying debts to pay the dividends, and they had no resources to apply in the sector, and now have this problem, which is a very big one of the assets, with the pipelines that are broken, the sewage problems in London. I'd like to take the opportunity and to ask Amar, how is it, this situation? I don't know if you have seen this article. Do you know about this article? How does it work, this mode of the privatization in the United Kingdom, when you get to the end of the contract, the renewal of the assets? How is it followed? And about this article that I saw myself here in the CNN, it is something that really is really like that. Is it a difficulty there for you now? Temos 25 anos. E apresenta um grande desafio. Ele fala que há uma falta de investimento. É porque está chegando no Zoom, mas não na cabine. O problema é técnico.
Resolvemos o problema, segue o jogo aqui.
Yeah, so let's carry on the conversation.
A gente pode estar fazendo uma pergunta, mas só comentário rápido. E aí eu não vou nem entrar em discussões.
And I'm not going to talk about discussions, ideological discussions. There are investments that are not physically viable, right? You cannot have it. It's not economically feasible. There is no miracle.
Característica, assim, algumas características muito importantes. Primeiro que se você quiser ser eficiente, você tem que investir antes da demanda ocorrer. A gente viu um exemplo aqui.
To invest beforehand. In 1910, they had an investment for 4 million. You said, okay, let's have London ready for 300 years. But they never could imagine that you have this substantial number of population. But that was the concept that was in place.
And when you have the feasibility study, and if you have this investment of 2 million more people, it is not going to be viable. You cannot do this. And another important aspect of infrastructure that is more difficult is natural, cannot be different. For the private sector to capture that as government in a long-term and strategic vision, it will bring development.
Ele traz desenvolvimento. Então, a gente vê muitos
So,
de forma muito clara em mobilidade urbana, mas obviamente que em saneamento também. Então, se você investe antes, você vai desenvolver uma determinada região. Isso vai, por exemplo, aumentar a arrecadação tributária e você vai ter um retorno, né, muito interessante a partir daquele investimento que foi realizado. Então, pegando um pouco do gancho da sua primeira fala, não tem jeito de levar infraestrutura, o Estado sempre vai estar bastante presente.
for infrastructure, no.
Você diferente, não precisa pegar o caso da China, pode pegar Estados Unidos, pode pegar passado na Coreia, é impressionante o desenvolvimento da infraestrutura do país. Claro que tem empresas muito importantes, mas muito na relação com o mesmo parceria público-privado.
Yeah. Eu acho que o Brasil caminhou muito no avanço de trazer investimento privado, dinheiro privado de infraestrutura como um todo, que também é muito positivo. A nossa meta de fazer agora em menos de 10 anos, né, com menos de 10 anos para cumprir, ela vai exigir esforços de todo mundo, né, das companhias estaduais, dos municípios, enfim, do setor privado para conseguirmos atingir, não tem jeito. Mas eu acho que é isso, né? Se discordar dessa minha afirmação, e concordo totalmente com ele, só deixar, né, só fazer a construção ficar tudo resolvido, isso não é verdade, né? Até porque tem aspectos regulatórios também, enfim, tem uma série de coisas que estão na mesa, na pauta aí. Vamos abrir para perguntas? O que você acha? Porque eu acho que não vai ouvir, não, mas... Pessoal, perguntas e colocações, como é que faz? Tem aqui, tem algumas aqui.
Tem uma ali e outra.
Já organizou?
Um minutinho, só para a gente ser bem mais objetivo, porque a gente já extrapolou o horário, já tem aí outras situações para almoço e também nós temos uma reunião da diretoria e assembleia das associadas da Aesbe, então se a gente puder ser bem breve, vai ser melhor, tá bom? Muito obrigado.
Bom dia a todos e a todas. Eu sou Abelardo de Oliveira Filho, ex-presidente da Embasa e ex-secretário nacional de Saneamento Ambiental do Ministério das Cidades. Já que estamos falando em experiências internacionais, eu gostaria de saber dos palestrantes que eu tive conhecimento, né, de um relatório do Tribunal de Contas Europeu, o TCE lá, europeu, que analisou as PPPs que foram financiadas pela União Europeia, né, em vários países do mundo. E o título é interessante, né? Que diz o seguinte, PPPs, insuficiências generalizadas e benefícios limitados. Então, na realidade, ele coloca que sequer, né, em alguns países foi realizado o estudo de comparação, né, do setor público, onde se verifica exatamente o custo de uma obra pelo processo tradicional e o custo de um empreendimento via PPP. Então, na realidade, esse relatório tem mais de 100 páginas, né, e coloca uma série de experiências de PPP em todas as áreas, não apenas no saneamento. E nós estamos falando da Europa, né, de um sistema de regulação, né, centenário em alguns países, né, e no Brasil, que é uma regulação pulverizada, né, e, em alguns estados, os órgãos reguladores literalmente para inglês ver. Então, queria saber, né, se vocês têm conhecimento dessas informações, que pudesse realmente colocar algo a respeito disso. Então, é uma coisa que me preocupa bastante, né, exatamente pelas PPPs ser um processo extremamente complexo, né, e as dificuldades que se tem para implantar no país. Obrigado.
Marcos Vinícius também, a gente vai discutir isso mais, essa questão da PPP mais especificamente. Se você não se importar da gente voltar nisso, porque vai fazer parte da discussão na primeira parte da tarde, não sei se o senhor vai estar aqui na parte da tarde, porque esse realmente é um debate grande, né, de estudos de caso bem-sucedidos e fracassados, e, na verdade, esse, no fundo, é o coração do que a gente busca fazer nos nossos MBAs. Olhar para a experiência comparada, e ver o que deu certo, o que deu errado, para a gente evitar os erros e aperfeiçoar os ganhos, né, para que a gente possa alcançar no Brasil o nosso modelo seja bem executado, né. Então, a Maria vai trazer alguns estudos de casos de diferentes países, né, que vai ter coisa boa e coisa ruim. Se você permitir a gente voltar nisso depois para pegar um tema mais específico agora, dessa questão seria uma boa. Obrigado.
Senhoras e senhores, eu recebi a informação aqui que a gente precisa realmente encerrar esse painel.
Yes, so I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm sure you have many questions here, and you can spend the whole afternoon talking about it. But in the next panel, we are going to have many things that are going to be interesting for us to have this discussion, for this presentation that we have had. And we are going to have the opportunity to ask later on the questions. We are going to be beginning at 2 p.m. exactly, so that we can also follow our schedule. And we are going to have lunch now. Thank you very much, everybody. Pode deixar tudo aqui mesmo, né? Nossa, é tão estranho ouvir minha própria voz.
Não, não dá. Você pode até ouvir num radinho, você diminui, né? Mas aqui sai no mesmo volume.
Não, é realmente difícil. Já que eu estou com a ideia seguinte, olha, aqui que é o lugar mais próximo, que eu conheço já há bastante tempo, que é ali do outro lado do teatro.
Acabou.
Comida aqui, acabou?
Aquele que a gente costumava ir?
Dentro do teatro acabou, mas o de fora, da esquina.
Ah, eu não gosto não. Se você quiser, você vai. A comida é muito caseira.
Mas já que o tempo está curto.
Mas é tão perto quanto.
Você vai?
Não, onde eu estou te convidando é tão perto quanto.
Então bora. Porque tem que ser rápido.
Não, aquele ali eu já fui, eu não consegui. É porque
eu fui lá algumas
carne.
vezes, eu gosto de coisas comuns mesmo. Então eu não preciso levar nada.
É porque lá só tem mistura as coisas, entendeu? E esse lugar, se você quiser, você vai, subir a presente é conta, mas eu não vou. Eu já tentei lá, é até mais em conta, mas eu não consegui. Eu tô precisando, eu não almocei, tomei café, preciso almoçar.
A gente almoçar junto, que fica legal pra gente poder também ter um pouquinho de tempo.
Ah, eu acho, eu tô te convidando pra um lugar bacana.
Então vamos.
É problema deles lá, que tá dando interferência deles lá, do Zoom deles lá, da transmissão deles lá.
Eu sei.
Entendeu?
Tava tudo funcionando, eu fico chateado que diz que é o problema de tradução.
Não, nada.
Problema de transmissão.
Eles estão sabendo já.
E eu fiquei sabendo dessa história ontem de noite, em plena. Que ia ter esse negócio.
Quando você for fechar um evento, uma proposta, você já vai perguntar logo. Vai ter palestra, porque aí a gente já vai saber o que vai fazer, entendeu? Eles têm essa mania agora de fazer o evento e não explicar o que vai acontecer.
Esse tipo aí é outra coisa, gente. Pelo amor de Deus, ao vivo, a cores. Redução, hein? Ai, ai, tanto blá blá blá, tanta conversa bonita.
E às vezes tem eventos que você vai fazer tradução, aí eles querem pegar sinal para mandar pro YouTube, mandar para o Zoom, aí tem que fazer capa, fazer não sei o que, uma parada, aí ele não explica o que quer e que a pessoa tem que se virar na hora.
E a parte técnica é total diferente, diferente.
Aí tem que se virar nas horas, entendeu?
Assim, sem estrutura não tem condição.
É do menino, deixa eu entregar para ele.
Ah, para entregar para o rapaz aqui do lado, qual é deles? Vamos usar depois, já que 2 horas de novo.
Mas eu não quero ficar responsável pela coisa. Podemos deixar aqui no nosso computador, você vai levar?
Qual é ele? Tá precisando deixar aqui, fica tanta gente aqui, tanto equipamento aqui. Quem é o dono do...
Eu tenho medo,
pai da
vou deixar
criança?
não. Eles não vão se
De
achar.
mochilão aqui, a sala tá cheia de gente aqui.
É, mas é muita gente.
simultânea e que quem desejar ter acesso, basta retirar o dispositivo de áudio no hall de entrada deste auditório. Para mediar o painel, convidamos ao palco Marcos Vinícius, presidente da Companhia de Água e Esgotos da Paraíba, CAGEPA, e ex-presidente da Aesbe. Convido o senhor Carlos Nascimento, coordenador-geral do MBA PPP e concessões da FESP-SP e professor honorário associado da UCL, que será o debatedor.
That will be the mediator of this panel. To have the panel, we'll have Maria Salvet, economist of OCDE and professor of the University of Florence, that will be online with us. We are going to have 45 minutes for her presentation, and after her speech, you have 50 minutes for questions and answers, and the mediator can explain other points of reflection, and you have questions and answers from the audience. Now, Marcos Vinicius, the floor is yours to start this presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. I think that people are kind of slowly after lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. Now it's better. Yeah, you have to have this engagement of the northeast of Brazil. It's great to be here moderating this panel. Very important experiences, PPP international experiences, and you don't have a single model. It's good to point that. If you have a case study that it was done in Pernambuco, Pernambuco has an experience, Ceará another experience. Can you imagine internationally? So you have to learn from the mistakes of the others and from the lessons to take home. So I'd like to have welcome to our professor, Maria Salvet. She's with us already. And I have Carlos that has experience in international PPP to introduce Maria Salvet, our professor, and then we start our lecture, and you'll be back to our debate and moderations and with the questions and answers. Thank you, Marcos. It was important to make all these considerations, to welcome you all, and to say FIESP, Aesbe, with the support of UCL, with the qualified considerations, and a lot that you're going to make happen is what Abelardo said in the morning session. What was right? What was wrong? What do you have vulnerabilities? You have many models, many experiences that you have outcome, others no. And let's learn from the mistakes. And let's avoid the mistakes and design our model, because our model is under construction. You have already a legislation that has some kind of records and lessons learned. So let's take these lessons to build our future. And Maria Salvet has this experience and has been working with us for such a long time, providing courses. We have these, in 22, we had a course, and you liked so much her content, her inputs, and I think it's always good to have there in our lectures. So it's a great pleasure, Maria Salvet, to be with us. And what you're going to bring, she's an economist specialized in this sector of sanitation. It's her expertise. So she will design, outline different models of regulations that is being used worldwide. And we have experiences in PPP in different places of the planet, and you can elaborate more the discussion about the theme. And you can, from these inputs of PPPs, can see the horizon of possibilities of PPPs, nationally and internationally. Maria Salvet, the floor is yours. Before that, we are going to, let's take our seats so you can see Maria Salvet online better.
Screen, and just taking the advantage of telling you that it's always a great pleasure to be with you, although this time it's...
Vou aqui separar minha tela. Eu estou aqui com vocês remotamente.
This time I'll be physically with you because it's always such a great pleasure. Can you hear me well? Can you see the presentation okay?
Yes, we are good.
Okay, perfect. So let me start right away. So today, for me, the idea really is to share with you some of my knowledge and experience about PPPs, with a focus, obviously, on sanitation. So what I will do, and it's a journey that I'm taking you with me on that journey, to introduce really the topic, I would like to talk a little bit about reaching the appropriate scale for sanitation, because this has implications in terms of PPP contract design. So that's why I want to spend a bit of time on reaching the appropriate scale kind of issue. Then I will move on to key economic and financial elements of PPPs, and in that second part of the lecture, I will focus on the tariff revision formula that is usually embedded into the PPP contract, and I will also focus on the formula for the remuneration of the operator, which obviously is also embedded into the contract. And then, as was mentioned earlier by Carlos, well, you know, the best way to learn is to learn about the mistakes and the failures. So I will share with you some feedback about some failures of PPPs, and then building upon these failures and the learnings from these failures, I will try to shape good practices for PPP with a couple of examples. But I will tell you more about that later on. So let's start by reaching the appropriate scale for sanitation. So one of the pillars of the Federal Law 2020 is the regionalization of basic sanitation services. So this is why I thought that at some point it would be interesting to be saying a few words on this regionalization. So accessing the appropriate scale for sanitation management. So basically, this regionalization, in many countries, there has been reforms to regionalize both water, but also, of course, sanitation services. Sometimes we call it regionalization, sometimes we call it aggregation of water and sanitation services. Sometimes we call it consolidation. So whatever the word, the idea is to get together at a greater scale. And the key drivers to do that, the reason why it could be a good idea to do that, is because sometimes there are huge investment needs, and regionalization, aggregation is a way to address those investment needs. Addressing those investment needs because there is an increase in financial base through the regionalization, because you're putting together more people, more cities, more towns, so obviously an increasing financial base. This helps also to pool resources together for cost-effective investment, and we will see some example of that later on. It's also a way to implement cross-subsidies and more specifically solidarity between a dense urban center and some suburban areas, if not even rural areas where there is less density, so less people, and therefore the investment needs might be difficult to address if we don't get together, sort of all together through the aggregation. Another key driver is the performance improvement, because through a larger size of the service, you might be able to reach more easily, let's say, technical efficiency, improve service quality, and better customer satisfaction. In a word, the idea really is to reach economies of scale, as you can see on the graph on the right-hand side of the slide. We've been doing some statistics, some microeconomics, a little bit during a study that I did for the World Bank on the aggregation of utilities. And with the sample of utilities that we had, we saw that the unit cost is dropping when we aggregate a number of customers. So there seems to be some economies of scale. So these are the key drivers, but you know, you still need to incentivize a little bit those aggregations and this regionalization. And this is exactly what the Article 50 of the federal law basically is saying, by saying that Brazilian municipalities must implement and adhere to regional structures to obtain federal government funding. Well, guess what? This financial incentive to aggregate, well, it is being used widely throughout the world to provide a big boost for regionalization and for aggregation. And I've put an example about Austria, where there is some incentive, you know, to proceed to regionalization, because municipalities, they have to submit an economic analysis when they request some financial support from the national government for any water or sanitation investment. And they have to assess the most efficient investment solution. And the analysis, so it includes different technology options, it includes the potential benefits also of investing in association with other municipalities. And so municipalities can even be forced to aggregate to get the funding support, you know. So the incentive is really really very strong, and to some extent it's a bit binding for the municipalities. So this example is taken out of a study that I did for the OECD on the various practices that have been implemented throughout EU countries with regard to incentivizing regionalization. So what is happening and what is going to happen in Brazil with regard to sanitation, you know, is a trend that we can see in many countries throughout the world. Nevertheless, we have to bear in mind that the economies of scale, you know, that I was mentioning earlier, well, they don't always materialize as soon as the aggregation, as soon as the regionalization happens. And this is something very important to bear in mind, especially if you are going to design a PPP contract. So that's why I want to focus a little bit on that topic, because it has economic and financial implications that will, you know, that will influence the PPP contract design. So on this graph, which is made exactly with the same sample as the previous graph that I have shown, well, on this graph, what we see is a completely different result when we look at the unit cost, the evolution of the unit cost, when we aggregate, when we consolidate not only the number of customers, but rather the number of towns. And here we see that the unit cost doesn't decrease, and that rather it's sort of increased a little bit. So here we can't say and we can't see that there are clear economies of scale when aggregating towns instead of customers. And this is due mainly because of the density issue. When in the previous graph, when we're mentioning aggregation, meaning increasing the number of customers, we were sort of assuming that these customers were more or less in the same area, so that we were increasing the density. Whereas in this graph here, we are aggregating towns, and sometimes the towns can be quite far away from one another. So we're not necessarily increasing the density, and that's obviously where the problem lies. And when we say that we don't see necessarily some economies of scale, I want to be a bit more precise than that. And when you look at the two graphs that I have added on the screen, you can see on the top one that the total income, obviously it increases, with the aggregation, because this is the idea, increasing the financial base. That's what we said as the first driver. But what we see also is that the OPEX is also increasing. So that's why it's pretty important to be thinking about the appropriate scale, thinking about the regionalization before you enter into the PPP thinking. Because obviously aggregation, regionalization has consequences on the evolution of your OPEX, and this has to be taken into account in the PPP design. The graph below shows you which OPEX is evolving like through a sharp increase. And as you can see, well, the energy OPEX, in the cases that we've looked at, the energy OPEX didn't increase that much, but it was the staff costs that did increase quite a lot, from 30% to 36%. So obviously that's quite important. And overall, let's say the issue with the staff cost is that sometimes you're aggregating services that already have some staff, and you cannot make people redundant right away. It takes time to set up a decent redundancy plan, because at the end of the day, this is what happens when you're aggregating services. And I will show you some concrete examples of that later on in the third part of the presentation. So these elements, these economic elements, are quite important to bear in mind when thinking about your PPP at the same time as thinking about the regionalization. One more element that I wanted to share with you in this introduction is about the fact that there is a sort of pathway when you are aggregating, when you are doing the regionalization. Basically, in countries where there has been regionalization reform, the idea was to start from the box that is at the bottom left, which is low performance and low cost sanitation service or water service, and through regionalization to move up to the box that is on the top and right, which is a box where you have higher performance, but you also have higher cost. So that completely reflects what I've just told you before. Regionalization is taking you to higher performance, but also higher cost. And then, in a third time, in a sort of after, let's say a few years, if not a decade, after the regionalization, then you can move and reach the bottom right box, which is the high performance and lower cost. So that's why I'm telling you this is a journey, and you have to take into account the box basically where you are when taking that journey of regionalization, because this will have implication on your PPP contract. So I'll stop there for the appropriate scale, but I'm very happy to share with you the study that I've worked on for the World Bank, and it's online actually, so you can access the toolkit that we've put together on aggregation. I'm happy also to share with you the link to the OECD study that I did on the aggregation. It was part of a broader, let's say, report, but happy to share that as well, of course, after the lecture. So now, moving on to the contract, the PPP contract, and more specifically to two economic and financial elements within the PPP contract. So firstly, the tariff revision formula, and then secondly, the operator remuneration formula. So we're going to go through those two elements step by step. And here, obviously, I'm mentioning economic and financial elements of PPPs, but I could have said economic and financial regulation embedded into the PPP contract, because this is really what it is about. It is about regulation by contract and elements of regulation that are embedded into the contract. So I'll start by a very quick recap. I'm sorry that there will be some formulas in there, but I will. I always try to translate those numbers and weird formulas. I always try to translate them into words, because if I can't translate them into words, it means that I don't even understand myself when I'm talking about. So please don't mind the equation and the formula, because it's just there to pretend that I'm very clever, but I will translate that into something that I understand, which is words and only words. But I have to tell you about the two broad methodologies that are used for tariff regulation. So the first one that I'm mentioning here is the cost plus fair rate of return, which is quite well known. So we call it the cost-based methodology, because it's looking at costs. And the idea really is to calculate the tariff and to regulate the tariff based on the operating costs. And we add a rate of return on the investments. So here, this methodology is there basically to ensure the financial viability of the operator and of the service, because the idea is that the tariff is covering the cost. So we are in an idea of cost recovery. So this is to boost financial viability. It's also a formula that is quite helpful if you want to support and to boost investments, thanks to the rate of return on investments. But of course, and these are the two advantages of this methodology, but at the same time, there can be drawbacks of the same methodology, because you can have a tariff that doesn't give any incentive to be more efficient. So that's the issue with regard to the OPEX. And this is also a methodology that can lead to over-investments, because there is this rate of return. So then there is another methodology, which is called the price cap methodology. So there we're not looking at cost, we're looking at the price paid by the consumer. And here, the idea really is to focus a lot more on efficiency gains. And the formula that is commonly known and used is called the RPI minus X that you see on the slide. So RPI is for the retail price index, and the X is the X factor. It's efficiency gains. So meaning that from one year to the next, I'm allowing the operator to perceive a tariff that takes into account the retail price index, so the inflation, but I'm asking the operator to make efficiency gain, and that's the minus X. So of course, it's very difficult to set properly the X, the value of X, so that's the difficulty. Nevertheless, you can see that this methodology is of course putting more emphasis on efficiency gains compared to the cost plus. So this is a sort of correcting some of the defaults and drawbacks of the cost plus. But here, because most of the focus is on efficiency gains and reducing the OPEX, then it might lead to under investments. So that's the drawback of this price cap methodology. Now, the reason why I'm showing you these two elements is because you will see in the example that I'm going to share with you that we have borrowed a little bit from both methodology for our tariff revision formula. Sorry, this is an additional slide that I will not present, but it's just so that you have it there. There are other methodologies that do exist, beyond the cost plus and the price cap. There are hybrid models and additional methodologies. So you have them there in case you want to know more, but I will not go into details with those additional methodologies. So I will go right away to the example of price revision formula that I personally used in the preparation of a PPP contract. So here, you can see on the at the beginning of the formula there is 1 minus Pn into bracket, and here basically you can recognize the price cap philosophy, so to speak, with RPI being 1 and the X being P because in French we say productivity gains productivity, so that's why we call it P. So 1 minus P, this is a little bit like RPI minus X. So this is really some kind of price cap element, let's say. And then the second bracket where you have the A, the B, C, D, E, and some indexes that are listed in the formula. This really reflects the costs, because basically index 1, index 2, index 3, and index 4 are 4 indexes that are linked to the evolution of some of the costs, some of the OPEX. And why do we do that? Well, basically we do that because we want to have the price to evolve, taking into account the evolution of the cost. With the energy going up, well, you want the price to reflect, to some extent, the evolution of the energy cost. Okay, so here you can see the indexes that we used for the price revision formula. We had a list, as you can see. So there was a list of key OPEX components for us. So there was the wages, the electricity, the works that we do for OPEX works, so more of heavy maintenance rather than, strictly speaking, investment. Various costs, chemical products, mechanic equipment, and so on. And so we chose 4 indexes within this pool of indexes. And these indexes, they were chosen to really reflect the evolution of our OPEX as a whole. So for instance, if I'm using the wages, as my index number 1, then the value of B, which is in front of index 1, the value of B has to represent the share of my staff cost into my OPEX. So in the service that I was working in at the time, for us, I think the wages, they represented 40% of our OPEX. So then the value of B would be 0.4. If I was to choose electricity for the index number 2, then the value of C would be the share of my electricity cost into my OPEX. In the service where I was working at the time, we didn't have much electricity cost at the time, so it was around 5%. So then the value of C for me would be 0.05. And that's how you design, and that's how we design, the price revision formula that we used. We chose the index, we chose the coefficient that corresponds to the kind of index. And we really wanted to put some pressure on the operator so that, of course, the operator can recover some costs through the tariff and through the indexes that we used. But we also wanted to put a bit of pressure on the operator so that it would have to make efficiency gains. So efficiency gains, we set the efficiency gains through the value of Pn, but also through the value of A. Because when you think about it, the coefficient A is a share of the costs that cannot evolve from one year to the other. A has to remain constant, it has to remain stable, meaning the operator can do whatever it wants, but a share of the OPEX has to remain the same from year 2023 to year 2024. So in an old contract, we used to have, for the value of A, we used to have 10%, meaning that 10% of the OPEX could not evolve going up nor down, actually, from one year to the other. In the new contract, we wanted to push for more efficiency gains, so we put the value of A, we put it up to 15%. For the PN value, what we decided to do is to do 0.75%. Well noted. I've just been told that I have 20 minutes left. No problem. Thank you very much. For the PN, the value of PN, we have 0.75%. And we put this value of PN from the 4th year of the contract onwards, because we thought that the operator needed some time to better know the service and be able to make some efficiency gains. So the idea here is to say, well, basically, there's no need to put too much pressure right away, on the operator for efficiency gains. Leave it some time to discover the service, to discover where it can make efficiency gains, and then once, it is accustomed to the service, then it can make efficiency gains. So I'll move on now to the remuneration of the operator. So the remuneration of the operator in our contract was there was two parts: a fixed part, which was a share on the revenues from the invoice that were collected, and there was a variable part that was depending on service quality, OPEX management. So once again, in the remuneration of the operator, we put some elements dedicated to OPEX management, and there was a share of the remaining operating balance that was shared between the public authority and the private operator. So the fixed remuneration is 2% of the revenues from the invoice. And the variable part is calculated on the operating balance minus the 2% of fixed remuneration. And so for this variable remuneration, so 40% of it is service quality. And service quality is assessed through KPIs that we have put into the contract and that have to be reported on by the operator, either monthly, quarterly, or yearly, with some targets. And if the operator fails to achieve the targets, then it is not rewarded, it doesn't get any remuneration. And if the operator fell below a certain threshold, then it does pay penalties. So here, the KPIs are used both to reward the operator, but also to put sanction, financial penalties on the operator. There is 40%, which is OPEX management, that I'm just going to show you in a second. And then there is the share of the remaining operating balance. So the OPEX management. Well, once again, this is a formula, but I'm going to take you through the formula with words. Okay, so the idea here is to calculate K. Okay, K is the ratio between CN, which is the cost of the year 2023, the cost that we see in the operating balance. And we divide that by the costs, both variable cost and fixed cost. We divide that by the cost that the operator put into the provisional and the contractual operating balance. When we signed the PPP contracts, there was a provisional operating balance that was in annex of the contract, because for each year of the contract, that was a 12-year contract, and for each year of the contract, the operator said, these are going to be my cost for the first year. These are going to be my cost for the second year of the contract, and so on. And so what we do is we compare the actual cost with the contractual commitment of the operator. And if the operator is actually doing better than what it said it would do in the contract, then we reward the operator. So there is a reward if the operator is doing better than the commitment it took when we signed the contract. And so this is calculated through this K formula. And the reason for this OPEX management, so why do we do that? Apart from showing big formulas and so on, we do that to make sure that we put pressure on the operator to perform well and to do efficiency gains throughout the entire life of the contract, and to avoid, having an operator signing a wonderful and beautiful contract and then not delivering at all the commitment that it took in the contract. So this is the philosophy of that kind of formula and that kind of component of the remuneration. So here, depending on the value of K, basically there is a sharing of the remaining operating balance between the public authority and the private operator. For instance, if K is above 1.025, this is the last box on the left-hand side of the table. So if the value of K is above 1.025, it means that the operator is performing a lot worse than what it said it would do, in the contract. So in that situation, all the money is being kept by the public authority, and there is no remuneration for that part. There is no remuneration for the private operator. If, on the contrary, K is below 0.9875, it means that the private operator is delivering is delivering more efficiency gains and more productivity gains than what was agreed in the contract. And then it gets rewarded because it keeps 100% of the remaining operating balance. So the logic here is to reward the operator if it does better than the contractual commitment and agreement. This is just to show you how the remuneration can evolve, from one year to the other in the life of the contract. So you have the total remuneration, so the fixed and the variable one. And in the variable one, you can see the detail for service quality, OPEX management, and remaining operating balance. And you can see that there are some differences from one year to the other. And this is a contract that was just terminated, normally, without any issue at the end of 2023. So a new contract is actually going on in the same service. Now, moving on to the last part of the presentation and shaping good practices for PPPs. So I told you this is based on some failures that I have studied, because Suez Environment, the French water company, and beyond just the water sector, because they work also in the waste sector and in other areas. But actually, the water area of Suez Environment had asked me quite some time ago to look at some PPP contracts that were terminated before the normal end of the contract. So they asked me to look at those contracts that were failures and to understand why there were failures. So this is based on that work. First of all, the first thing that I looked at was the drivers for the PPP. So why do municipalities, group of municipalities, why do they go for PPP contracts instead of just doing public purchase or public procurement, you know, or just managing by themselves the investments and so on? Well, so the driver in many cases was to improve the access to the service, meaning to enlarge the number of customers to the service. There was also improving service quality in terms of, let's say, compliance with some regulation, in terms of continuity of service, and so on. There was, of course, investments, whether for renewal of assets or for expansion of assets. And in some cases, it was thought that PPP could bring some savings and could help save money. I have circled two names of cities because these are the two cases that I'm going to share with you. The two case studies that I'm going to be presenting. So these are the drivers for PPPs, you know. Then I looked at the drivers for the termination of the PPP contract, for the failure. Why did the PPP fail, you know? So I found that, first of all, there was an economic issue in some contracts. Some contracts were badly written from an economic perspective, meaning that the terms and the provisions of the contract were too imbalanced, meaning that there was too much profits on the private operator side, so then the public authority is reacting, and sometimes the population is also reacting and saying to the public authority, this is not acceptable because tariffs are increasing dramatically, and we don't see the quality of service improving, you know. So that kind of issue, so badly designed economic elements into the contract. Sometimes there are economic problems, but that come outside of a contract, typically an economic crisis, you know, currency issues when you have incomes that are in local currency, but OPEX that you need to pay in dollars or in euros. Well, you know, when you have issues with the currency conversion, then your contract is not economically balanced anymore. Sometimes there were political commitments with people wanting to become mayor in one city or the other and saying, well, I will go for PPP. So that was a political commitment during a political campaign. And there are some social issues, so activism, you know, people really demonstrating that they are not happy with the tariff increase, with the quality of service and so on. So with the quality as well, the quality of the service, and of course the price is also a very key issue when doing a PPP, and it's one of the key reasons why there is early termination of PPPs. So the first example is in Mexico, the city of Ramos Arizpe. And here, right away, you know, you can see that some of the issues, they go with the time frame, you know. In July, the mayor advocates for PPP, so it's political commitment, because the current management of the service was leading to investment backlog, low maintenance. So this is in July. In October, there's a vote for the PPP, you know, with objective to increase the service coverage and to ensure affordability, you know. So these can be quite a difficult objective to reconcile. But anyway, in January 2013, there is the contract is being signed, and there is the creation of Aguas de Ramón Arizpe, with the municipality retaining 51% of the shareholder, the shares, and the rest are being divided, as you can see on the screen. Here you can see that between the moment where the idea of the PPP is coming, you know, it's in July 2012, and the PPP is being signed in January 2013. This is absolutely nonsense. In order to prepare a PPP, whether you're a big city, whether you are big cities, whether you're a small city, please do allow at least 1 year if not 2 years. My advice, personal advice, is 2 years. But at least the preparation phase is minimum 1 year. And I'm just talking about preparation phase. We haven't entered the negotiation phase. We haven't entered the writing phase of the contract once the negotiation is done. Other elements that can explain the failure, well, there is no duration that is stated in the contract, which is quite weird because all the economics of the contract has to be decided based on the duration of the contract in terms of amortization, depreciation, investments, how do I get a sort of rate of return, and so on. So this is really key, and it shows the very low preparation from the mayor and the city. So of course, what happened, there was critics about the opacity of the PPP process and management. There were some a user association that started to complain about excessive tariff, about water cut, with disproportionate reconnection cost, with the complaint about tariff being too nice and too low to SMEs, so small and medium enterprises and public institutions, compared to other categories of users. Then the citizens also complain and so on. So there you have, you start to have the social turmoil, into the picture, and there is some press coverage and so on. So that then, the situation becomes a little bit out of control. And so there was also politics getting into the way with a municipal election campaign in July 2013. All candidates promised PPP termination. And so to put it to wrap it up, basically there was, as you can see, the PPP termination negotiation resulted into financial compensation of $1.2 million. So that's the kind of compensation that a small city, doesn't want to pay to any private operator. So please, here the good practice is to take enough time to prepare the PPP contract, and also maybe to take on board some consultancy to help you design the contract, to help you think about the bidding process, documents, and so on, to help you negotiate with the operator, and to help you draft the contract. It's also very useful to engage with consumers, to engage with citizens throughout the entire process of designing the contract, of bidding, and so on, just to let people know and to get their feedback as well. So it goes in both ways. So that's the kind of learning that we can take from that city. The last one, and I'll try to really wrap it up quickly. The last one is about Atlanta in the US. So here there was some issues about compliance, with regulations. So there was big investment needs. You can see the figures on the screen. The issue is that, of course, if you need big investments, you're going to need some tariff increases. Citizens were consulted by the city of Atlanta, and they said, and the citizens, the customers, they refused to pay for the tariff increase. The city hired a consultancy, so they got some help, to study different scenarios on how to address the situation, and basically there was a decision to go for PPP, but once again, they had a very tight schedule for the entire process, so everything in 1 year, which is impossible. The preparation itself is 1 year, not to mention the negotiation and so on. So it was of course too tight. They received 5 offers, and they had really big expectations regarding, what the contract, the PPP contract, would deliver. It was supposed to, through the contract, they wanted to make savings. They wanted to reduce the cost of investment by 44%. They wanted to have a tariff increase that was lower than 30%. compared to the 81% that were needed, at the very beginning. There was a hiring of more than 500 employees and no redundancy for 3 years. So here, you remember the very beginning of the presentation with some figures about staff costs that are, a big, let's say, burden for the service when you aggregate or when you do a PPP contract. Staff cost is really key for the economic balance of the contract. So here we have some ingredients of failure already. And on this last slide, we can see that the city once again took external consultancy to help it audit and control the implementation of the contract. So this is good practice, definitely. But as you can see, there was so many investment to do, asset and operation maintenance, new IT system, creation of call center and water resource development institute. So a lot of investment to do, a lot of productivity gains that were expected, and obviously a bit too much efficiency gains. So that's why it's good to do efficiency gains, but not too much at the same time. And also tariff control, and diverse and inclusive recruitment policy. So recruitment policy, but at the same time, productivity gains. This just doesn't go well together, or at least it has to be carefully thought about and carefully designed. And so basically, there was so many operational difficulties that the operator could not fulfill its contractual obligation. And so there was an audit in 2002, and there was a termination of the contract. So here, among the good practice that we can think of is getting on board an external consultancy, because this is definitely helpful. The too tight schedule is really to be avoided. And also having conflicting objectives, it can lead, unfortunately, to the early termination of the contract, or at least, it has to be carefully designed and implemented. And I'll stop here because I've been told that I had to be sharp on time. Well, thank you very much, and happy to have your questions. Thanks a lot.
Tudo para ela. Entendeu? Você tem que entrar aqui e fazer...
Pessoal, uma verdadeira aula aí em 45 minutos, né?
E aí, duas
perceber o quanto de desafio nós temos. Para não ter muita delonga, eu queria passar para o Carlos, para que ele, como debatedor, possa fazer suas considerações e a gente possa, na sequência, fazer aí alguns pontos e depois abrir as perguntas.
Can you start the question, please?
Vinícius, parabenizar a professora Maria Salvetti pela apresentação.
Thank you very much for the questions. It's very important to have the presentation. It's always good to have a good learning lesson. Thank you, Maria, for being with us.
Atenção, porque a gente vai fazer uma pausa
agora
para vocês fazerem uma prova surpresa. Vamos ver se vocês pegaram o jeito. Principalmente vai cair aquela parte das fórmulas. Vai cair bem.
We're going to talk about formulas, and you have to understand what they mean.
Mas, brincadeiras à parte, eu acho que essa parte dá uma dimensão importante.
What I would like to share
geralmente é dos pontos mais
give
delicados
you
do
the right
operador,
dimension about
que é
the
a questão
delicate
tarifária.
points,
Então,
the
você tem diferentes modelos
really
de cálculo da
sensitive
tarifa,
points
alguns que
about
incentivam
the
mais ou menos
fee calculation.
A performance, né, do operador.
Really
Eu
see
acho
the
que isso é
performance
dos
of
grandes
the
tarefas que a
operator.
gente tem
This is
na
one of
estrutura
the big
regulatória,
tasks
né,
you
das
have
agências, mas também
in
para
the
quem está
regulator
operando, seja
point
um
of
operador
view.
público ou operador privado.
The
Então, acho
public
que esse é
and private regulator. This is a
eu acho que
point
muito da
do nosso acerto ou do nosso erro daqui para frente vai ser em como calibrar os preços, porque é sempre um impacto, né? Mas a questão de quando vai ser a revisão tarifária, né? Então é uma discussão muito grande, permeada também de muita pressão política, né? E não é uma tarefa fácil. Então está bem escorado tecnicamente para uma tomada de decisão é fundamental. No caso das PPPs, né, eu trouxe, a gente teve outras atividades com o governo, ela passa por todos aqueles casos, né? Nesse daqui a gente só trouxe dois por conta do, só foi trazer dois por conta do tempo. Mas eu acho que aí entra até realmente a discussão que a gente busca para quem é ex-aluno, aluno do MBP, principalmente nesse caso, já cansou de ouvir a gente bater na tecla das razões para se fazer PPPs ou não fazer PPPs.
And you have to have again for the whole cycle of the project. You have the preparation and you have the contracting preparation, and you have the case of monitoring and evaluation for public practice, good practice. Sometimes it's not in the literature of PPPs. That is a big problem because you are forgetting to monitor and evaluate. That you cannot assess the results and you cannot retro feedback this discussion. So going through all of these, and Abelardo, I remember that I wouldn't forget this. I read the article where people were criticizing the model of PPPs that was not good enough. And Maria brings that. You see the mistakes to try to avoid them. And what I can elaborate more about that, I have been studying this in other countries, especially in the United Kingdom, and you have these experiences with the United Kingdom because this is the cradle of PPPs. They started there with this format that you are seeing now, and you have interesting processes because it was born because you talk about a privatization. It's not PPP. In some environments, political environments in Brazil, you have these privatizations with PPP. It's different. The companies are seeing PPPs because in practical terms, when you're talking about legal milestones, no, you are discussing different things. You are going to privatize two companies. And you had Cosan and you have the Aesbe, and that's it. You have no more privatization. This is the transfer of control. PPP is not that. PPP is to delegate for a time set, if it's administration, a normal concession, whatever you are doing. The private sector will explore the services for a time set, and you are paying for that. The infrastructure is yours. When you finish the contract, you have the asset, it's a public asset, and you have many confusions in case of France. France restartized the sanitation. No, it's not that. Yeah, Maria can elaborate that even better. You had a lot of PPPs that once the contract was completed, this asset was from the government. And there was a political strategy to say, no more PPP. You have a good level of coverage. I paid that softly during 30 years, and this property is mine. It's always mine, been mine. And now I am comfortable or not to go on or to not go on. So people were saying that going back to the public sector had problems in the management of the contracts under the public umbrella again. The same as in United Kingdom. AMA said that. In 2018, they had a PFI program. It was stuck. It started in 89, 92, 97 in a good shape. It was reflecting the public demand. In United Kingdom, they have the social infrastructure in health and education, and you have 1/3 of human mobility. So they have
2/3 in three sectors. In Brazil, you have more diversity of contracts in sectors. You have public lighting, sanitation, very strongly in Brazil. The waste, you have a lot of breakthroughs. So every point has its demand that is different. But what happened? They had a change of government. You cannot really forget about these political issues. So they want to be more liberal because PPP, the traditional PPP, on the contrary, say, it's going to the private sector. Not really. You have in education PPP. 50 new schools. Who is going to build and maintain the building is the private sector. The pedagogical is not privatized. So you have 70 schools, even they are managed by the private sector, apart from the pedagogical. So you have more or less participation of the state in the society, with 50 new schools that were not there before. It is a public asset, each school of the 50s. So we have to have these forums qualified like this. So they wanted to become more liberal and have more incentives to free schools, academies, that you have freedom in the pedagogical curriculum. But in order to not have PPP there, is the cost of financing. It's a financing anyway. There, you cannot forget, they cannot have public titles. The government can do this at zero interest. And the private sector will have a higher rate. Of course, it will be more expensive. So you had a lot of criticism in this line in the financial cost. As Maria said, the cost will go up. And you have a PPP, you are thinking wrong, because when you have a PPP, you can make the level of service higher. And then you think that you're going to cost less than you perform today. So it's not reasonably economically speaking, because you have another cost that is the PPP premium. How are you going to have a PPP? You are share the risks with the private sector. Every risk has a price. And if you have a lot of risks, it is going to be more expensive. So, of course, that the government helped to reduce the cost of the project, because part of the risk was observed. Every time that you have a PPP, you are going to have all these costs included. And I have a challenge. They say PPP is going to be cheaper to have these, or public services will be cheaper. You not be cheaper in a public perspective, because in Brazil, we do not know the price of services. You know the cost of a prisoner, but you don't know how much it costs to provide educational services, for example. This is a discussion very tough to understand, because you do not have the landscape open for that. So you have to think about PPPs. You have the international experience bring it to our reality in all the phases. First, when you have a PPP or when you do not make the PPP, there is a planning phase. You have to see what kind of alternative you are going to do, because PPP is not solution for everything. It's not a remedy for all. You can be a traditional public building or a performance in case of sanitations, allocation of asset, sub-concession, or a PPP. Or it can mean that this project is not necessary or it's not feasible. And then you discuss a little bit the planning phase. In the instruction where you have our concerns, mostly is there, is where you have time, as Maria said. training you have to matter. There are variables. You have social impact, and it's not something instantaneous to do a model in 6 months for do the public call is not going to happen, because when you have a bidding process and you wanted to deliver a contract and it's not well done, that's a problem. And there is a phase in the contracting phase that is our new wave of problems, is when you have to execute the contract, because the majority of the public entities, they are not ready to have PPP and concession contracts in practice. Yeah, they have public contracts with the public policies. In the case of sanitation, going to the sector discussion, people have the companies, and the companies must be prepared to have the management of the contracts. They have to have a technical team, very well skilled, to follow the contract, to have independent auditings, because when you have internal or external independent contract indicators, it's important to really manage the contract well. So if you don't see the cycle as a whole, it's going to have handicaps and can go to bad contracts, as I said. If you have problems in the execution of this project, Abelardo, you're going to burn a solution that could be a good idea if it was well planned and structured as well as accomplished. So what you see the cases of the United Kingdom, you were last September in United Kingdom, that is really the best contract there, where you have the PPP model. And I had that question because they decided not to have new contracts. Why? Because the majority of the infrastructure they had already enough, and there is a political issue that they don't want to talk about it. So I said, if you have the labor part, you have a PF3, nobody knows if it will take place. So what the governments will be inspired in the following years? You're going to have these contractors because the assets will be there. You have this, yes, because it's a political decision to not have a new bidding. Do you think that they can handle this, to manage all the assets? I do not know. Even in more developed places, they have these complicated issues, because you cannot import the experiences. You have to know what really worked out in a context that is similar to ours, with the variables that you are discussing about, because importing of models, you never believe that, and it does not work at all. So this is one of the comments. And to say, with the partnership with the Aesbe, in terms of capacity building, you have been talking about that. There is a partnership with MBAs. I am one of the coordinators, but it's always good to have people from MBAs. They have 2 years of preparing all the technical areas of PPPs and sanitation as well. This is a discipline of PPPs and sanitation, and you have a short course with a partnership with Aesbe, a model of sub-dimensions, to really know the best decision made, the best alternatives for that, a technical background in institutional level, because they are recommending that in our legal aspect of the government. And Daniel Keller talked about that as well. Daniel will talk about this overview. It's good to share with you, Marcos. Thank you, Carlos. I would like to bring other points that is quite interesting, and Professor Maria brought to us And you have my own experience. We are modeling studies in PPP, and it's interesting because you have some points. Maria was talking, and you could see, we did it right, we did it wrong. And the key point is the management effectively done in the leadership of PPP must be with the public authority in the beginning, during, and after. To delegate a third party to say what I contract is the modeling it you solve the problem without saying the guidelines that must be in the project. What I understand that is the best to my reality, to my state, not to import this metric that is ideal for all. So, how much network must be replaced? Maybe in Japan I can find a solution, but in Brazil I can find another solution. And I have to have a technical team to follow our PPP contractors. So you had a legal team, you had an accounting as well as technical team. BNDES is our bank, and I have a bank to really have another feedback from what they presented, because the tool that you are creating, and then you have the management that Maria talked in the beginning. If we do not have the final goal, is not to really have the PPP. You have the social issue. The PPP is to get there. This is a mature process that you have to be in mind. We have mistakes as well as right things, and there are so things that could be improved. And you are trying to put in our reality of Paraíba. We have 4 micro regions. We did one in the most region, in the poorest region. So it was really to understand. Once you have to have PPP, we have to have 2 PPPs for the poor and for the rich regions. So the public company will be leading the process. But you know what is the best thing to do to our state. It's important to have this process, to have skilled people in the processes and to do the follow-up. You have some colleagues here. I have my assistant of planning and management. You have to know who is going to coordinate our second phase. So who is going to lead the process? We are not finished the second phase and you are thinking about the implementation ahead. Because if you not prepare these people, we are going to have an excellent paper in a theoretical point of view, but not in a practical point of view. We have to have this process clearly. And I have always to say, it's not a magical solution for any problem. We have to think together as a tool to help us to find the problem. So we had a coverage of sanitation. You know how to do it. But what we have to do, and I took notes of some points, the modeling issue is crucial. How I'm going to go to my controller, for my shareholder, the majority, see if I don't have autonomy for that. So I went there to defend, and our manager of the contract and concessions, we went to the board of directors to understand what was the best option for the state of Paraíba. All the secretaries were present. The attorney of the state, because if you are not convinced, and if you are not convinced by PPP, we are going to go to the second phases, you could say that this was not the way to go. You cannot do it here. So when you have the municipalities, it is being think since the regionalization in the state of Paraíba. Why didn't you think about the other two? basins. I was talking to Anthony that I was doing the visits in the area of that were due, it was expropriated, and you are going to have two basins. We are going to have a dam for this area for 700,000 inhabitants. We have water from this dam. The money came from the government of the state of Paraíba. Because if I put this in the paper, you don't have a private sector to help us. This is the first phase of the dam. You are going to get to a little town that you have 4,000 inhabitants. They have the right to have water. So once you have water there, you are going to talk about sanitation. We have cities that you have 93% of water supply. Frei Martin needs to have water supply too. So you have to discuss this, the issues that you are seeing. You have the opportunity to understand. And I took some notes, and I understand that we have other point. What would be the criteria that we are adopting? Why you don't have these with the public resources? To universalize Paraíba is 80 billion. So we have to have the 3 years, and the capacity of take money from the state is 3.5 billion. If you get everything to do in sanitation, you don't have money for that. In terms of loans. What about education? What about roads, human mobility, and all the other stuff, education? So we have to have this transition, to have help from sector, public sector, private sector. And you are doing other little towns, and you are doing like this. So we are getting loans, we are getting money from the government, and we are doing our job. You don't have our own revenues. You have to mobilize the capital you have, our intellectual capital, the capacity of management. This is the idea, and it's a good idea to be here. Thank you, and congratulations, Aesbe, to have this discussion. So this is the process. It's good to really take into account all these points. So these are points of reflections, and you can really evolve to another level of understanding. Here you have time, 15 minutes. And if you are going to use the microphone, thank you, to be really straightforward. So you can take the advantage of having Maria with us to share her experience with us. Yeah, please say your name. Congratulations for the excellent lecture. And I have a question. And the coordination thought that you should discuss this afternoon. So I will reformulate this question to Professor Maria. First, I introduce myself. Abelardo de Oliveira Filha. I'm the former secretary of the cities, and I was in the PPP elaboration, was the president of the water sanitation. The first PPP of the country was there. And you discuss this, especially because of all the problems that you had, and you reduced 20% of the initial amount. And even though this contract had many problems because it was accomplished before PPP law, what I would like to share with you, Professor, is a report of the auditing of the European Union, where there was an auditing of the contracts of PPP that were financed by European Union. This report actually had many problems. Yeah, we have the data. You talked about this already. And in reality, what happened? The contract says that the majority of the contracts, they were not done under studies of comparison to verify the best option, the best advantages for the states. As Carlos said, PPP is not a panacea, a remedy for all. But what you have been taking note in Brazil is, like a politician says, I have a PPP, but there is no feasibility study, no assessment to see if PPP is the best options to solve the problem. The auditing forecast suspension of the contract before. Once you don't solve the problems, you cannot carry on with the project. You have to allocate the risks, the time of the contracts, the technological innovations. Yeah, you have to have the comparative study, the cost benefit. The lack of human material, the things that happen here, it happens in Europe too. And you are talking about European Union with all these regulators, institutions that you imagine they are, the state of art, but they are not. When you have Brazil, that you have the regulation of sanitation that is done recently. So we have this information that the regulators that do not work as it should be. So I'd like to hear from you, Professor, the results of this analysis. The European Union are addressing the needs of the auditing, accounting auditing in the European Union. The problems identified were solved. Thank you. Thank you. Now the question, we have the answer of Professor Maria Salvetti. Muito obrigada pela sua pergunta. Não é muito fácil de ouvir você por conta dessas duas vozes ao mesmo tempo. E eu vi que temos aí interessantes comentários. Nós vimos no meu país, também na França, existem muitas decisões políticas para os contratos PPP ou para a gestão pública com essas utilidades.
The decision is not taken based on, let's say, a thorough analysis of what are the options and which option is the best for the problem that we are trying to address. So, of course, when there is not this kind of let's say, looking at the real issues that we're trying to address, but just going for the political decision, then of course, most of the time, you're heading towards a failure in the contract. I have to say that in the example that I shared with you, the contract that I shared with you, before, getting into the contract itself and starting to prepare the formulas and so on, We first of all, what we did is that we came up with 4 different scenarios for the management of the service, and one of the scenario was going for public management. Another one was going for public management with public procurement, so really public purchasing, outsourcing of a few elements for the management of the service. Then there was a third option that was about really doing a lease contract, and the last option was doing let's say a tougher, let's say, a PPP contract. So we studied various options, and when I say we studied, we looked at the economics, the technical aspects, the customer satisfaction, the tariff, and so on for each of the options. We compared the 4 options, and basically we presented the options to the policy decision makers of the municipalities, because the contract was for a group of municipalities, a group of 144 municipalities, so we had to have everybody agree, you know, on the preferred option. So that's really the pathway that we followed to come to the decision of going for a PPP. But I think it's very important to look at all the options, as you mentioned, because first of all, it makes you stronger, you know, for the negotiation, because you have asked yourself the right questions and the good questions, and you've done so much analysis that when you are in the negotiation phase with the potential PPP operator, then you are stronger for the negotiation. So looking at all the options is definitely a good element. Regarding the accounting issue, I mean, I'm not completely aware of the report, the EU report that you are mentioning, but one feedback that I can give is about the difficulty to reconcile public accounting, private accounting, especially when you are into a PPP contract, because the two accounting, they really don't talk to each other, and it's sort of 2 different logic, and it's like you're using a different pair of glasses, you know, to look at the same reality, and of course it can be very, very difficult to reconcile both. So that's a difficulty that has to be taken into account when trying to control and to audit a PPP contract. So that's pretty important to underline. Last point that I want to be mentioning, Carlos mentioned it, and from what I could hear, various people mentioned it, and I want to underline it, and once again, is that indeed PPP is more expensive. But this is normal, because basically you're asking a private company that is there to make profits to do a job compared to a public authority that could do the same job. Of course, a public authority is not there to make profits, so that's part of the differences between the two. And also, when you're bringing in a private operator, the private operator is coming with a know-how, with research and development, and so on. So that, all of that is more expensive, and there is no magic money. So the reason why we ask a private operator to enter a PPP is also because we need them to finance partly the infrastructure, and so this has to be repaid one way or another. And in France, we've been doing quite few analysis about the water tariff and the sanitation tariff in services that are under PPP contract and in services that are under public management. And what we see is that, and that is a rule everywhere, we see that PPP contract come with a higher tariff. And that happens everywhere for water, for sanitation, all around the country. There is no difference on that. This can be explained, but this is a reality that definitely has to be taken into account. And I'll stop there. I hope I answer the question. At least I did my best, because indeed the sound is not always very easy to catch. Thank you.
Professora Maria.
Yeah, clear. You got the point. I tried to negotiate other questions, but I think it was not time for that. I would like to have more time to hear from other people, but time is over, and you have to follow the agenda. Thank you, Professor Maria, for your opportunity to share your knowledge with us, your international experience with us. And you have Carlos that helped us in the mediation. And thank you very much. And you are going now to have our MEC that will carry on our seminar. Thank you for the participations, and you're going to have the certificates for our participants. Professor, you can stay, right? Would you like to stay with us? Yeah, but now you can go. I mean, unless you can, because now it's going to be certificate delivered, the things. I think it's not. Okay? And you have a coffee break now. Thank you for your time. It was great. Sorry about all this equipment thing and the Zoom thing, right? But we made it. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Deu certo. Mas deu certo. Tem mais um? Não mais um. No Zoom não. Tem mais uma tradução só. Aí, tudo bem. Aqui, tá? Ai, graças a Deus. Esse aqui é seu. Sim, pode fechar. Deixa eu ver se meu carregador do meu computador ficou aqui. Peraí que eu vou sair. Você vê. Tem o meu. Deixa eu ver se tem outro. Não, acho que não. Esse aqui não. Esse é o meu. Não, aquele, não, é do outro computador. Esse aqui é o meu. Esse aqui é do nosso equipamento. Deixou por... Esse aqui é seu? Não, esse aqui acho que é do nosso equipamento. O seu costuma ser assim? O seu computador? Esse é... Não, mas aí, peraí. Não é assim, não. É um cabo mais grosso do que tá saindo aqui, sabe? Esse aqui, deixa eu ver. Não é esse, não. Esse é do nosso. É da nossa prioridade. Ai, que bom que deu certo.
Deles que fez a primeira palestra, talvez ele sente na mesa, mas tem um palestrante mais pra tentar o nota do Rafael. Não tem. O nota é o dele aqui.
É, o que tem aqui é coisa de Jacareí mesmo.
Agora parece que regulou aí, né? Só ficou outro.
Esse esquema de fazer que o Jacareí está fazendo agora, mas nem me invente de fazer isso que eu não faço. Que nada. De manhã, então, a faca logo foi um sofrimento, foi uma dor de cabeça, aquele som horrível no ouvido.
As tecnologias não destrutivas de construção vieram para revolucionar a indústria da infraestrutura subterrânea. São soluções de menor impacto à sociedade e ao meio ambiente. Geram ganho de tempo, maior segurança e menor custo social. A Abrat chega aos 25 anos com mais de 100 associados e consolidada como a quarta maior associação do setor em todo o mundo. A Abrat segue firme no seu compromisso de ampliar e consolidar a indústria de métodos não destrutivos no Brasil, promovendo cursos e estudos que reforçam as suas vantagens operacionais e econômicas.
Podem contar com a Abrat para fortalecer o MND, fortalecer no MND, todos ganham, podem contar com a Abrat, que nós estamos, evidentemente, trabalhando a favor de vocês.
A Abrat, 25 anos, construindo o Brasil do futuro.
A AGSAN-RS é a Agência Reguladora Intermunicipal de Saneamento do Rio Grande do Sul e, através de sua atividade regulatória, tem se aprimorado na busca pela eficiência dos prestadores de serviço, por ela regulados, regulando abastecimento de água, esgotamento sanitário, manejo de resíduos sólidos e drenagem urbana. A AGSAN-RS implantou em seus regulados o Programa de Redução de Perdas de Água, consolidando assim um programa pioneiro nacional para a minimização das perdas de água, em prol da eficiência dos prestadores de serviço. O Programa de Redução de Perdas da AGSAN-RS já está implantado na concessionária estadual e em prestadores municipais, com reduções de mais de 50% em diversos municípios, aplicando regras claras e buscando a questão eficiente na prestação do serviço. Isso é comprometimento com a população. Isso é a AGSAN.
Minha vida começa com ela, a água. E com ela eu segui por essa baía, ligando a cidade ao campo, o homem à sua raiz, o nativo ao visitante, o sonho à realidade. Os pés às mãos, a vocação, a oportunidade, o ir ao vir, terra, ar e mar. Subindo montanhas, descendo ladeiras, seguindo em frente, eu chego lá e aqui. No café no frio, no banho no calor, na geração de riqueza e em cada momento que a gente dá valor. Porque ligar é unir. Cada vez mais gente, com uma vida e um futuro cada vez melhor. É para isso que a Embasa está a serviço da Bahia e dos baianos.
Associação Brasileira das Empresas Estaduais de Saneamento, Aesbe, atua há 39 anos em prol da universalização do acesso ao saneamento básico. A Aesbe é a entidade representativa da maior parte dos prestadores de serviços de saneamento no país. Estamos em 23 estados e em todas as regiões do Brasil. Nossas 24 associadas atuam em mais de 2.000 municípios brasileiros. Desde 1984, a Aesbe atua em prol dos interesses das suas associadas e, em conjunto com elas, busca pela universalização do acesso ao saneamento básico. Além disso, promove o contínuo aperfeiçoamento técnico mediante o intercâmbio de ideias e experiências, elaboração e divulgação de estudos e trabalhos diversos, e manutenção de relações e parcerias com associações congêneres nacionais e internacionais. A Aesbe é protagonista no setor de saneamento, atuando junto aos 3 poderes para proporcionar melhorias às suas associadas e, com isso, colaborando com a universalização dos serviços. A Aesbe lançou em maio de 2023 a série Universalizar, que reúne publicações feitas pela Aesbe de formas segmentadas. São estudos, artigos, documentos, notas técnicas, relatórios, pareceres, entre outros. As publicações fornecem conhecimento especializado e direcionamentos práticos que podem ser utilizados pelos gestores, técnicos, consultores, pesquisadores e colaboradores do setor. Com o lançamento da série Universalizar, a Aesbe reafirma seu compromisso com a promoção de avanços significativos no setor de saneamento básico.
infraestrutura, experiências internacionais. Informamos que neste painel haverá apresentação realizada em inglês. Informamos que haverá tradução simultânea e quem desejar ter acesso basta retirar o dispositivo de áudio no hall de entrada deste auditório.
Of the auditorium. To mediate, to invite Rafael Castilho, coordinator of the MBA Environmental Sanitation from the FESP-SP, that will be moderating the debates. We invite Mr. Michael Walls, Director of the Department of Planning Unit of University College London, UCL, who is going to be here giving a speech. Invite also Mrs. Carissa Ribeiro, Coordinator of PPPs from the South Cone of the BID Invest and responsible for ESG in the group BID, also as a speaker in this panel. Also inviting Mrs. Olga Pontes as an expert on the governance, cooperative governance, ESG, that is going to be participating as in the debate. The lecture from Mr. Michael Walls will be for 20 minutes, as well Mrs. Carissa Ribeiro, also 20 minutes for her explanation. The debating is for 15 minutes for comments, and then the moderator can also have 15 minutes for the explanation. At the end of all the speeches, there will be a time of 30 minutes for questions and answers from the audience. Now I give the floor to Rafael Castilho to begin the panel. Good afternoon, everybody. Very good that we are here at this time in the last panel of the day. And it's here to have a full house for a topic that I consider, and I think that each one of us considers gradually, that we understand the importance of this debate that we're going to have here, especially for you who are in the front line of the services rendered in the public services, for you who are from the sanitation sector. Before anything else, I would like also, I know that you have heard a lot of people thanking and thanking, but I cannot miss the chance to also thank here the Aesbe for the trust, the technical trust that they have on the Sociology School of São Paulo in the MBA for the PPP and concessions, sanitation, and now also the International MBA for ESG. And I want to thank you, all the team, the President Neuri, Sérgio, Antonio, Hayana. It's a very, very special team that makes a lot of effort. I want also to thank very much the hospitality, the sponsorship, and the support from Embasa, the water company. I usually say that if Embasa is the water for Bahia, Bahia is the water for Brazil. We Brazilians, we cannot imagine our life without Bahia. I have a very special relation of affection with this state, and for all, I see here faces that are very happy. So you see several different people from different places in this country. I want to greet all of you, every director, every president from the companies, the state companies, also those that are representing here the private sector, that are also here with us in this journey. I'm Rafael Castilho. I'm the coordinator of projects for the School of São Paulo for Sociology. I'm also coordinated the MBAs for PPP and concessions, and also for environmental sanitation. Now here, beside Michael and Carissa, also as one of the coordinators for the MBA for ESG that is just being born. We're going to have Olga near us also in this journey. But it's a very special moment of joy in which all this relationship that we have been constructing in Aesbe, it has been fundamental, because all of our courses, none of them began as just one shelf course from university, although our institution is one of the oldest ones in Brazil, FESP, 90 years old in May, 91 years of history. Although we have this longer travel together, all our courses, they come from below, from the base. It is the sector, the market, it is our students, the sector itself that just demand from us. Because we should say, knowledge is not something that is in the academy. Knowledge is something that is here with you. You are the ones that are in the front line, and our role is to organize the knowledge, to make sense, to provide methodology, to align theory, but with the practical aspects that you have in your daily lives. To begin, I have this long presentation because I see that people are still coming and taking place. One sentence that I listened to since we began discussing about ESG, the sanitation, it is SG in our vein. So sanitation is SG in our vein. But how can we really think about ESG in our vein, in sanitation, not thinking simply that it is something that is a challenge, a task, something that we need to do because there is somebody who is giving the orders. In fact, I understand that the big contribution from the practices of ESG, they take place not only because of the norms, rules, and laws that are established by the states, but mainly because they come from a vision of the world, new generations that are facing the situations that we are facing as a planet, not only from the point of view of environment, but social view, practices of the government that are be responsible and sustainable, also from the investors and from the consumers as well. In Brazil, we are still going very slowly, but the consumer in the world and the investor certainly has more and more a very sharp look for the companies and the organizations that adopt practices that are sustainable. So this is just going to be increasing that. So the name of the panel is here, ESG Infrastructure, International Experiences. We have here one international guest. But when we talk about ESG in infrastructure, we're not talking about something that is separate. We are going to have infrastructure without ESG and infrastructure with SG? No. From now on, we're going to be thinking about in infrastructure with ESG. It's a new way for us to be thinking about the generation without understanding the world and how we are talking about the world. I'd like to begin with our lecturer, Michael. We have here the joy. He has spoken here in the opening ceremony, in the first panel. But I'd like to announce once more our speaker, Professor Michael Walls. He's the director of the Department of Planning Unit of the University College London, UCL. He's a partner, institutional partner in an organization that is for teaching, a partner for our MBAs, partner for Aesbe, and we are very, very happy with your presence, Michael, because we see that this cooperation, it is not simply just an international level, that many people have been in London participating in this international module, but it happens now more and more in our daily life as you are participating in the process, not only 1 week for course, but to be here present in all this period. It is a privilege for us. I'd like now to give the floor to you. You are going to have slides for your presentation, so I myself and the girls, we can sit here on the first row so that you can have all the stage for you for your presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Rafael. Good afternoon. I'm happy to...
It's working. Okay, you can hear me now. So, boa tarde. I have to use that one. Okay, okay. I need to put this. Let me organize myself. Can I use this? Just this? Okay, but not this. This either? Okay. I wasn't meaning to give you a preview of the whole slideshow before you even start. Good afternoon. Estou feliz por estar de volta. You'll get sick of me if I come.
Então, vocês vão cansar de mim.
I think this one's a bit different from the first time. You probably already feel like you know what ESG is. It's such a fashionable buzzword that it's hard to escape it. We've heard it mentioned many times today. What I want to do today is this annoying? Is it possible? There's feedback or static on the speaker. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not sure what from, unless it's my. Okay, maybe I can if I put this on. That's better? I think. Is it? Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Let me start again. You probably already feel as though you know what ESG is because we hear the letters so often. I think oftentimes we get used to phrases, buzzwords, fashionable ideas, and it's good to step back and just think about what they mean. And that's what I'm going to do today. So I want to give a little bit of background. You've probably already heard, if you were at the sessions this morning, that, and just now, Rafael was just mentioning that Aesbe will be is in the process of introducing or giving birth to, I think Rafael said, a new MBA international in ESG. So it's very pertinent now to talk a little bit about what we mean by ESG. So that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to try and give a little bit of background on it, and also to draw some conclusions on why it's so relevant to us here in terms of the conversations we're having about sanitation and this sector. In particular, it addresses a key aspect of the equation on sustainability in the form of private sector engagement or corporate, not necessarily just private, engagement on meeting key environmental, social, and sanitation objectives. Now, Rafael just said this is something new, and it is something new in many ways. But I want to actually start off by saying the opposite. It's not so new. And now I'm not sure where the feedback is coming from. It's not me, I don't think. Okay, I try again. If it happens again, we'll try and solve it. So ESG is not really new in a lot of ways. It's a new 3 letters in the way we use it. Actually, it's quite easy to trace a line back through many decades of corporate social responsibility, corporate citizenship, and initiatives or attached to those approaches that try and do very much the same thing as ESG does. And if I just draw your attention to this, it's a fairly classical definition of corporate social responsibility. It could also be a definition of ESG. It's really very close. To provide multinational corporations, well, maybe not just multinational, any corporations, but with ways to systematically assess, measure, and communicate social and environmental performance. That's starting to sound a lot like ESG. Now, that's dated 2008, but in fact, that definition could easily have come from 1 or 2 or 3 decades before that, from an era when corporate responsibility was becoming the buzzword that ESG is now. It's not just corporate responsibility, though. We've had initiatives such as triple bottom line. The triple bottom line was described as an accounting framework that incorporates 3 dimensions of performance: social, environmental, and financial. In fact, very much the same as ESG, and I'll give you a definition in a moment, which looks a lot like that. They make the point explicitly in this definition that it differs from the traditional reporting framework of the accounting systems in that it introduces ecological and social measures. And it also acknowledges something very important, which I'm going to talk about in relation to ESG, and which is not diminished in ESG, which is that it is trying to measure things which are often very difficult to measure, and the importance of identifying and creating consistent indicators for the measurement of ESG is a key part of what ESG is trying to do, and where it tries to move on from some of the systems that have been in existence before. If we look at this is yet another variation on the idea, sometimes called the 3 Ps in English: people, planet, and profit. Again, very similar to ESG in terms of what it's saying. It's saying really the same thing as triple bottom line, that the corporate reporting frameworks should incorporate not just reporting on profit or financial performance, but on ecological and social issues. So let's compare those definitions or those graphics with a definition as it stands currently of what ESG itself is. So there's a definition from the last literally few months from a very influential paper from Peter D, describing ESG as a framework that helps stakeholders understand how an organization is managing risks and opportunities related to ESG, environmental, social, and governance criteria. This is very, very similar to the definition that I just gave you a moment ago about triple bottom line, and not very far from the one on corporate social responsibility. So that's my first point. Actually, these are core concerns that are not new. They are concerns that have existed for a long time and have been the subject of considerable debate for a long time. What they are, though, is they're taking a somewhat new presentational form, and there is a lot of impetus in ESG on trying to create standardized indicators, measures, for trying to understand, realize what was effectively the same thing under triple bottom line or people, profit, planet, or various definitions of social responsibility. Even the graphic that we just showed before looks a lot like the graphic that is often used for ESG. No coincidence. So the people, profit, planet graphic looked almost exactly the same as this and essentially covered the same territory. It worries me slightly that the ESG triangle in the middle there is so small. I would have thought surely that it needs to be a considerably larger proportion of each of the circles that you're looking at there, but there it is for the moment. Now, none of that, of course, is coincidental, because the concerns that are trying to be addressed with corporate responsibility, corporate citizenship, global corporate citizenship, whatever we call it, PPP, triple bottom line, are all very much the same. They're fundamental to the way that we work as a society, and they're fundamental to creating a sustainable model for the financial model that we operate with. In other words, capitalism itself. It's important to remind ourselves then that those fashionable buzzwords reflect really fundamental issues. Now, if ESG itself is not that new, something is new, and that is the urgency of the crisis that ESG is intended to address. The urgency is considerably newer than anything else I've talked about. We're now at a place where it is no longer acceptable, and it's visibly, manifestly so, to argue about whether in fact there's any need for a multi-themed set of objectives that address more than just the financial performance of corporate entities. Professor Sen told us this morning about the extent of the water and sanitation challenges in India and in comparison to Brazil. He also made the point that meeting sanitation and water goals will in itself address or go most of the way to addressing ESG commitments. That's a demonstration of how very relevant to this forum it is, and how important it is that ESG, or some conceptualization that echoes the concerns of ESG, sits at the very top of the agenda for every responsible politician, policymaker, and leader in discussions not just about private sector involvement in development or sustainability, but in the broader questions of how we address society's and the planet's most urgent problems. But we need to be very honest about this. The challenge of simply selling this to a polarized public is huge, not just in Brazil, but especially in Brazil. The polarization of the political and social environment makes it very difficult to action many of the things, take many of the very difficult decisions, which I'm going to talk about in a minute, that are needed if we are to realize anything like the potential of ESG for guiding corporate and public behavior in a manner that improves the sustainability of the system that we're operating. I mentioned earlier Brazil's important, ambitious, and in Professor Sen's words, transformational National Basic Sanitation Plan. As you will know, the water target wasn't quite met by the target year of 2023, though, according to Fitch, the rating agency, in a report issued just a few weeks ago, treated water provision in Brazil now reaches 93% of the population. Not quite on target, but not far off, and an impressive achievement. The challenge on sanitation is greater. The sewage collection network serves 63% of Brazilian households, still far below the 90% target that is set to be reached, if on target, by 2033. Less, as we were reminded this morning, less than 10 years from now. There is a lot of work to be done there, and ESG can be a part of delivering on that. But while that target is ambitious, again, as was mentioned this morning, it's not impossible. It's important that we focus on how to achieve it. According to Fitch, the ratings agency, the progress that has been made was enabled by huge investment. For example, average annual investments of 2.2 billion reais in the 3-year period from 2024 to 2026 by 8 of the Fitch-rated state-owned sanitation companies here, represented primarily in this room, an increase of 131% compared to the 2 years 2020 to 2022, and 55%, importantly, higher than Fitch's own estimate for what spending would be, investment would be in 2023. I mentioned those figures, that's not the whole picture, but it demonstrates the extent of the achievement, and it's something we should recognize and celebrate, because it's that that's driven us to the point where we've come as far as we are. In summary, at this point, ambitious targets for sanitation and water are critical for the achievement of Brazil's ESG requirements, and achievable with the mobilization of substantial investment. So let us look at ESG itself then. Some of you will know, I've mentioned already, ESG, what ESG stands for. I don't know whether everyone is aware of where it comes from. As a term, it was first used in 2004 in the UN Global Compact. The foundation for the Global Compact was then established in 2006 to oversee the process of implementing, using ESG as a concept and making it of material benefit. I think it's worth reminding ourselves of the recent nature of that timeline. Originally, it was not anything more than a framework for investors to assess ESG performance amongst corporates. Quite a limited focus, and only to measure, not to shape direction, strategy, but to measure performance so that investors could then make decisions on where they put their investment on more than just the return on investment they might be expecting to receive from that investment. Now, of course, that's meant to drive behavior change, but it's a narrow remit for that behavior change. The UN Global Compact in 2004, in fact, has set the ground for a framework for guiding corporate decisions and government policy that goes far beyond investor behavior, although investor behavior and decision-making remains core to the idea. So originally, it had a very strongly private sector orientation. The fact that it was meant to be about allowing investors to make decisions on the basis of ESG performance amongst corporates, by definition, means it applied only to privately owned corporations. Those are the only ones that are going to have investors making those decisions. But the far-reaching nature and urgency of the challenges makes it also a useful framework for guiding corporate behavior and performance regardless of ownership structure, meaning that all that's required is that the ESG indicators are able to be applied to an operating entity regardless of whether that entity is state-owned or private-owned. And that in turn can drive more widespread strategic decision-making and behavior. The importance of diverse public and private provision models, in particularly in sanitation in Brazil, but much more generally globally and in other sectors, and the centrality of those efforts in addressing key infrastructure and provision challenges makes ESG very, very important in the context in which we are all working and beyond. So let's just talk about what we mean by each of the letters themselves. Okay, obviously E is environment, but what does environment cover? What do the indicators measure in terms of environment? Specifically, the indicators for environment mean the measurement of emissions produced by corporate activity. Whatever the nature of the corporate, the entity, what it produces in terms of emissions to go about its business, providing goods, services, etc. It also includes resource use in production or provision of those goods and services, and any other environmental externalities, including deforestation, biodiversity loss, and so on, that arise as a consequence of the activities of that entity. That's the environment element. Now, that environment one is the most challenging of all the components. ESG is not just about the environment. It's about social and governance too. Governance is a means to an end. The social and environment are ends in themselves, but the environment is often the one that causes the most difficulty in measurement and in forcing decisions that are often very hard and involve difficult trade-offs. Also, environmental and social impacts are very difficult to measure, and it can be difficult to implement the decisions that come from those measurements. But of course, the environment is fundamental, if not the only part of the package. S means, of course, social. It's also vitally important. E and S are the two outcomes that ESG is meant to be driving towards. Outcome areas of social and environmental sustainability. Not least, social is important because there's not much progress if addressing environmental issues means economic collapse or further widening an already extreme inequality or mass employment or other social problems such as that. In fact, a critical aspect of making ESG work is to recognize the difficult contradictions and trade-offs involved. According to the World Bank, Brazil is the 9th most unequal country in the world in terms of income inequality, and according to the Global Finance Journal, has the 17th highest level of wealth inequality. Neither of those is number 1 or 2 or 3, but they're high enough to show the extent of the challenge in social terms of addressing not just environment, but the social element of ESG. It's important, therefore, in that it shows us the scale of the challenge that's needed, and it hints at the difficult trade-offs that will be required in making decisions where balance between environment and social are not always easy and not always mutually compatible. The G, of course, is governance. Governance, if you like, the way I think of it, is the enabling function of the tripartite relationship. It's governance that allows us to talk about how we get to the environmental and social outcomes. But the government indicators refer to all the aspects of how an entity manages its labor and its resources, both in terms of supply chain and internally within the entity itself. So it means that governance includes shareholders' rights, the diversity of board structures, the diversity of governance structures generally, so management as well as board composition, whether compensation structures are linked to ESG performance. One of the principles of ESG is that the closer the linkage is between reward structures and the performance measured by ESG, the more likely it is that the ESG indicators are likely to improve. And it also includes policies on externalities such as social externalities, such as corruption, anti-competitive activities, and so on. So that's the package of ESG. Environment, emissions, the way resources are used, the sustainability of the production of the goods, services, or activities that the entity is focused on. The social is the social consequences of those things, and the governance as the indicators that show whether the corporate entity, the entity itself, is being governed in a manner that is consistent with those and enabling environmental and social outcomes to be achieved. Taken together, of course, the ESG components are meant to, as we saw at the start, to provide, and again, the wording is the same as the wording that was in place in some of the definitions that I gave that weren't ESG specific. The ESG components are meant to provide a holistic framework for assessment of performance, reflecting levels of, if I use the old term, corporate responsibility. It's obvious, though worth saying, that measuring performance doesn't in itself achieve results. So, in the sense that some frameworks for action are literally frameworks for action, ESG is an indirect framework for action. The premise is that by measuring performance, we drive behavior change, firstly by the behavior of investors deciding to invest or not on the basis of ESG performance. Secondly, it gives a proxy to be able to hang regulatory and strategic decision-making off within the corporate and within governments, and I'm going to talk about that in the next few minutes. Now, a key there, though, is a couple of key points. Measuring performance means nothing unless a couple of other factors are in place. First of all, it requires a consistency in indicator design and the use of those indicators in assessment. If there's no consistency between ESG indices, then it will be very hard to compare across different corporates or different environments. So consistency is critically important. Secondly, it requires a broad public prioritization of those measures. If we consistently measure ESG performance across the board, but nobody cares and no investors act on that information, then they are useless. It's not going to drive any behavioral change. It also almost certainly requires strong regulatory persuasion. And again, I'll come back to that in just a moment. With all those factors in place, we should see resource mobilization and, in the end, shifts in behavior that drive real improvements in ESG performance, but only if those factors are in place. So I want to talk just a little bit about some of the key initiatives that are trying to address those challenges. And the first two here are the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. Now, this was important because it was a global organization that was established in 2015 at the request of the G20's established by the G20's Financial Stability Board at the request of G20 finance ministers and governors of central banks. Now, important because that's a very influential group of very wealthy people representing some very wealthy countries. It's interesting that that impetus came from them, but it's exactly responding to what I said was the first of the factors that needs to be in place to make sure that ESG has a positive impact, and that is the standardization of ESG indicators. So the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures was established with a very narrow and explicit brief to standardize ESG indicators. That was exactly intended, therefore, to drive the establishment of that first factor. Just 6 months ago, the task force declared its job done. They developed a set of indicators. They publicized them. They put them out there. They're available to use. And they declared that they were going to disband themselves. In fact, while they did establish a set of indicators, they're not the only ones in use. So it's arguable whether they have in fact achieved the objective that they set for themselves, if that objective is standardization. you could argue, I would actually argue, that what they did was they created a good, but another set of indices, of indicators, another index. The second key initiative there is the EU's Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. This too is important and speaks to what I said a moment ago about the importance of robust regulatory action to make ESG into something which needs to be used. So the EU's Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive took effect just over a year ago from now, and it requires EU businesses to disclose ESG performance. Initiatives such as that are critical in providing exactly that regulatory framework that I just mentioned as being critical. It provides the compulsion to adopt ESG indicators, assessments, as part of a measure of corporate performance. The EU measure is, of course, welcome and very significant, but equivalent steps will need to be taken across the globe if the potential of ESG is really to be realized. And that's not looking like becoming a common reality, a commonly accepted reality, anytime particularly soon. So we have a challenge there. Okay, a couple of other points, and this is where I'm going to end with just a few more comments. I mentioned that, in fact, the standardization of indicators or indices is not really materialized yet. What is in place is a number of varying degrees of reputation, different indices and different initiatives that offer different ways of assessing ESG performance. The Carbon Disclosure Project is an attempt to try and create a global set of standards. It is one of a number of initiatives, though. It's significant. It's a not-for-profit charity that runs the global disclosure system for investors, companies, cities, states, and regions. Remember what I said before about this is no longer just a private sector set of indicators. It's something much wider that's used across a much broader array of actor entities. That's quite a list there. Carbon Disclosure Project was set up in 2000 and continues to attempt to establish a global set of measures that creates that consistency across geographies and across sectors in terms of the assessment of ESG performance. In addition, though, there are a number of other indices. Two of the most reputable, most well-known of those are Morningstar. The links are there if you want to follow those up, and Morgan Stanley Capital Investment, both of which run their own indices of ESG performance using their own sets of indicators. So not yet a standardized position. Many consultancies, including, of course, Morgan Stanley there, have run these indices precisely because they offer tailored services, very lucrative tailored services, to corporates that are designed to help organizations assess and meet ESG objectives. So, of course, there's a commercial imperative there. In time, it's critical that these diverse initiatives adopt consistent indicators and are backed, as I just said a moment ago, by strong regulatory imperatives that make the use of ESG indicators compulsory. Like, as with many global things, there's unfortunately a competitive advantage to delaying the implementation of these kinds of initiatives. And that will be a problem as we look ahead in the future. There are, in fact, many contradictions and trade-offs involved. I mentioned that earlier as well. It's barely conceivable that corporate entities could meet a full range of environmental, social, and governance objectives to the extent required. Many of the decisions that need to be made on what to prioritize will be mutually exclusive. It's a sad reality of the world we live in, and it's a particularly acute reality given the severity of the multiple crises that we face, that there are not that many win-win situations. Very often, hard decisions are needed on whether to prioritize what actions, what indicators within the environmental sphere, within the social sphere, and between the two. But it's absolutely critical that those decisions are not avoided. Unless we have honest discussions about what those decisions might look like, we run the risk that ESG becomes a framework for greenwashing or generating positive PR, but not a framework for meaningful engagement on difficult and urgent challenges. That's all I want to talk about ESG, and I'm looking forward to some discussion. I think we have some time for it. FESP's MBA on ESG, I just have to mention it again because it is a significant initiative. It's designed to explore all of this. All I can do in a short time this afternoon is to touch on a bit of the background and a few of the issues at play, talk a little bit about what is behind ESG, the idea of ESG, and where some of the challenges lie. The idea of an MBA on this subject is to give the space to be able to dig much more deeply and much more broadly into many of those issues and what the practical implications of some of the trade-offs, contradictions, choices, and decisions are in real life, in terms of real industry and real sectors, and in terms of public and private engagement. And I applaud FESP on initiating that critical program. It really is an urgent one, and I look forward to seeing that program contribute to exactly the discussions that I've just been saying are so important. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Michael, for your presentation. It was very informational, and you got some basic concept of ESG. But Michael said it's not a brand new concept. The concept is over the generations, but there are people who have different levels of knowledge. And it was fantastic with your presentation because you could recap this information to go ahead. We got this mindset. Maybe you don't have a kind of protocol of commentary, but you can have questions and answers, and you can have more interaction from the audience. So, Olga, you are the first one. Michael had the MBA of ESG, and thank you for the presence of Julio, Vânia, Lúcia, Pimenta, and Carlos. They are from the technical team of ESG, MBA. And Olga, I'd like to hear from you because you really wanted to have all this trajectory of ESG from the beginning until now. You are an expert at this sector, so can you share some thoughts? Good afternoon. It's great to have Michael, and it's great. You know, I'm from Bahia, you know. Yeah. Michael is British, right? It's a foreigner. And I am from Bahia. I am now sitting down, and you don't know if you understand, but here you have an electrical truck for Carnival. So if you don't go ahead it, after it, you are going to lose the track. So if you really start the governance, and you know about corporate governance, Michael talked about a measuring, to measure how you can manage. And we have to remember that you cannot manage anything that you cannot measure. And you cannot measure if you cannot define. And you cannot define something if you cannot understand. So it's very important to define any project, not only infrastructure and sanitation, but to understand the purpose of this project, where I would like to get from this project. To have a social input, environmental input in this project, you see how the sanitation infrastructure, I'm not going to go over and over again about the social and environmental importance, must be really a project that you have what's a perspective, corruption, political bias, so you have to understand the reason, the motivation of the project. And when you have the understanding of it, you cannot think about the beginning, the middle, and the end. When you think that the project ends is when it really starts. You have problems in countries. I think Philippines is one of the country. Let's see which country had a problem, if it was Finland or Philippines. You had the sanitation infrastructure, you had a high percentage of population, but the population went more and more in terms of size. It's much more than expected. So it's very important to plan ahead, because people will still being born. You are going to grow not only intellectually but in terms of amount of people. So the project must be sustainable, not only socio-economical perspectives, but when you conceive the project, the understanding of the project must be planned and defined. What is the timeline of this project? Because the end of the project in terms of completion is the beginning of the project. So the question and answer is kind of when you talk about the corporate governance, the formal structures are important. The boxes, who speaks to whom, how I can measure who is going to report to whom, the procedures, the practice, but you have to have in mind something very important within the G. In the paper, you can have everything. You can have a policy that you say that is not the best practice. Have you heard about a company, public or private, that announced something that is the best thing in the earth? Do you have the report of your failures? Not really. Yeah, the paper, you can put everything. And once you can put everything in the paper, so when you have the G of the governance, so you have to have the role and importance that we leaders, citizens have in order to reduce the pitfalls between the theory and the practice. This is become sustainable, is to desire to dream and execute and elaborate and accomplish the way that you plan. And you talk about the goals, 2033, we are 2024 already. And the question is, do you think that we are doing today the future that you really need? This is my question mark. This is a point. We are dreaming with 33, 53, 51, whatever it is. Accomplishing today, because today is when you create our future. To dream of futures maybe is much accomplished than dream. So how we are in this proximity of the essential formalism, because you become legislations, but I say within governance, you formalize something that you have the knowledge that we made a lot of mistakes. You do not formalize the failures or something that you never imagine if there is a failure in many perspectives, in a public perspective, in a private perspective. Yeah, it is already in the headline. You are going to put in the headline something bad about us. Maybe this is something that you want to avoid. You have a tip how you can create the filter besides what you are doing today? Thank you, Olga. These are very intriguing questions, and we are incrementing our mindset in this debate. You that is responsible for BIT group, so you have infrastructure players. It's very important to have you here with us. And I would like to hear from you about the presentation of Michael, incrementing another point of reflection. Julius had the Magna lecture talking about the role of Brazil, how Brazil is being seen in the planet, and how the globe understands Brazil. And Brazil is a relevant player in this climate change agenda as well as sustainability agenda. Brazil plays a very important role, and you have to take into account the climate change having Brazil in this discussion. And Brazil must accomplish the goals, face the climate changes, and it has to take into account the sanitation. This is our home lesson, take home lessons. So you are in Brasilia and Washington, so I'd like to hear from you about what you have taken for lessons this afternoon. Thank you, Rafael, Olga. First, I have to have everyone awake to talk about the lectures. They are fantastic lectures. So I am in the fifth line, I am in the fifth page of my notes. Thank you for the invitation. I don't know if you know BID. You know the Inter-American Bank? Yeah. This is the role of our multilateral bank works in the Americas. And the first provocation of all it has to do with the collaboration. And then, Rafael, you had a provocation about the globe, communication. And then I take another C of capacity building, PPP, and Professor brought another meaning for PPP. You have ESG, and I have CCC. It is a superfluous to say that collaboration, communication, and capacity building must be together to clarify all the shadows that Olga talked about very well. We are in a dynamic globe, and you have an opportunity to make mistakes, to learn, but not make the old mistakes again. So this is our dilemma. So this is the first provocation to have 3 more letters. That is crucial. I am in love with planning. When you have planning, my heart really beats strongly. So you plan to take married, to have kids. Planning is crucial. Everything I do. If I was expert in the infrastructure of the Inter-American Bank, so I'm working with the public and private sectors. So plan ahead is very important to elaborate projects. And you know that planning takes time. It's not something that you have your money and say, go and learn and do, and then you pay me. No, not at all. Plan, execute, have them measure, monitor, and know takes time. For that reason, you have a good project. It's multidimensional. It's not the lawyer that has to work or the attorney. No, it's not put everybody in the same box to say this is private and the public. No, you have to dialogue. So for that reason, the bank decided to have the private arm. And we have a cooperation. It was created by a Brazilian, actually, and you decided to have the private arm because we had to close this cycle. As Olga said, the project does not finish when it finishes, but it starts when it finishes. So we have to bring the environmental as well as the economic aspect of the project. The project must be productive. It's a social economy, financial economy to make a development take place in the region. To think about that, yeah, so you have a bid invest in our policy and you have a lab in our bank. Why? Because to make mistakes from a new thing, and ESG is an old concept, but in a practical concept, you have a lot to learn. And ESG it is making progress throughout the time because the one that makes the money happen is the one that is the owner of the game. So in a long term, you have to plan. Another theme that is very important is why ESG. You have to think about that. Why the investors decided to go on this line of thought. So we have investment, financial, and risk. ESG has to do with risk because it started to lose money or not being paid because of risk issue. You have the idea how much the average of the state when you had a heavy raining in the state of Bahia. Do you know the infrastructure that they have to be reconstructed? 2 billion. The rain that we have in 2020 in Rio de Janeiro, in many municipalities, it was 26 billion of reais. That it was not in the budget because you don't forecast that you have a tragedy of a rain in 3 months, 4 months. So it means that someone is paying the bill. And the financial market, the banks, brought this footprint of ESG to reduce the risk of loss. To get to know about what you are developing, measure, and plan, it's important because you reduce risk. And PPP, basically, you know what you do. You have a contract between public and private players, and you have the risk allocated. But you have a lot of risks in many areas because each area has its specificity. It's not a copy and glue at all when you have a provision. No, we have to know you are dealing with people. And then I go to the last point of my talk. The bank today is practicing ESG for such a long time because you have a policy that people know about globe-wide. And then we have to put into practice our policy. We believe our policy. We apply our policies. And we share with our customers the best practices. And the financing is not only putting money, the capacity building is throughout our process, monitoring as well. But more than that, we have noticed that it takes 5, 6 years. You're talking about 10 years. If you don't have a planning, you need 4 extra years because you know you have 5 years of executions. If you don't start to plan ahead, minimum of 3 years because we have experience in this matter. And the bank realized that besides doing and measure the results and the effectiveness, it's very, very crucial in PPPs because our contracts is a 25, 30, 35 years. And then, Olga, what happens is to start to communicate it right now, to have the capacity building, to get to know, because the result, nobody knows. The big players of net zero, sustainability, transformation, transfer. You have a huge scenario of this. Carbon, zero carbon, but to achieve that, we have to start from the result, what you have at place, and the results and effectiveness are equal to impact. You have to have the impact to the customers. We are talking about the investments, and you have the consumer as citizens. So we have the ESG as an opportunity, capacity building, results, and impact. That's it. And remember my CCC, right? Remember? In everything you do. You give a pause because you'll be back to this format. It's good because you can go round. Now it's time to hear Michael and Olga had an insight. It's just to add because I usually say that you plan not to have 100% of right solutions, but to have less mistake. I know the IDB, I know the planning of IDB. I was monitored by IDB for 5 years. And there is a relevant factor in the planning because you use it a lot. Maybe is not the best practice, but is very important because you have diversity of planning in diversity of thinking in the planning. If you don't think a lot, you are going to say, yes, sir. So I vote with him, I vote with her, and everybody decided from the one that said yes. So we have to have a warm discussion to think about risk assessments. Maybe we cannot even think of when you have a diversity of thinking, because in the government, in this governance, we have to have a diversity of gender, race, and thinking. When you respect a thinking that is not in accordance with our line of thought, this is an intellectual humbleness, and you have to exercise that, and you have to admit that there is a room for learning process. And if I say I made a mistake, I can give a space that I can make progress, and nobody knows 100% about anything. So planning is to make less mistake, and to decide sustainably must be based in diversity of thoughts. When people think in the same line, they don't think. So Michael, I would like now to take into account what the two ladies talked about. You talked about understanding. Can I change my mic? Yeah, this is better. Yeah, we have a sound transmission issue. So it's 50% of system. So in Bahia, to lose focus is very quickly. So you talked about the understanding. You ladies talked about planning. Carissa said that has this positive passion about planning. And then you talked about long-term line of thought. And when you think about sustainability, Michael, when you talk about ESG, it's very important to plan, but you cannot have a leader committed to ESG agenda, but the leader must have analytical capacity as well as an understanding about the reality and have a vision of long term and have this thinking, seeing ahead attitude. You must have a leader with this long-term perspective. Michael brought the triple bottom line with the three pillars, people, planet, and the profit. Seeing these as an interdependent circles in the triple bottom line. You have many CEOs of important companies that are in the front line to transform the countries to achieve what you have in 100 years, in 10, and people that are really committed. But you know, every big organizational leader has this kind of pressure. So you have the profit connected with people and planet in the triple bottom line. But the leader has a pressure of this annual balance. Everyone has this pressure, so the organization must be profitable to have positive results, and many of the organizations have a bonus connected to these profit and results. So on one side you have the profit. On the other side, people are really pressed to have short results in terms of terms. So are you be in this company for 3-4 years? This is the average. And so how can you achieve this goal having professions that can understand, can plan ahead, and then you can have a really sustainable organizations? Because when you talk about governance, you forget sometimes G. And the company must have these commitments in this long-term vision so the organization becomes sustainable.
In fact, diversity was one of the points I was wanting to make anyway, in the sense of, I think there's a diversity of institutions which is very important. You talked about leadership, just then, and it's true, you describe a kind of, the leader that's necessary is perfect. I think we should say the microphone that's necessary is one that works all the way through until you finish speaking. This model leader that you were talking about, Hafa, this person exist? They have this ability to look long-term, to think analytically, to think clearly, to have a conscience, a corporate responsibility to society, to the environment, but also to be able to make profit. That's a pretty unique combination of talents. Now, there are exceptional leaders out there. Some of them are able to combine many of those things to a remarkable degree. Most of us are not endowed with that super strength to the degree that we need to. And I think that actually what we need is to be very good at using institutional diversity. And by that I mean, okay, let's assume that every leader is not going to be that super person that is able to do all of that stuff all at once, make a profit, deliver on the environment, deliver on society. Let's assume that they are normal human beings like us. What helps them make good decisions is a diverse array of institutions, by which I mean a really clear understanding within a society of what role the state needs to play in regulation, what role the private sector needs to play in creating jobs and creating economic growth, but also an awareness of the contradiction that lies in economic growth that's driven by extraction of resources if we're trying to meet environmental needs. What's the role of society, of consumers, of civil society? All of those actors play a part. I think we run the risk. You have a huge asset here in this room now, the fact that we're having these kinds of conversations, the fact we're talking about degree programs that are looking in depth at approaches like ESG. That's only a part of the picture, but the fact that those conversations are going on, the fact that we are all in this room together, the fact that there is now talk about the third forum, future congresses, the fact that you have agencies, private and public, working in sanitation with an interest and enough critical mass to be able to send senior staff members to take part in discussions where I hope there is a chance to learn from each other's experiences. That is all an aspect of institutional diversity. You represent different structures. Some of you are private sector, some of you are state, some of you are sanitation agency representatives or presidents, some of you are suppliers to the industry, some of you represent other actors within that sector. That's the diversity, the institutional diversity I'm talking about. What I worry about is if we move too far in one direction or another, we lose some of the ability that different actor groups, different institutional arrangements have to hold other actors in check. And by that I mean, for example, if we were to privatize too far, we would end up with a lot of individualist privatized actors whose method of learning and perspective is going to be very different from when you have a lot of people in the room from state agencies, regulatory authorities, legal profession, etc., within the state and within the private sector. Having those different voices in the room is critically important because it makes up for the fact that we will make mistakes. We need to learn from each other's experiences. We have limited perspectives. The trade-offs that I talked about before, if you think about trying to deliver on environmental and social goals, if the social goals are about trying to improve your supply chain in a way that the sourcing of resources, of raw materials for whatever activity you're engaged in is more ethical, it will drive your costs of production up and it will affect your profitability. That's a trade-off. What we're talking about, if we're talking about managing ESG, is not just that trade-off, but also the environmental trade-off. Okay, if in the past the assumption has been that we value resources, the resources we extract from nature, from the environment, at the cost of extraction, which typically is how the economic model works, the environmental element of ESG demands that we apply more rigorous assessment measures of the cost of that extraction, and that we, as an economist would say, price in the cost of depleting the raw material. Not just the extraction, but the depletion of, which means that in future that raw material will be less available. Again, what does that do? It drives up the cost of production. It affects profitability. Now, if you're talking about both a social goal that drives up production costs and an environmental goal that also drives up production costs, you're going to have to start making some very key decisions about how far you can go without losing profitability to the point where your entity, your corporate, and it might not be profitability, it might just be the ability to continue to generate enough surplus to operate if you're a public sector organization, but that's just as important. You have to be able to continue to operate. You will have a limit to what you can do. Now, if everybody is driven by that perspective, then it will be much harder to make the decisions that are needed about where those trade-offs lie. So you need a state intervention. You need a state that is able to look proactively at which of these trade-offs do we prioritize. And one of the ways states do that is taxation, tariffs, barriers that make it more expensive to not do the responsible thing. Now that is state intervention, it's coercion, it's necessary. That's what I say when I say regulation is necessary. ESG will not become it's only one component. We can't talk about the issues of environmental and social sustainability and only talk about ESG. Instantly the conversation becomes much bigger, but it can only play the productive role that it can play as a one part of that equation if everybody is accepting that it's important that we have to actually use those measures to drive performance, to drive decision making. And it will only become necessary, everyone will only start adopting that attitude if it becomes compulsory for them to do so. Because as individuals, we often can't make those decisions unless we're forced to do so. So that's institutional diversity. That's what I mean about that you need the state, you need regulation, but you need the private sector as well. You need them working together, sometimes in a very difficult relationship. We need development banks that are able to make decisions on investment which are not driven along the simple profit motives or return on investment motives of a commercial bank. That's essential. We need planning, but planning itself has to be strategic, not blueprint planning. We're not talking about in 10 years' time, this is what is going to happen. We're talking about how are we going to put in place the capacity to be able to deal with changing circumstances every year, every month from now on, with a certainty of something we're trying to achieve, but a lot of flexibility about how we get there so we can adjust our direction, our course as we go. That also is a form of institutional diversity. But that is also where planning is so important. So to pick up on those diversity and planning angles, I absolutely agree. Those are essential components. And the additional component I would add in there is the institutional nature of that diversity, the importance that different actors play a conscious and active role in shaping the identification of the outcomes that are desirable and the prioritizations that are needed to make decisions about where to put the majority of resources in a given case, where to put the rest, and how to go about achieving the kind of change, the situation you want to get to.
Audience, we still have about 15 minutes. And if you want to have the microphone available, while the people are getting ready to ask their questions, come here, please, and introduce yourselves. Carisa. We have a series of meetings before, and we're talking very much, and we always said that we are thinking about preparing a leader from the sector who should be ready so that the companies, besides having good reports, because nowadays I think it is very symptomatic that many times the ESG, it is in the same room of the compliance. You are from compliance, huh? But many times it is in the same space because it is still in the defensive line. So how can I face this discourse? How can I deal with this? And people can see that as a social pressure that exists about ESG. And we usually say that we want to remove the ESG from this small room because it has to be close to the leadership, from the leaders, from the organization, so that this can be involved, 360 degrees involvement. How can we? I was asking you about decision for investment. We have a leadership in the bank that is so important as the IDB. Think about it for your orientation for the development. How is it that the bank is going to be following, in fact, the implementation of the large projects, important projects for sustainability for the environment, social environmental sustainability also, because we don't have much time to talk about all the letters, but here it is our audience also. We see that you are reflecting many structural questions in our country. We are in a city that proportionally one of the larger black populations in our country, and this is not really reflected in the leadership positions, in the decision-making leadership because of structural racism, as also the macho culture that is in the structure is persisting also. How is it? How do you see it? From you look at the other side of the counter, because when you are investing, you want to know if the investment is a good one. As we say about the greenwashing, people mention very much this regulation, this following of the implementation that is really effective about what is being presented in the report. It is going to be growing, Carisa, and it is going to be determining for the bank to evaluate that later on. Excellent question. It is essential. You're lucky you get it. It is essential because what has the bank seen in the last 20 years? Because we are creating this policy and we're improving the policy to create incentives and that kind of carrot that you can offer. So this is for the public sector to begin to regulate and to have the base so that the private can be involved. We are the first ones for the blue bonus in the region. The innovation, the innovative financial aspect has been growing in the last 6-7 years, especially because of the ESG, because of these pillars. Professor Julius has mentioned there's so much money that exists in the world. So to channel and to create the impact and the result from that, the bank has been working in this financial innovation to really have prizes. They have mentioned here about the way that you can have bonus for the results. The bank has been doing that from the public as the private aspect. The public is innovative. Well, we say, well, public is going to go on. If you do this type of work, then we are going to have a technical cooperation at a loss fund, or we're going to try to reduce one certain rate that you have for a certain component. Besides that, we have mobilized more resources. What does it mean? Once that the bank is catalyst for investment, we are able to mobilize a fund that is in Asia or one actor that is in Japan, because they come, they see that it is something that it can be trusted. So we say our risk, our stamp is a very precious one. So it is not the resource so much, but the attraction of investment by means of the bank itself. This is recurrent. We have been doing that for 10 years with federal, state, and municipal government. More and more we have the bigger volume. Just for you to have an idea, last year, for each $1 that was placed from the Brazilian government in the bid invest, we were able to return 33 for mobilization. In Argentina, it is a stagnant economy. It is 1 for 14. Paraguay, 1 for 69. Uruguay, 1 for 89. Just imagine this movement of a catchment, that you have the resource that does not come here. We help them to come here. This is one point. The other one that you asked Rafa about the previous question and commenting what Michael said is Brazil as a question. We are very diverse. We have so much to do. And that's the big problem. I had the opportunity to work in Argentina, in Chile, in Bolivia. They have 1-2 options there. So they do everything, they play everything on one factor. We have to learn to prioritize. Plan is not just to plan by itself. It's to plan, to have a strategy, to have opportunity, to have priority. This is the correct planning. Not just to solve one problem, but also to plan to improve the situation for one region, to improve the situation in general. To try to think this way, it is what the bank wants to do, and to have results. The bank is going to be looking at the results. Well, take the water. Who is going to be using the water? What is the rate I'm paying for that person? They pay more or less? The person has to pay more or less? How much does it cost for the service? We have to think about the result, not only just put money. Yeah, the impact that is going to happen at a longer term, medium term, and short term. The political aspect, it is very important in our projects. We know this concern. It is not only in Brazil, anywhere in the world. The political aspect, it is one topic that should be considered in the project. Because if you think one person that's going to be 4 years says, I'm not going to do that, it's going to take too long. So to think about this component from the very beginning, from the day zero, it is extremely important. How can you work with that at short, medium, and long term? So the bank has been also doing that financial innovation by means of the measurements, the best practice, ESG, incorporating that in our chain for investment in projects. Very good. We have questions here. Anybody would like to ask a question? Then if not, I have a question to Olga here. Then Olga, we are asking here and we are talking here about this aspect. You are a person who has been working this governance for cooperation for a long time. I think that something that is very important for us to observe is that there is a cultural change in the world that my generation, our generation, has learned that we learned it information that we received many times, even in an affectionate manner. It was important to receive from our parents, from the church, but the world that we were attached to. And now we hear, well, the world is different, but the world is boring also. But for whom is the world boring? And how is it that we see that? And people say the world has changed for the worst, the world has changed for the better also. I'd like you to tell us about your experience in terms of organization, about diversity, really, and this vocabulary that we bring here of how we can face this, how are the companies facing this situation. I see that in publicity this is more uh, latent. We have gone from the beer commercial that was before until a short time ago. Propaganda was the woman was the object for the semi-naked woman, and then we began to have new commercials with this concern about the diversity and the bodies. How does the company can deal with this, and how can ESG contribute for these transformations? Very good question. Where we have evolved, we change constantly. You have mentioned about the influence of the parents, the religion, etc. I'm a daughter of a woman that was 42 to 43 years old. I have a daughter that when I was 42, about 43, I was a mother as well. So it is three generations that are very different ones. I see that very much in my family, and this reflects in the business world, in the government world, no doubt. I remember that when I decided to live in England, we were talking about it for the second time in 2002. She said, "You're not going to go there if you don't marry. You cannot just marry, stay with a man without being married." Nowadays, but that was part of the culture. So we have evolved. In the school of my child, she sees very naturally what is correct, what is desired, to have children with two parents, with two fathers, two mothers, children that are with grandmothers, without father, without a mother. It is all okay, it's family. I'm talking about realities that maybe in my generation, the three generations I mentioned here, in my family, they were not accepted. But I'm telling you why. Because this reflects the world of business. In the month of the women, they say, the women, the women, the women. Well, the girl, the women that are here, they are already, if we want to have more women that are empowered, taking places that were not occupied by women before, let's empower the girls, and they are already being empowered. So we have to invest on education for a better world, whether it is about sanitation, development, in any aspect, because education is what is going to be transforming. Everybody was impressed with the Japanese in the World Cup, the discipline, the cleanliness. This was what they came to Brazil. They thought that they should have to do that way. It is discipline, daily discipline. Since they're very little, they have habits. So you need to create habits for acceptance for the young people from childhood, so that you can be able to be developing and creating business people, politicians that are having the moral side. When we talk about leadership, I always think, well, capacity building. You have mentioned many here, excellent references that are brilliant, prioritizing leaders that are having a moral contract, moral and ethics, because capacity building, there are many different ways of doing that, and capacity building in a different way. Prioritize moral and ethics in decision taking is the best diversity that can exist, because when you have in our decision making the strategies that are moral and ethics, you are able to encompass diversity. Once again, I don't see diversity only as for gender and race and religion or nationality. Diversity has to be of thought, way of thinking. When you think about diversity of thinking, then you have all the other ones that can be in discussion today and others that we cannot be even thinking about that maybe we in the agenda in the 20-year time, and also include people that can be leaderships that have moral, because to decide for what is right is many times to decide against your own interest, right? Not necessarily a leader is going to take a decision in his chair, whether in the government, whether in the city hall, in the presidency, or in the private initiative. To do the right thing, many times is going to go against his or her own interests. And to be aware of that, to be aware, and not just to take decisions because I'm just here as a business person or as a political person, because what right is right, even if nobody's doing that, and what is right is what is wrong, even if all the others are doing that, which is wrong. Oh, Rafa, I have to stop here. I'm going to give that to you. We are coming to the end, and I just want to follow the time because they asked me. This is very sad to be a moderator to do that. So I invite you for your final considerations, and so that we can conclude the panel. I had to compliment what she has said because it is important what she says. And I want to ask for you, when you were graduated, who has taken other courses besides the graduation? Please raise your hands. This is diversity in evolution, as she has been mentioned here. I was in ESG in 2016, provoked by a colleague from the environmental aspect, because I said I am a civil engineer, I'm expert in transport and infrastructure. And I thought, well, I'm going to build the highway because I think it brings development. And I said, well, I'm going to ask you which side you want me to cut the tree, because I'm going to cut the tree and I'm going to go away. When she began to talk to me about another world, saying, well, Olga, you can cut the tree, but you have to think about it. No problem. I began to see that I was losing money by myself. And then I began to think, well, wait a minute. She said something interesting. I will begin to study that. And I began to study, and I thought it was fascinating, the idea of the opportunity, financial, diversity, opportunity, the opportunity to talk in different ways, in different forums. And why do I say that? Because this is capacity building. I believe that very much the progress, the evolution. I do my merchandising here. When you invited me to participate in this MBA for the ESG, I thought it is to do with everybody does. I'm not going to do it. Rafa? Am I lying? I said, if it is to be doing what everybody does, then I'm not going to do it. But if you are crazy just like me, and we are going to try to do something different and good, then with all the experience from the MBAs that are successful, then count me in. But then you have another crazy person here, just like us, then friend. I think this is it. It to have the love and to believe in what you do, what you are qualified. If you are here until now and that you are talking and talking, it is because you believe in this opportunity for improvement and capacity building. So take this as one opportunity. Not everybody has. In the past it was much more difficult because now you have online, which is fantastic. I'm beginning to be in this world also to do more courses in this fantastic world. So take the opportunity. The MBA for ESG is going to be launched soon. It is one of our babies because it is really something that comes to bring all this knowledge to be applied in our daily lives, also as consumers. And this is very important, not only in the area that you work with, but as a consumer for what you want, for you and your children, as Olga has mentioned, for you to be educating the children. My children cannot see ESG anymore because everything, oh, ESG, mother. But just to believe as a business. If you don't believe because you think it is something else, or believe in that as a business because it is business. Just one example. Argentina, one of the biggest competitors for soya. The OCDE in 2015 is not going to be receiving anymore any grain of certified without ESG. Argentina is desperate in being able to do the traceability of the production of grain because the big Worst one after China is Europe, and they have the added value on this product. It is business. Professor has mentioned the same thing here in the Magnum speech. Think about business. If you don't think about diversity, think about the business, but it's going to be the same good results. Think about it. It's capacity building. I took more time. I'm sorry. It was very good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Carisa. Michael, I want to invite you for your final considerations. I want to remind you very briefly of the research that we from Aesbe have done in a partnership with USL that has very much with sanitation. We have one in Campinas municipality. Professor Pascal Hoffman was also a leader for this research by the UCL, and we were crossing the information with public policies for sanitation with the goals for development that are sustainable with the ODS. And I remember one lesson that I had in London. Maybe some of you have gone also to the same group for the professor talking about this work, a research that she did in Tanzania to think a bit more about sanitation, which is SG in your vein. And she was talking about the houses without a toilet. The toilets are very far, and the distance of the toilet and the lack of sanitation in public toilets, and then the women that were suffer violence, sexual violence when they went to the toilets, and then that was an impact. What it was an impact in the lives of these women, and the sanitation that can be following this role also, and also the menstrual health of women, and several aspects that we don't think about. Well, the world that is led by men only is a very poor world, because it's not the man that has to be defining the public policy for the woman. Many times the perception is from the women themselves. We have this very interesting research in Campinas, and I think that we have many other new things to come for the future. Thank you very much, Michael. We want you to have your final considerations as well. Muito obrigado. Eu me sinto como essa ilustração que você deu aqui é um bom exemplo de interconexão de tudo. Nós falamos a respeito tanto disso e realmente é correto essa discussão a respeito de ESG. Falamos sobre a questão da filosofia, da existência humana. Isso aí realmente é importante. Estamos aqui falando a respeito de um instrumento que nos ajuda apenas um pouco para fazer algo que esperamos que seja importante, que tenha impacto, mas que no final isso é impulsionado pelo grau no qual temos um comprometimento para atingir alguma coisa muito maior, que nada tem a ver com ESG de forma alguma, tem a ver a forma como vivemos conjuntamente. E você teve essa questão mencionada antes, em relação a nós, as coisas estão melhorando ou piorando? São perspectivas diferentes, há diferentes formas de perceber isso. Eu não creio que nós estamos piorando, mas eu creio que há coisas que as formas que as pessoas reagem a situações que podem ser preocupantes. Então, o que nós estamos enfrentando é que vivemos em um mundo finito. E neste mundo finito, se operarmos de uma forma econômica e com um sistema econômico que seja com esse tipo de ideia de crescimento perpétuo, então vamos verificar que o crescimento perpétuo vai chegar a um ponto que os recursos finitos vão estar evitando que possa continuar dessa forma que se pode pensar como perpétuo. Isso não é uma ciência de foguetes. Estamos neste ponto que estamos percebendo a exerção de algumas questões que estão impulsionando este modelo que nós temos e contamos com este modelo, não por tanto tempo, na verdade. Essa expansão, essa questão econômica e com essa expansão, este tipo de riqueza que foi criada com este tipo de sistema que nós temos acontecendo. E aí, quando esse ponto começou a acontecer, foi nos anos do século XX, depois daquela Revolução Industrial, foi aquele período que realmente não foi tão rápido. E depois da Segunda Guerra Mundial, tudo mudou em termos de escala. Significa que estamos falando, e lembrar disso, não falamos de uma linha de tempo tão imensa, mas os desenvolvimentos recentes, relativamente, chegamos a um ponto que precisamos de enfrentar isso, de ver este fato, de que este período de crescimento tão rápido acabou em relação a como acontecia até esse ponto dos anos 70, 80. E se pensamos em quantificação dessa forma, então é possível então começar a dizer, é imenso esse desafio, mas podemos quantificar isto. São alguns anos que está acontecendo, estamos num ponto que precisamos realmente levar a sério essa questão. Mas vamos ser sinceros em relação a isso. Não é questão de seja infinito. Não estamos lidando com algo que é tão universal, que podemos então acabar desistindo. A questão de características de comportamento humano, infelizmente, quando chegamos a esse tipo de ponto de crise, como sociedades, como pessoas, nós parecemos ter esse tipo de reação defensiva, que eu penso, na minha opinião, que é isso que vai estar tendo esse tipo de fragmentação na sociedade, essa polarização. Exatamente é este momento que precisamos de ter esse tipo de situação, de tentar ficar juntos para tentar encontrar formas de enfrentar esses problemas difíceis, em vez de seguir em direções diferentes, estão brigando uns com os outros, como então o oeste americano, que você tem que proteger o que você tem a todo custo. Isso se torna realmente uma questão muito individualista, brutal, este mundo assim. E, infelizmente, eu não acho que que nós estamos piorando. É uma questão instintiva que nós temos, um instinto protetor que nós temos, existamos quando estamos enfrentando problemas graves. E, infelizmente, é um dos desafios que temos agora para lidar no momento, que torna essa questão do elemento social do ESG realmente essencial. Como realmente vamos nos juntar, tanto quanto possível, como pessoas, de forma a nos possibilitar a encontrar o tipo de formas criativas para soluções difíceis, que é tão necessário urgentemente. Sim, é possível, nós precisamos encontrar, precisamos.
What's positive, but it is urgent that we do that, and that's, I think, the point of guarded optimism that I want to end on.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Now, Olga Pontes. It was great to hear from you, your words. It was really a pleasure to share this panel with you. Just adding the bringing most people together as you can. We are working, leading through this common proposal, and this is the point. ESG makes us to work together to do what's right and to have a discipline, to have ethics with these purposes that would be clear enough, because the responsibility of compliance and governance ESG is not a box from a department. It's not because this box is reporting to which box. And the old guys that are here in the market have to rethink about their roles. The schools are bringing young people, children, that will become in the cooperative environment, and the responsibility is for all, it's not from a leader or from a box. Thank you, Olga. Before we finish, Carizia had this compliment to craziness. You have really to be crazy to go through some adventures. I had this example to other presentations because I am here in Salvador. I have to give this example. I have a philosopher from Salvador from the 20th century, Raul Seixas, that was here in this city. And he talks about to have our craziness with our sensible matter and the way of thinking. And to think about how Seixas, I would like to say there is a music that has 50 years. Michael said that ESG is not that new. And there is music that say, now I see the planet as a dog. You cannot have the bugs out, so has to go and have this uncomfortable situation in the dog. It is so old to have this uncomfortable situation and to have the soup of letters that you said, and to have ESG, you have to have a human being in the planet, you have to have the society, and this is the lesson learned that you are going to take. If you are the bugs, if you are the uncomfortable situation of the dog, you have to do good for us human beings, for our planet, and for our profits. So thank you for being here. Thank the translators, the team of transmission, sound system. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow. Thank you for your participation, and now we are going to have the certificate delivery. So stay with us to have our video right now. Não, é só hoje. Não tem. Vem que a gente tá de frente. Tira essa bolsa do lugar. Bolsa fora, bolsa fora. Tira isso também que... Ah, não. Bolsa fica... Eu não quero ser de cabeça torta. Não gosta de tirar torta. Ela tem que marcar. Ah, ficou massa.
Da Coreia, e elas trabalham assim em hotéis, então eles têm que atender clientes. Então sempre assim, mas vai fazer aquele sorriso. A minha nora faz um sorriso lindo, meu filho também, mas eu não tenho.
Você tá linda. Fica só onda não, você tá ótima.
Mas eu não tenho esse sorriso, não. A gente faz um sorriso.
Lembra uma vez que a gente viajou no meu aniversário, que a gente fez o capão? E você falou assim, quando eu, na outra próxima encarnação, eu quero ter os dentes iguais aos seus. Você lembra? Foi tão massa aquela viagem, apesar de você ficar com as duas. Eu não sei como é que você aguentou com aquele joelho. Now we're going to have the video of today.
Público dos eventos da Aesbe, aí parece que dos
Yeah, you
últimos
have
anos.
here the audience. And we'll complete our first day of our International Forum Universalize. We're going to start at 9 a.m. with this public investment to universalize the infrastructure, and you have Embasa as our sponsor, and Abrat and Argesan from Rio Grande do Sul. Now, we invite you all for the cocktail that will be held in the auditorium outside this room, and you are going to have the band Fausto Bolsamonga. Have a good evening.